This show fucking stinks. And the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for it.
AJ, you never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it!
What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston.
Hello, beautiful people. It is Winter Wednesday, December 21st, 2022, and this sports show on this holiday week shall start now.
Football
is doing its thing.
Hell yeah.
You know, and today the football community is mourning the loss of a man who has a statue at an airport in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a man who has one of the most recognizable plays in the history of the NFL, a man who represented the city of Pittsburgh until the day that he passed away, the Immaculate Reception receiver, Franco Harris, who's passed away this morning. Now, everybody knows that the big celebration of the Immaculate Reception was literally supposed to happen this weekend, the 50-year anniversary. It's going to be a big deal. So the timing of it is certainly a weird thing that the world has happened. But Franco Harris, and I do not know enough about his medical history and what was going on. I have no idea if this came out of nowhere or not, but what I do know is the NFL world and the Pittsburgh world will certainly miss him mightily. So we will have a moment of silence for Franco Harris. Did you catch it?
Yes, Pat.
I don't know.
You don't.
If the review system was in, did he catch it?
Yeah.
Damn right.
I'm not sure.
Called it.
I'm with D-Butt. I'm with Tone Diggs.
Thank you.
I'm not with Connor, because what Connor's doing is trying to ruin a moment that Pittsburgh has held in very high regards for a very long time, because Pittsburgh is a city that is a, gritty, tough city, where not necessarily everything goes our way all the time. So whenever something like that takes place, it is going to be something that's celebrated by all generations that come through the beautiful Yinzer area. So rest in peace to Franco Harris. Here's what Mike Tomlin, actually, before we get to that, let's do Tone Diggs, who is obviously diehard Pittsburgh Steeler fan. Hey, Tone, what are your thoughts on Franco Harris passing away, and what does this mean to you, your family, and future generations of DeJulios?
Well, it means a lot to family for, Franco's Italian Army, obviously. I always respect Steelers who obviously won 4 Super Bowls, Rookie of the Year, still has a record for most rushing yards in Super Bowls. But then also when they stop playing, they just stay in Pittsburgh for the rest of their lives, even though they weren't from there. I think that means a lot to Yinzers, and it obviously means a lot to people. But Franco was everywhere, and now he was going to be the third person to have the number retired in the Steelers organization, so that means a lot.
Wow.
Not just throwing Harbaugh up there. But
Tony.
No need to take shots as Colts right now. Please go back to Franco Harris, who just passed away.
The timing absolutely wild because of the 50th anniversary this weekend. I assume it's going to be a very emotional scene there, or Saturday night, Christmas Eve. But yeah, R.I.P. to Franco. Obviously, if you fly into Pittsburgh, there's a statue right there, right next to fucking.
You're forced to go there. So whenever you land at the Pittsburgh airport, which is massive because they're supposed to be a U.S. Air hub, actually, kind of a funny story. U.S. Air almost bullied Pittsburgh into creating this airport for them. Like, more money. Hey, if you're able to do this, we'll bring our hub here. We'll bring a bunch of flights here. We'll become our mainstay here. So Pittsburgh had to find a lot of money to build this airport because Pittsburgh wanted to be part of it. And then obviously U.S. Airways files bankruptcy, and now it's just the biggest one of the biggest least used airport in the country.
Beautiful airport.
Huge, massive. Wings, like literally terminals, everything, because it was supposed to be this. And then the company that kind of forced Pittsburgh into doing that can't keep their shit right.
Belly out.
So they end up going bankrupt. But nonetheless, whenever that airport was designed, as all arriving flights, to go get your baggage, you have to go down some escalators. Everybody has to go to the same place. Like literally, no matter where you're coming from, you're funneling in there. As soon as you get to the down one escalator, before you get to the next one, there's fucking George Washington, I believe.
2 statues.
And then right next to George Washington, Franco Harris, who's bigger than George Washington with the Immaculate Reception. And then you got to go down for a run. So even if you're like half asleep or traveling or whatever, you have to be awake at the bottom of an escalator, right? You kind of have, and you're forced basically to see it. And Pittsburgh's like, welcome, okay? You are in America. And that was a fucking catch.
Check it out.
That's basically what it was in Pittsburgh, and that's what Franco Harris has always been to Pittsburgh. Here's what Mike Tomlin said while talking about the passing of Franco Harris. Just note, he didn't talk about the passing, but here's what Tomlin spoke about Franco Harris yesterday because of the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Reception.
He's just a special man. Forget the player. Obviously, I never knew the player. I know the man. And just what a awesome representation of this organization, this community, a guy that embraces all the responsibility that comes with being him. I just admire his passion for Pittsburgh and young people. He served a long time on the board with my wife, Pittsburgh Promise, and his passion for others in this place and the Steelers is unparalleled, and it's to be admired.
Well, rest in peace, Franco.
R.I.P.
You done good, pal. Made a big-time catch. There it is. Have to see it. Right back there, Radio Road. That's probably coming and going every other year. I see Fridays right behind Franco's ass. You see those stripes. That place ain't going anywhere.
No.
10 flights out of Pittsburgh, 2,000 flights out of Pittsburgh. That Fridays right there is going to be bumping. There's a McDonald's also that has like a corner share.
Good real
Corner
estate.
office.
Great, yeah.
Corner office almost. That's never going anywhere in that airport. I have sprinted through this airport a lot back in my day. I enjoy it. You literally have to look at this whenever if you travel to Pittsburgh, you have to look at this. It was a decision that was made by people obviously from Pittsburgh, and never once in the world that we're in did you hear anybody say, why is Franco?
What the hell is that doing there?
Why is the Immaculate Reception fucking have to be the first thing everybody never said? And it never happens, especially with Pittsburgh people. Pittsburgh people are not scared to say, like, it's bullshit. This was never even thought about being removed from prime real estate in the airport. And there's a reason, because this play and because Pittsburgh is a football town. And I would say that this moment is obviously one that every Pittsburgher is taught. And Madden looks so young before he retired to take over the TV world. Bradshaw, dancing, prancing, deflection, scoop, we're scoring a touchdown. Franco Harris is going to have a statue in the airport because of the play that he just made, I believe is what Myron Cope might have been saying
he did
at the exact time. The double yoy went to the Immaculate Reception. Catch.
That's catch.
Clear catch. And even if it did touch the ground, ball didn't move.
That's right.
So depending upon which era of what is a catch,
For sure.
it's good in 2 out of the 3 of the eras, I think, regardless, if no other eras. But congratulations to Franco for doing good, representing Pittsburgh, and having a play that will be immortalized forever in the history of the sport and in the city. He was a dog when he had the ball, ran hard, and he had a, an army.
Franco's Italian Army, yeah.
Yeah, a bunch.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
His mother was Italian.
That's awesome.
Lot of support from the pinky rings around.
Yeah.
A lot of pinky ring support. Rest in peace. Darius, obviously, you've grown up in numerous places, I think. Dad being in the military there for a bit. Most of it's South Florida.
Yep.
Franco Harris, just a name synonymous with the NFL, I'd assume. Any thoughts on it? And also, great to see you here on this beautiful Winter Wednesday, December 21st. Happy holidays.
Be here, Winter Wednesday, a winter storm coming as well.
Big one.
Yeah, big,
Huge.
big storm coming. But NFL films, obviously, we all grew up kind of just watching those clips, and that was one of those clips that stood out in your childhood. Not knowing him as a player, obviously too young to watch him play, but been in the Pittsburgh airport plenty of times, seeing his statue. Just obviously a great player, and it sounds like even a better man. So
there were some things.
loss.
I think there were some things he might have said.
There was some stuff around Paterno.
Joe
and
Paterno
stuff like that,
and
yeah.
that whole Penn State thing. But to be clear, he had a platform. There was a lot of other Penn State people saying the same, if not a lot worse, at the time when it was all going through, because that particular cult, and I know there's a lot of those in college, the Penn State one, and AQ is a part of it.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
So I literally get to have this conversation with a Penn Stater who's very proud to be a Penn Stater. So any of you Penn Staters that want to joust, I'm cool. I'm ready. Because obviously we're from the area and everything like that. But the Penn State cult, the reason why it is Penn State and why it's held in such high regard and why everything, those motherfuckers will literally just walk right off of a cliff for Penn State. Not even a question. Hey, if you need me to fall so that it can maybe soften the blow for somebody else that's coming behind, they would be able to buy in and find it. So when that whole Joe Pa and situation, Sandusky thing was all happening, it was very, unless, which it has come out now, and I think all of them have come around and been like, at the time we didn't know, which it was all being alluded to at the time. Then I think as we've grown older, the Penn State story has become much more known and like, no, this is facts.
Yeah,
this is not facts. This is a kind of things like that. But at the time, Franco was not willing to, turn in that. And he wasn't the only Penn State Calder that was not.
Many of them.
But he certainly was heard by more people than all the other Penn State Calders. And that's a difficult situation for all the Penn State people with what happened with people they don't know. But Franco has said some things that have certainly drawn some. What's going on?
What's that?
From us, from Steelers, from everybody. But it doesn't take away.
Exactly. Too loyal to Joe.
It's almost like you can sell it as like, well, yeah, he was a loyal to like. There's a way you could say it because everybody that's ever met Franco and has a relationship with Franco is like, fucking love Franco. Franco would do whatever. Franco's a superstar. Franco's a statue in the airport, and he treats everybody the exact same. So, rest in peace.
Love you, Franco.
Hell yeah. Hey, congrats. You did good, Franco.
Well done, Franco.
You done good, Franco. You got a statue in the fucking airport.
Also, right below that statue is a T-Rex skeleton. So it's, that's basically humanity and the earth in a nutshell. We had dinosaurs, America, and football.
Franco. Oh, okay,
right.
football, Franco, whatever.
all you need.
Nick Ronaldo, obviously, members of his family were in the Franco's Italian army.
He's named after him.
Which is basically, Frank is his dad's name and his name. So we don't know if both of you were named after Franco or not. But
No, thank you, Pat. Respecting my grandfather and dad.
Shout out.
Is your grandpa Frank as well?
Yes.
So you're the third.
Holy shit.
Middle name is different, but
Oh, he still should have been calling you Frankie.
but there is a
3.
bit of a legacy there, yeah.
What's the point?
What?
The middle name.
What's the point of the first name being saved? You're not going to do it for the middle. You're the third.
Yeah, he is.
You're the third.
Fucking Frankie the third.
That's right.
That's fine.
F3.
I'm okay with it.
Frankie.
F3. You like F1? Wow. You think F2 is something? Wait till you fucking see F3 in motion,
Get a
man.
little knee, D-butts.
Oh, Frankie Three Fingers.
I don't love that your dad kind of snagged the Frank name from our universe, I'm the only one that calls Nick Frank.
We weren't allowed to.
So, well, yes, pretty much. There was no option there for Frank. This one, not his dad.
Right.
As soon as I found out his name was actually Frank, I was like, I don't have a Frank friend. I know a lot of Nicks.
Yeah.
do now.
Do now.
I don't know any Franks. Frank's a great name.
Yes.
So I start calling him Frank, and then I start saying in the microphone, Frank back there, and people are like, who the fuck is Frank? It's like, oh yeah, I'm the only person. Frank's a great name.
It is a great
Unbelievable.
Strong name.
I didn't know for 2-3 years that was his actual name.
Frank?
Yes.
I mean,
I didn't know for a while your name was Boston either.
Yeah, well.
That was mind blower.
That's just something that I think everyone learns. But also, like I said, Frank, after I think you said it, and Nick told me, yeah, you can't call me.
You don't say that.
Sorry.
Hey, you don't say
okay.
that.
It's
well,
a
that's
great
because he
name.
doesn't want you to disrespect his father or his father's father.
Which I understand. Italian blood, that can happen sometimes, especially coming from the Irish. But, I mean, it's a fantastic name. I don't know why you wouldn't want to go as that.
That's Boston Connor, at Boston Connor. Next to him, at Ty Schmidt, obviously Green Bay Packer owner and super fan. Let's chit-chat about yesterday. Your thoughts on taking on in Aaron Rodgers Tuesday? A lot of blowback yesterday.
Yeah, a
A
lot.
lot of blowback yesterday. Not only from the Aaron Rodgers conversation, from the Chiefsaholic thing.
Yeah.
The
Got a
book.
couple stats wrong. So, like, the Chiefsaholic guy, the armed bank robber super fan from the Kansas City Chiefs, who also have Red Extreme, X Factor, and Helmet Man.
Of course.
In their super fandom community over there.
Yep.
Chiefsaholic, guy who dresses wolf, very passionate about the Chiefs. Yeah, he was robbing banks all over the place so he could fund going to these games and being the super fan. Career criminal, parents are criminals, brother's a criminal, has been robbing from people since 2016, getting caught for it in jail in Utah multiple times, Missouri. Now this one we thought was in Texas. Bixby, Oklahoma.
That's right.
Oh.
Sent me a tweet, and they said, he wasn't caught in Texas, you fucking asshole. Okay, he might have been able to do some shit in Missouri and Utah and everything like that. He came through Oklahoma one time We caught him within 6 minutes in Bixby, Oklahoma.
Unbelievable.
I love that their police department's flexing. And hey, shout out to Bixby. You're right.
Bixby PD.
Hey, that's
Shout
on
out.
us. I wish you guys would have like stamped
We got him.
the
wanted poster?
Yeah, the poster, like the criminal record. You know how people put things on the internet and they put like their name on it?
Yep.
I wish the Bixby Police Department would have done that with that, so we would have been able to give proper credit. I must not be able to read those things as well as everybody else. I couldn't see where it was.
Oh no! Well, when you got a rap sheet like that, you know it's like, oh, okay, this guy's been arrested
Utah,
here, he's been
Missouri,
arrested here, he's been arrested here.
Kansas.
There's a bunch of like redacted stuff in there too, which was kind of weird. It's like this guy is a career criminal, so I mean, very easy to slip up and not realize. Oh, actually, the Bixby PD did apprehend this guy.
Did you hear about this story?
I saw bits and pieces. So this dude was going into games and robbing people with the same fit?
So we don't know if the wolf picture from the banks that was being tied to the story is actually him. But wolf mask, pretty prevalent. So we would assume a lot of people have robbed banks in wolf masks. And if you are the wolf guy, why wouldn't you just wear your fit in there? 44 cal.
Yeah, gotcha.
I need to buy nachos and fucking
It's expensive.
10 beers.
10 beers, front row tickets
Yep.
to watch Patrick Mahomes do his thing. Thank you for doing business. And then back in his car, he runs out like he did on he ran sideways. Did you see his
I
run?
didn't see.
Okay, so his arms go directly like this sideways, and then his feet face straight sideways. He's running
duck-footed.
sideways,
It's unbelievable.
but he's moving pretty good clip.
Yeah, ran like a 5-1.
And he's tweeting all
I
these.
caught in 6 minutes. That's
Well, I think he was caught like actual in the
act.
Holding the bank up.
So, as somebody who watches documentaries and has gotten a chance to chat with some detective from Indiana, which has a lot of small towns, so allegedly these career criminals target these small town banks because there's only like 2 or 3 cops. So if you go whenever there's something like busy happening or something taking place over here, you can get in and get the fuck out before anybody even has a clue. Like there's people that do that. And I'm sure there's better security for some small banks, small town banks than others. So I don't mean to be talking shit on small town banks. I understand you are important, but allegedly those ones are very gettable. Allegedly those ones
got
are
a
very
parade going
easier.
on. Or something down there.
they're very gettable for criminals who just have a sense of no conscience and an ability to just walk in with a gun pointed at somebody's face and take money, which allegedly this guy has been able to do, willing to do, and has been doing for years, everybody's assuming. So now they're going to go back and check all the Chiefs away games that he is flexing from and probably go from wherever he lives in Missouri to that game, any towns in between, because this one's in Oklahoma, so he was driving to the Houston Texans game.
Right.
And then he just gets back on the road, fucking off to Houston, and then a day and a half later, the bank teller's watching a Chiefs game. That was the
Holy shit.
that was the wolf. The one that's on the one that's sitting front row. Yeah, we paid. Our bank paid for that.
Same exact hat.
Yeah, this is him. I mean, he's
The cojones
flexing.
on this fucking guy for going same mask is awesome.
We don't know if he did though.
Yeah.
that has not
Well,
been.
the bank picture is
We don't know if that's him. That's what we're saying. Like,
gotta be.
well, for the sake of the story, definitely him.
Definitely is.
Yeah.
Sake of the facts that we have right now, we do not know if
Allegedly,
that's
sorry,
him.
sorry,
We do not know if that. No, not even to offend this fucking guy, because sounds like he has been a problem for a long time.
That's right.
Might have wanted to get out of the life though.
Yeah, the subtweets were definitely something.
He wanted to tell somebody the truth. I think personally.
See, I didn't.
Is it the mouth and stuff the same?
No, that's a different mask.
Okay,
man.
so
Yeah.
okay.
That's why. Yeah. But if he did, and just changed his jersey, you know, the wolf had like.
Went in a Texans
Had
jersey.
like a Brody Croyle jersey on instead of a Patrick Mahomes one.
Yeah, or maybe in Oklahoma he had like a Kyler Murray jersey on.
Yep.
Something comes in
You
there.
waited a long time for the Chiefs to be good, man. How long you been on this crime spree?
So 2016 was the first time he was arrested, but his parents have been, I think his parents have been arrested before. His brother's been
They're
arrested before.
heads of the KC mob.
I think they're from
Family
Utah
business.
too. I don't think they're from.
Heads of the Mormon.
Oh, they're
KC
Mormons.
Mob.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're Mormon or
don't know
just
that.
happen to live
Heads
in
of
Utah.
the Utah, potentially Mormon KC mob.
So we can say that's a matter of fact right there.
Yes.
We can say that is a matter of fact.
Sounded like the maybe voice.
But we did want to. No, that was a factual voice right there, wasn't it? I don't think that was maybe voice. But anyways, we got to correct that. It was not in Texas. It was in Bixby, Oklahoma.
Shout out.
Shout out to that crack steel police force.
There you go, Bixby.
He picked the wrong. He picked the wrong small town, didn't he?
That's right.
Now everyone knows. Hey, you go to Bixby. Be careful.
There will be other things that we will have to correct. We will do that after this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a 3-time Stanley Cup champion, 1 as a player, 2 times as a coach, current Turner TNT analyst for the NHL, a man who can't wait to chit-chat, I assume, about the Winter Classic coming up, where the Pittsburgh Penguins, a team that he's multiple Stanley Cups with, is going into Fenway Park in Boston to beat the hell out of the once good Boston Bruins.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen, a man who's hoisted Lordo numerous times. He's been a coach, he's been a player, now he's an analyst, Rick Tocchet.
Yeah!
Thanks, Pat. And actually 3 times with the Penguins, so that's why I love the Pittsburgh city and the team. I got 3 cups from them, so I owe them a lot.
Well, not from them, with her. You were with her. Hey, you were a big part of that, Rick. Hey, listen, congrats to you, and thank you for your service to the city of Pittsburgh.
Boy, Rick.
Not that I live there anymore, but as somebody that once lived there, especially in the 90s, that first one, what a good time it was to be alive. Starter jackets were just coming into the thing. The Penguins were better than everybody. We looked so cool, had a blast. I appreciate that. How's it been like being an analyst? You enjoy talking on TV about hockey? It feels like with the Turner relationship and with the ESPN relationship and with more games being seen, it's continuing to evolve. Do you feel that? Do you guys feel like you're on the tip of the spear almost as we're growing the game of hockey on there?
Yeah, I kind of like what we're trying to do. Hockey's always trying to catch the other major sports, and I think we're going to have a different flavor on how to try to broadcast it for us. Not that old boring style in the past. I think a guy like Paul Bissonnette really helps our panel to get to the younger crowd and try to get that average viewer who doesn't know much about hockey interested. So I think that's what kind of the philosophy of TNT. Listen, Barkley and the boys have kind of set the standard for that show that they do at NBA. So it's kind of a good stepping stone what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I think you guys are doing a great job. Fucking love Biz.
Oh, he's the man.
Love it.
Go
ahead.
I was just, me and Biz, we worked there, we're taking a steamer, and I was telling him I was going on your show, and he goes, yeah, I can't get to Pat's level on the podcast, but he goes, I can beat him in rough and rowdy, and he goes, I'll take AJ Hawk in a mud wrestling. That's what he said. He told me to tell you guys that.
Tell him we appreciate that. And I'm spending my life in a steamer. I'm not fucking in rough and rowdy. Don't you worry about that, Biz. And I don't know if you want AJ, though, in a mud wrestling.
No.
I'll let him answer that. But the crew you guys put together, I think, has been fantastic. Obviously, bringing Liam over from NBC, right? Mm-hmm. And then you get Wayne on this fucking thing. And you've played against Wayne, and now you're working alongside Wayno. And I'm from hockey time. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, okay? Been a hockey fan. The Penguins were the only team that my family was able to go see live, right? So I was a big Penguins fan. I legit. So as a human that is just a shit talker and not really worried about much, I've always said it's great that Wayne Gretzky, the number 3 best player in the history of hockey, is in the game, getting to talk and everything like that. And then everybody in the hockey world goes, 3. And I go, well, obviously, Sidney Crosby's the fucking best player of all time. Then you got Super Mario right there under, who you coached, Sidney. And then Wayne, congrats, top 3. That's an incredible thing. Then I just learned a stat. I just learned a stat last week or 2 weeks ago that I should have been informed much earlier. If you were to take away all of his goals scored, all of the goals, points are kept by second assists, and goals. If you were to get rid of 1/3 of the stat, he would still be number 1 all time.
Yep.
Just from the assists and everything like that. I've been wrong.
Got him number 3. And you still got him number 3.
No. I want to let you know. You can tell Wayne this. For the last 2 weeks, he is certainly
climb the rankings.
He is the number 1 player in the world. But what is it about Wayne, you think, that made him, obviously the stats are the thing, but what made him so fucking good? And how is he enjoying doing television? Because I think it's big for the sport to have him on one of the main broadcasts all the time.
Yeah, you guys will say the same thing. Your guys' sport, football, the vision. His ability to slow the game down he was the master. Puck was going to get to him. He knew where he was going to go with it next. So I guess his vision was just incredible. He's just an incredible guy. He's, close friend of mine, and he enjoys doing the TV part. He's a storyteller too, right? He likes telling stories, situational stuff. excuse me, pressure situations, what he did, that's what he really adds to our broadcast. I love asking him the stories. He's a good storyteller.
Yeah, and he's the greatest of all time. I mean, in everybody's eyes now. Yeah. In everybody's eyes now. So him being a part of the product, I think, is good for the league going forward. And the other guy that I said was the number one player, you coached, obviously coached alongside Gretzky as well, played against him, and now you're working alongside him on TV. You coached Sidney Crosby, though. What do you see from Sid, and is he the best modern player of all time?
Yeah, I mean, he's an incredible guy to coach. I've never seen a drive on a guy. You know, the season's over. He takes 2 weeks off. He's in Germany learning new training techniques. Or, you know, he'll study the game at night. I remember as an assistant coach, I was at the dinner with some friends, and I get the text, "Hey, Toc, did you see that face-off play the San Jose Sharks did tonight?" And I'm like, well. And I lied. "Oh yeah, I saw it. We'll talk about it tomorrow." And I'm sitting having a steak, right? But that's the sort of stuff he wants to be coached. You know, great players. Sometimes coaches are afraid to coach them. He wants to be coached, and you better know your stuff with Sid. You know, he doesn't give his trust up very easy, so you got to make sure you give him some good stuff. So, but a fabulous guy, very superstitious guy too. Like one of the most superstitious guys I've ever seen in my life.
Rupper was pillow talking on That's Hockey Talk. And he said that if Sid goes into a house through one door, 100% chance he's going back out that same door. Even if you go through like the garage or something, and then he goes into the house, you have a gathering, and then maybe he'll go out the front door. No, got to go back out the garage. Mm-hmm. Like there's a lot of things like that, I guess, that Rupper said that I did not know, but it makes sense. If you're going to be great, why fuck with anything? I assume that's not a bad idea.
Listen, we went with that run. We had won the 2 cups. We made a run one time. I bought this brand new blue. It was like $1,800 suit, $2,000 suit, and I wore it. You know, during games, and then I wore it again. So we were on the bus. Right, we lost the game. We're on the bus, and he calls me off the bus. Right, the guys are on the bus. He pulls me aside. And he goes, "Hey, Toc, you know, you can't wear that suit again." I'm like, "Why?" He goes, "You're 0-2 with that suit on." And I'm like, "Okay, man, whatever you." So I never wore the suit for a year and a half. Like I never wore it again. So finally, when I left Pittsburgh to take the job in Arizona, I started wearing that suit again. Man, I had a $2,000 suit in the car for a year and a half because Sidney Crosby said we lost with it. So that's the sort of stuff that you do. You'll do anything to win, right?
Legend.
Okay, Winter Classic coming up. The superstitious Sidney Crosby, number two or three player of all time. Definitely number one modern.
Scored a game winner last night.
Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Sidney. I appreciate it. Flat stick too. We got the hand. We got no worries about that. He is traveling up to Fenway, okay, with a crew that he has played alongside for a long time. A lot of people didn't know whenever this Pittsburgh Penguins team was put back together in the same exact way, basically new ownership, same exact way. Do they have enough at last year's age, at this age, to go on a run? Now they've gotten hot. I believe we've become the hottest team in the NHL. We're going into the Winter Classic against the Boston Bruins, who have the best record in the NHL, I believe. Is this a big-time test game for both teams, and what will we learn at this stage of the season that we can take forward when hockey becomes more prevalent in the conversation?
Yeah, I had them as my Final Four at the start of the year, and then when they went through that hiccup about, I guess, 6 weeks ago. They lost about 6 or 7, and my cohorts were giving me crap on the air, and I said, listen, when you're the Pittsburgh Penguins, you have structure to fall back on, and they have. They've won, I think they've won, 12 of their last 14. Sidney Crosby's top 7 in the league in scoring, plays a two-way game. You know, I always say if Sid wanted to cheat the game a little bit, there you go, man. Awesome. There you go. I love that.
Thank you. Thank you. Me too.
You know,
thank you, NHL.
He just doesn't cheat the game. He could probably get another 15 points if he cheated the game. So it's a great test with Boston. I've been impressed with the way Boston. It's probably the best Winter Classic matchup they've ever had.
At Fenway too. Fenway though, that's going to be a great. They're showing drawings of what it's going to look like. That's next weekend, I believe, right?
Yeah, the 2nd, January 2nd.
Next
January
Monday.
2nd.
Yes.
Same day.
Same day as
Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Rose Bowl will be before though, I assume.
Right.
Yeah. That game's at 2:30, I believe.
Oh, so Winter Classic before Rose Bowl, probably.
Yeah, Rose Bowl at 5, right?
Rose Bowl into the Winter Classic. Is that what we're doing?
Or Winter Classic.
Yeah, 2 o'clock, I think, 2 o'clock Eastern, right? Is that the start?
Is that you guys for Winter Classic?
Yeah, that's at Fenway, yeah.
So Winter Classic in a Rose Bowl.
Yes, there it is.
That's a hell of a fucking January 2nd. And then
Unbelievable.
if you're not a hockey fan, don't worry about it. Tune in. The Pittsburgh Penguins are your new favorite team. They have all the best players in the NHL aside from Ovechkin, which we will certainly have to talk about. Get Ovechkin on the team. And give me McJesus, maybe, help him learn how to win in the playoffs. Stoner can stay in Vegas for sure. Don't know that. But that game is a battle of two elites, though. That is a primetime game that the world should watch, even if you don't know the NHL, and I think they will because how cool it is. Host of That's Hockey Talk, Nikki Nuzini. Frank Moraldo has a question for you.
Hey, Talk, appreciate you and everything you did for the city of Pittsburgh. I want to ask, I know you were the all-time leader, and I believe you still are, of Gordie Howe hat tricks. That is a fight, an assist, and a goal in the same game. So
baby.
We know you were a tough son of a bitch. I want to know who was the toughest person you ever had to dance with on the ice.
I've had a couple of Bob Probert was he was probably the heavyweight champ there for a while. Fought him a few times. He's a guy, and God rest his soul, is
rest in peace.
When he was in a bad mood, and you could tell in warm up, you kind of got a little nervous. He was one of those type of guys. Obviously Ty Domi for his size, very very tough guy. And then the guys like Cam Neely's, the Wendell Clarks, the guys in my era that could beat you up but also score a goal. Those guys are my favorite type of guys that can score and fight.
That's quite an honor, right? Isn't it the Gordie Howe hat-trick all-time leader? That's an honor that I assume that you chat about with the boys. Yeah, that's a big thing that gets brought up in conversation.
Yeah, it comes up every once in a while. Listen, it's the only record I have. I'll take it, right? It's a
good one to have.
It's something that not too many guys do now. The fighting's not as much. So that's going to be a little harder to break because nobody fights as much as they used to, which is good. I mean, the game's a lot more skilled, but you still have that element. Somebody goes after Sid or, like you said, McJesus. I mean, you gotta come to their aid. You need that type of that guy that can play the game. You can't have a guy that just fights and sits on the bench. That doesn't happen anymore.
With the way the game is changing, it seems like you're going to have that record forever. So, Congratulations!
There you go, Rick.
I don't know how many more people are going to be able to even catch up with what the game used to be. That was a part of the allure of hockey, I feel like, for Pittsburgh people and for a lot of people that are diehard hockey fans. It's like, hey, these dudes will fight, okay? They'll stick tap, they'll skate away, then they'll get back on, they'll play. It's a part of it, like being respectful. And then also, hey, we need this as a rally call. Like, I think that is a massive part of the sport at the beginning, the fundamental basis of it. Now that it's changing, you said it's good and everything like that, and I understand player safety is a big deal. I don't agree. I think them running fighting out of hockey is not a good play. I think that's something that hockey had that no other sport had. And I feel like if you grew up in the hockey culture, and I might be wrong, you grew up in more than I did, I'd have to lace my boots and go blue line to blue line at 6 a.m. or whatever. But that was something the hockey culture also appreciated, I think, more so than anybody else. Do you think it was inevitable that it was going to get pushed out? And do you think there's ever a chance it comes back?
Yeah, I'm with you, Pat. I mean, I like to see that element come, not to the stage fighting to that extent, but I remember those Philadelphia and Pittsburgh rivalries. Yes. I mean, there was pure hate. Mario would come in and he'd be dancing everybody, and then we'd run at him, and then they'd send their guy, and you just got that animosity going. I don't see it as much. It's more of I don't want to say a friendlier game, but it's more of a skill. Not as much hate, and I'd like to see those rivalries.
That's every sport, Rick. That's every sport. Every sport's like that. I think it's just the generation that we're in right now, which is good. Everybody getting along is good, but I think in hockey, like, just a chance of somebody actually going to a game, you might see a guy get his fucking head blasted by another. There's a chance.
That's awesome.
There's a chance that's going to happen. You're going to see some of the most spectacular athleticism at a speed that is on ice, obviously. Olympic skaters doing things competitive and with hand-eye coordination with the you're going to see shit that's just going to be like an Olympic sport is happening in front of you. And then if somebody feels disrespected, everybody's going to stop. Everybody's just going to be like, all right, boys, fucking do what you got to do. Like that, it was like hockey was all. That's why I love hockey so much. And I don't love the fact that the fighting's out of there. But once again, I'm happy. I'm not out there getting my face punched. So it's kind of a different game. You know what I mean, Talk?
Well, I get what you're saying, and I agree. But here's my big pet peeve, and I don't want to be that old school guy, because you have to be new school to coach nowadays or to be involved with any sport. I just can't talk to players on the team before the game or after the game I mean, I'll meet my buddy in a bar later that night, but I just cannot. Like I when you're competing against somebody, I can't be. Hey man, how you doing, bud? What's going on? Hey, where do you want to go to eat dinner tonight? And even after the game, it's a hard. The game's just over. I see that a lot, and maybe I'm old school, but I'm just not a fan of that. Like I can't be talking to guys during a game. It's just not like it's the old, like Biz calls it the old tummy, the tummy tucks. Like hey buddy, how you doing? Off the draw. I see a lot of that nowadays. That's the one thing I wish I didn't see that. That's my only pet peeve for today's player. I love them. Today's new players are phenomenal.
So good.
But a little less of the tummy tucks, before the game.
I think my favorite thing that you said is, I guess I'm old school. This guy has the Gordie Howe record.
Yeah.
Fighting, assists, and goals scored in hockey. I guess I'm old school. Yeah, I would say you're old school a little bit. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. And hockey is still one of the most dazzling sports to watch live, in person and on TV. Playoff hockey, you need to be in a building for a playoff hockey game if you ever get a chance to do so. But I do wish that was.
More fights.
I never thought it was going to stop, but it makes sense because now they don't want to dress a guy that's just going to fight, right? Because now you're wasting potential penalty killer and everything like that. It's kind of become more of stats and analytics type thing as opposed to thinking about human. Because I think Sidney, if he had a goon on his team, he'd be even better, right? Wouldn't he?
Well, last year there in the playoffs, Trouba's, it was a tough guy for the Rangers. He was running around a bit. He actually hurt Sid on a play. You wish you had a guy that, I'll be honest with you, I wish they had a guy like me out there because the first game.
Scared to death to touch Sid. They'd be scared to death to touch Sid because they know.
It's not that he may be scared of me, but I'm going to set the, and then I'd probably have to fight a guy like Reeves. That's what happens the first game of the playoffs because Sid's our meal ticket, right? And, they're running them and, the only answer he has is you better have a good power play. You better have the refs really, call a close game. But sometimes, there's a rough game out there, and sometimes you need that. But you're right, Pat. Your hockey IQ is great. You can't have a guy sit in the bench because you need penalty killers. You need specialty guys on the bottom six. So you can't just have a guy that just fights. He has to play the game.
I disagree. I think there's an argument to be made that you should have a guy that could just fight out there because I've watched Sid have to be the bully for the pen. Sid has to be the tough guy, the shit stirrer, and the best player on the team sometimes. And it's like when Wayne was playing, he had a guy that traveled with him team to team, right? And you didn't see, there was a fucking 3-foot radius around Wayno. And if it was a hit, it's going to be a clean hit. It's not going to be nothing cheap because if you did, literally within 5 seconds, there was consequences coming and you were going to have to answer for it immediately. Now it's like, with Sid at least, it seems like he can somebody can blindside him, kill him, and then, they go to a penalty. We have been terrible when other people were in the penalty box as well. It seems like over the last 3 years with how much talent we have. It's like I wish there was a bully out there who'd be like, don't fucking touch our guy, okay? And let's just see how hockey is as we get forward. But now Sid's a crybaby. Mm-hmm. He's a bitch because he's the one that has to complain about it. It's like, I don't think you should have to complain about it. I think there should be a guy on the team that is just coming out and saying, hey, this is fun. Was that fun? You liked hitting them? Cool. Boom! CTE City, never come back on the ice. Like, I think that's...
Well, I'll tell you what. My favorite guy is, he coaches for St. Louis, Craig Ruby. He was probably one of the toughest guys I ever played, too. What he would do, he's going to fight their tough guy, whoever the guy is on the other team, but he's going to go after their best player first. I like that. That's a deterrent, right? That is a deterrent. Go after their best player and then fight the other guy later. I like to see that a little bit more too. That'll settle teams down.
The boys in the back just reminded me that you were tasked with protecting Mario. Was that something you took to heart, or was that something that was ever chatted about?
Yeah. I played on his line. I had 110 points, almost 50 goals. He was my meal ticket. Anybody touched him, it was like it was full on. Yeah. On my watch, no way he's getting hit. Like I said, this guy's giving me tap-ins, man. I'm going to the net. I'm not the most skilled guy. He used to give me like empty net goals. So, and you talk about Wayne Gretzky. He's a 1B too. Like he's right. He's a number one for me too. He is a phenomenal hockey player and a great guy. a great guy. So you want to protect that guy for sure.
Yeah, people tell stories about, and I don't know if it was Mario, I assume it was, or maybe Wayne, or any of these other incredibly skilled and creative hockey players where their teammates say, I was literally told just to skate towards the net with my stick on the ground. And the pass is coming off of your, and they're going to throw it so hard off of your stick, you won't, just skate with your eyes closed, basically, with your stick on the ground. And then these guys are going to find it, and it's just going to be a wide open one-timer or whatever. It's just like, it's unbelievable watching this.
Yeah, I got traded to Pittsburgh. I got 3 assists. I didn't even get up our own end, and they announced it. Hey, an assist by Rick Tocchet. I remember just throwing the puck in the middle of the ice. He knocks it down, and dekes 3 guys and scored. I got 3 assists that one game. I never even got outside our blue line. So that's when you play with those guys. They're special players, man. Special.
Darius became a massive hockey fan like 2 years ago. Has a question for you, Tocchet.
Hey, I fell back. I'm back to being the casual, but this Winter Classic coming up sounds like two really good teams. I'm a big players guy. Tell me the top 4 players in your opinion. I obviously heard a bunch about Sid. Top 4 players on the ice, and then the play styles of these 2 teams as well.
Yeah, so on the top 4 of this team coming up, the 2, Boston and Pittsburgh, definitely. You got Crosby and Malkin. And then on the other side, they got some great, this Marchand kid and Pasternak.
Awesome.
These guys are pressured players. Those are the 4 guys I would want to watch in this Winter Classic.
Hell yeah.
Marchand's a little bit of a shit disturber. He's not afraid to hit a Sidney Crosby, And Pasternak's he's a mini version of Ovechkin. He's just a pure goal scorer. He's going in he's going to be a free agent next year, so he's going to probably get a $10 million a year contract coming up himself. So he's a guy to.
He's coming to Pittsburgh. Pasta's coming to Pittsburgh.
Going to Florida.
No, he's coming to Pittsburgh. Pasta's coming to Pittsburgh to fucking drink out a couple of these.
Oh man, if Pittsburgh got him, geez, Sid could play to his 50. He's that good.
Well, they need a tough guy.
We're getting Pasta. Yeah, we'll bring Marchand in too. I don't know when he's available. He'll start licking faces for the Pens, pal. Okay, yeah, we need a pest on that team. We need him more than anything. Sid's got to be the pest, the enforcer, the fucking best playmaker, and the star of the team.
Bummer.
I don't know what's going on over there in Pittsburgh. Let's get it figured out. Mario's there. He'll certainly get it figured out. Here's a Boston Bruins fan who doesn't know shit about fuck when it comes to hockey, Connor.
Yeah, Rick, all I know is about original 6 teams and how many cups those guys have and how long they've been playing for, so you get it. But when you're talking about Pasta, you just mentioned the $10 million a year contract. Do you see guys getting higher contracts as we go on? Because obviously one of the conversations around hockey is how some of these best players like Sid, like McDavid, haven't gotten the massive contracts that the best players in the NFL or maybe the NBA obviously that have. And also, will Pasta sign during the season, or do contract extensions for NHL players usually not happen until after?
Yeah, it's a dangerous one to leave Pasta. I'm sure they're talking. It's no way they can get him to free agency. He's the type of guy that loves Boston. I think $10 million is a cheap deal for him because he could command the $12 million. McDavid's $14 million, I think, and Draisaitl. That's the interesting one because you have a salary cap, and you have those 2 guys make $28 million a year combined, and what's your cap? About $86 million. So to construct a team, you got to be very careful because you can't top load the whole thing. But a guy like Pasternak, he's a generational goal scorer. They got to get him signed up. But I could see him taking a Boston discount. He loves it there. I could see him.
Don't, Pasta.
Of course.
We don't know how long your career is going to be, Paul. Get all the money you can get from Pittsburgh. You're going to love the city.
Goons in Boston, so he'll play forever. He won't have to deal with it like Sydney has.
Rick, I don't know how much you watch our show. Our hockey talk basically goes, we're going to do our hockey talk every time it comes on. Just give it your rating as we go. Pittsburgh Penguins still the fucking best team in all of hockey. That's great to hear.
That doesn't make sense because the Bruins just set the home record for most consecutive wins to start a season. So it looks
like
we're
the Bruins
win the cup,
fucking
actually.
stink, pal. That is literally how the Bruins are.
I mean, Golden Knights are the best team in the Western Conference. So
no, Boston's impressed me, but there's a long way to go. And then the thing with Pittsburgh, I know they've hit the road in the first round the last few years. They got a pretty good pedigree of getting through. They've won the last 3-4 Stanley Cups in the last 20 years, or they've got
2 decades. Okay.
Oh, okay. Original 6 fucks. I mean, let's not even talk about.
Boston has won 1 cup in the last 10 years as well.
Yeah, you guys stink though. Natural.
Number 1 team in the NHL though.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You guys suck, but not as bad as the fucking Golden Knights.
of course.
Best team in the Western Conference right now.
Do you have a question for Todd? Red Wings? I don't even want to hear it. You guys
Iceland's
you
got
weren't
the
even
boys buzzing
invited.
Not a real team.
You weren't even invited.
Not a real team.
You weren't even invited to the COVID Cup.
Best young team in the league.
Not a
We're on
real
our
team.
way.
You weren't even invited, dude.
killing
They
squids.
said
You don't
stay
get it.
home. Don't
Panthers
come
won
to
a playoff
Kansas.
series.
Oh, the Panthers. They don't even know how to
They don't play hockey
They get
in
bullied.
Florida,
They don't even know-
D-Bud.
That's talk it. That's what a hockey talk is every time it comes up. Literally, that's what it is. So we appreciate you adding some real information in there. The Las Vegas Golden Knights diehard fan has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Talk. For whatever reason, it was tough being a Golden Knights fan last year because, so much promise. They get Jackie Aces, and for whatever reason, him and Stoner couldn't both stay healthy. They couldn't be on the ice at the same time. And then they get, Boston Bruins. We bring in, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. How much does coaching matter in the NHL? Like, this looks like a completely different team with a new coach. Like, will they be able to sustain this success moving forward? And coming from a guy who actually did coach, like how much can coaching change a team year over year in the NHL?
Yeah, I think I think it's more of setting the standard, the culture. But I think Cass is a really good coach. I know one thing. I talked to him this summer. He really wanted to dedicate the neutral zone. That was something that they weren't good at last year. And if you watch this year, that's one of their strengths is the neutral zone. So good coaching, yeah, for sure. Regarding Vegas, they got away from who they were from the first year, and they've chased the shiny new toy every year. For free agents.
Fools.
No, I just think that they got to stay with who they were, their identity. They got back to it this year. Can they keep it? That's the thing. And the goaltending, can it hang in there? That was something that started the year that they were concerned about the summer. But it's Logan Thompson's been good this year. But I judge goalies in March and April in the playoffs. That's when the pressure hits, and that's when you got to make the saves. So that's something I'm going to see if Vegas can sustain that.
Ty, since inception of the Knights, been a diehard.
That's right.
Literally, as soon as because he joined the show, we all have a hockey team.
Yep.
Vegas Golden Knights come in, they're an expansion team. Oh my God, they're good. Ty Stoner's doing this. He's starting to dress up like the Golden. Remember, they used to do the full Vegas pre-show too on the ice with the lasers and the night and the DJ and music and everything. His life as a hockey fan there was fantastic. I mean, he comes in, he's living the best life of all time. Expansion team somehow in the playoffs, most exciting team, best home game experience, it's seeming like.
Yeah, toughest barn in the NHL.
Go to the Cup.
And now,
Absolutely. Well, they got a nightclub up top. They
right.
got a nightclub up top.
and now what? Tell them, you guys fucking stink.
No. He
Good
said
run.
getting
You
back,
guys
getting
stink.
back to the identity, which is fucking having Stoner lace up the boots and just fucking speed around the ice out there. And he's doing that.
We're not the best hockey show. We show definite bias. Like that is literally what happens when hockey comes into ours. When we cover any sport other than football.
Yes.
Because football, we feel an obligation to the league to at least cover it. I'm obviously a Colts fan, obviously a Patriots fan, obviously a Packers fan, obviously a Steelers fan, obviously a fan of like 5 or 6 teams in the NFL over here.
Yeah,
Darius,
definitely not the Dolphins.
but we feel obligated to kind of talk from a standpoint. Like this year, the Vikings are literally like the team, and like teams are coming out of nowhere because it's our world. When we talk about any other sport, though, we might be the worst coverage in that sport.
You had to talk the points.
First 20 minutes we had fucking talking on. I was forcing him to talk about the Pittsburgh Penguins. Literally, hey, this is what we need to do. Do you get stuck in that? Do you guys cover just a certain? Because like in the NFL world for a long time, you put the Cowboys on TV. Hey, here you go. We put the Cowboys on TV. You talk about them in the A block, C block, and then at the end of D, let's go ahead and bring them back in a little bit if we can. And then we're back to the A block. It's Cowboys. And that's kind of how sports media has been with the NFL for a long time. Us, not as much. This year, a lot more than had been, but it's not really our thing. For you guys, is there certain teams you have to talk about? The Rangers, New York, huge, historic. The original 6 teams, you have to pay respect to that. Like, is there teams that you guys focus on more, or is it just basically who's playing, how everybody's playing?
Well, it's definitely when we have, our ratings go up when we have the Rangers, LA, Chicago, even Chicago stinks. They're not good.
Whoa.
But
Come on. You did it. This guy's, hey, Rick, you're doing it. You're doing it on Chicago does stink, don't they? Jeez,
I mean, but those are the type of teams that, people want, the fan base, I guess. But, for me, McDavid is a guy that I mean, I would pay a lot of money to go watch play. Unfortunately, and Edmonton's a great city. Don't get me wrong, Canadian city, but he doesn't get the. I don't think people understand that are just average hockey people that how great a player to watch him, what he does on the ice. So he doesn't get. If he was in New York, one of those markets, he would probably the ratings would go a lot higher for NHL.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to Vegas or Boston.
Probably Boston, actually.
He'll probably end up in Pittsburgh. He'll probably end up in Pittsburgh. Yeah, when Sid's done, bring in McJesus because it is the Penguins.
They'll play together for a year or two.
Might go to your Kraken.
Well, and Pasta will be there as well. Ton, your question for Rick Tocchet.
One thing that we don't talk about on this show is one of the most fascinating stories in the NHL, and that's an organization you're familiar with. How are the Yotes playing in the Mullett Arena in a 5,000 seat stadium? How does that happen in the NHL?
If they don't get it, they got to get the arena done within this year, or they got to go somewhere else. I mean, I think everybody's tired of the whole Yotes thing. My thing is unreal place to play. I mean, to live. If they can get a new arena, the ownership be strong. They got a ton of draft picks. Then you're going to get some free agents that want to go there. That like real legit guys. So I coach there, and I know that market. If they can, but they have to get a new arena, and it has to be somewhere around Scottsdale or that downtown Phoenix area. And if they don't, they're dead. It's no way they can survive. I mean, the owner's probably losing $20-25 million a year, right? But they got a lot of draft picks. It's just a matter of they can.
Perfect.
In your sport, does that matter? In our sport, it doesn't really.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hit on your top guys. If you don't hit your first round,
so it's the same as us. Same as us, then. Same as there's teams that
But the difference with you guys, Pat, is your third rounder, fourth rounder. The percentage of them playing the NHL is a lot higher than hockey. Like you're a third rounder in the NFL. I don't know what the percentage is. I mean, I assume it's over 50-60% they play in the NFL, correct?
Probably like 30-50, probably 30 to 60.
30, hockey's probably 10%, 5%. So there's definitely a difference when it comes to hockey and with the draft. Yeah, you have to hit on your height.
And then we're thinking like, okay, now we got to break that down even more because it's a great comparison you're making there because those third-round draft picks are somehow being traded for actual fucking players. Like actual players are being traded in our sport for third rounders and fourth rounders, and we're like, how are they getting it there? Are we talking about playing or making it? That's the interesting thing. Like third rounder, fourth rounders, like getting on the field and playing because they're third or fourth rounders, or like becoming like actual assets for the team. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you get drafted third, even fourth round. Like you got some pretty decent expectations to get out there and play
and opportunity
early. Yeah, you're gonna get opportunities to get at least a good year, 2 years to show that you're worth that pick. But I think most third rounders, you're definitely expected to make it.
Yeah, old linemen. It feels like there's a lot of
different man. Hockey. Yeah, hockey's like I'd say it's 5% a third rounder. Like it's pretty low.
So that's the separation between the great and the good in hockey.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's some I was a 6th rounder, so you can find players.
Hey!
Put the stats on that.
Attaboy talker. That's right, dude.
No, but I just you got to hit on your I'm sure obviously NFL you got to hit your first rounders, but there's also it seems like there's more trades in NFL where they'll you get second and third or fourth rounders back, and those are in hockey you get a 5th rounder back. It's kind of it's hitting a dartboard.
All right, Rick, before we let you go, we appreciate all your insight. The reason why you made it as a 6th rounder, because I don't think there's any first rounders, second rounders, third rounders, fourth rounders, or fifth rounders that are getting their fucking jaw broken and then coming right back saying, put some plastic on the helmet and let me get back on the ice. You said, I guess I'm old school. As the Gordie Howe hat-trick record holder, that is for a fight in the game, a goal in the same game, and an assist in the same game. That's a Gordie Howe hat-trick. This guy has the record for it.
Legend.
Broken fucking jaw, put me back out there. You are old school.
Same night, the same game?
That's what a Gordie Howe hat-trick is.
Well, no. I mean, it's broken jaw.
I don't know. Did you get a Gordie Howe hat-trick with this game? Do you remember this?
No, I broke my jaw the first part. I went back the second. I did score the game-winning goal. I did.
Legend.
Wow.
Thank you.
Oh, you're a legend, dude. We appreciate you so much stopping by. We're happy you're a large part of the hockey media on TNT, and we can't wait for the Winter Classic on the 2nd at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, live from Fenway.
Yeah, I appreciate getting on. Big fan of the show. Talk to you guys down the road, man.
Rick Tocchet, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Rick!
Just tough fuck.
Yeah, I mean,
legend.
Where's he from? Do we know where he's from?
I'd guess Ohio.
It feels like this is an Ohio guy, but hockey.
Scarborough,
Probably,
Ontario.
Yeah, I was going to say he's
Canada.
Canadian.
Oh,
That's
Scarborough.
By the way, there's a lot of Ohio's in Canada. They have some. Think about how cold it is up there.
Saskatoon.
It's minus 70 up there.
Cold
right
as
now.
Saskatchewan.
Dude, Missoula, Montana. Okay, right now.
You were there.
Goodness.
I was not in Missoula. I was
no,
in
you were-
Bozeman. I was 3 hours away.
Yeah.
Hour and a half in between it is Butte, Montana, which is where Evel Knievel,
Right.
Yeah.
Colt Anderson, and the guy that killed Bin Laden is from.
Bob
Boom.
O'Neill.
By the hour and a half in between Bozeman and Missoula, or Bozeman and Missoula. I don't know which one is where. Bozeman, Montana State. Missoula, I believe, is University of Montana. I think. Not 100% sure. Heard a lot about Montana. Got a chance to experience it. It was cold as fuck, okay? It was like a bitter cold, too. You're up there in the fucking Rockies or whatever it is, way up in there. Today feels like negative 70, they say. Negative. Please be careful out there. An automated weather station above Highway 2 near Essex, Montana just reported a wind chill of negative 70. What the fuck does that even mean?
Antarctica.
Everybody in Montana, we'd like to let you know, we're pulling for you.
Yeah.
We don't know
Stay
how a
warm.
human operates in that. Pulling for you. Stay inside.
Stay inside.
Well,
Pipe some
hopefully
freeze
you don't
liquids.
lose power, because if you do, you're dead.
Yeah.
Gumpy lost power last night. He's battling 25 centimeters of snow.
Yeah, he couldn't drive because he was 22 centimeters of snow yesterday.
Dumpy's in Victoria, Canada, which is left of Missoula, Montana, I believe, and everywhere Montana is.
Yeah,
He did
top
hammer
line.
down in the dark yesterday because he couldn't battle the 22 centimeters of snow.
I was told Canada was used to the snow. I was told that I paid for electricity.
Guess I was wrong.
I was told. It's cold out there, though. That's a different cold. It's supposed to get like that here in Indiana and all across the Midwest. We hope everybody's okay through the holiday weekend and while the holiday's happening currently for I don't know how many different religions, but certainly at least the Jewish community. They have Hanukkah happening right now. I don't want to judge because I like to be a no judgy wudgy.
Sure.
Of course.
Whole show is.
Open-minded.
No, we've never judged.
No judges.
I feel like I'm one of the most empathetic humans
Yeah.
in a microphone. I will listen to other people's sides and always think like, well, there had to be a reason why this person did that. And it's not always right. You know, it's not always right. And then when you hear the reason, you're like, well, that's certainly wrong, but at least there was an explanation to it. I feel like our show has become like, we could judge certainly if they do something despicable, but if it's not like, there's a reason why these people,
Tough but fair.
stern,
But fair.
But fair.
but fair.
Fair.
I feel like that's what this program has been.
Always.
And we have to make some corrections from yesterday's show, and we'll do that in the next hour with AJ Hawk. AJ will have to be here for that particular article reading we will be doing next hour, just to make sure that everybody understands.
Fun.
It'll be a reading.
Can't wait.
Cannot wait for
A
it.
Christmas reading.
These meteorologists and weather people, I can't thank you enough for looking at the Doppler. As everybody knows, I have an affinity for weather people because I grew up in Pittsburgh with the fucking Doppler Dahn, Joe DiNardo.
That's right.
He might have actually designed the Doppler. That guy hit way more than rest in peace.
Love you,
Joe.
Joe.
Love you, Joe.
Miss you, Joe.
97% from the line.
But if it, bingo. People are seeing something on a Doppler. They're seeing a little twisty doo-hoo here with a little red and a blue hoo here. And they start maybe, and Joe's like, I've seen this one before.
Don't worry about it.
That's going to settle out. Do not cancel your outdoor plans.
Correct.
You are going to be A-OK here in the fine city of Pittsburgh. So I was almost spoiled, I think, with Joe DiNardo's accuracy on the Doppler. As I've grown older, and I don't know if this has become a thing everywhere, so please correct me if I'm wrong, they're almost cutting promos now for the weather that is potentially on the way. And I don't want to say I appreciate the fact that they're adding entertainment to it and they're adding a little bit of juice to it, but every storm is potentially the storm, right? It feels like nowadays that we're paying attention more to it. And we obviously have to deal with it with not only sports being affected by it and travel being affected, but just as humans out here in Indiana. It's much different weather than it was when I was in Pittsburgh. This storm is being chatted about as if maybe cancel Christmas. What's going on here? How cold is it? Flash freeze, they're saying. A flash freeze is going to happen. 30 to 40 degrees are going to drop out of nowhere, and it had already been raining. And when that temperature drops like 40 degrees, it's going to be a flash freeze, and everything's going to be ice, and it's going to be shut down. Wind's going to be 50 miles an hour. That's what they're saying right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's like, holy shit. You were saying cancel Christmas pretty much because one of the worst imaginable things on earth is coming to town. The Grinch is coming in a form of flash freezing to every drop of moisture that is outside, which, by the way, it's been raining for the last 24 hours. That's what they say. So it's going to freeze. When that freezes, guess what? Oh, ice is slick. What's that mean for the roads? Cars are going to be everywhere. Whenever you're walking, watch the hips, older folks. Watch the fall and keep your balance. If we were you, we'd stay inside. We'd not travel. If we had travel plans, we would move them 48 hours in advance because we don't know when the storm's going to come. Might come on Saturday, might come on Friday. Now it's coming on Thursday. Here's a window. We'll know when it hits Illinois. Indiana people are saying when it hits Illinois border, we'll know what's coming. It's like, but it also might change. It's like what they're describing right now is one of the worst storms that you could imagine, especially for a holiday travel weekend with everything just becoming an ice skating rink. That seems like a plan from Mother Nature. Like that's an actual like two-piece, I think.
Gotcha.
That's like, all right, I'm gonna rain. It's like when you throw a snowball up in the air. Like, hey, dipshit, you ever, did you grow up in the cold? Nope. Welcome to snow. Yeah, let's have a snowball fight. Okay, cool. I'm gonna hit you. Oh, okay, Florida guy, heads up.
Bang.
Right at you. I mean, that is kind of what Mother Nature's doing here with, we're gonna have a rain and then flash freeze. And that's what's being described by these. Are they right? Is this a real thing? Or are they cutting a promo right now?
It feels like Santa might have left Mother Nature on Reed, and she's fucking getting them back over this holiday. Something about
spite from Mother Nature.
Now, since Joe passed.
Rest in peace, Joe Nora.
Love you, Joe. Miss you, Joe. There's only one guy I go to, and that's Jim Cantor. Fellow Paisan.
Like Joe.
That's all the only people I trust. And potentially, not potentially, the greatest weatherman we have today. Okay? He's out there tweeting like it's real, so I'm going to take that as gospel.
Okay, and he's probably in it right now.
He actually, I saw that Missoula tweet because he quote tweeted it and said, fucking, oh, jeez.
So I was introduced to Jim Cantor because of Tone Diggs. He is known for his hurricane coverage, where he will actually just go stand right in the middle of it. And at his house, obviously, for the hurricane, he has one of those umbrella hat things and a jacket, a rain jacket, and everything like that. He also has ice skates.
Yes.
He has the snowboard goggles.
Right.
He has the 15 scarves. He has the scuba kit.
Fire suit.
And he's skating with this storm right now. If they cut to him, he is on 70 East. Skating right down the side with this storm.
With a parachute where the wind's
dragging him, yeah. That's probably what's happening, if we had to guess. So if Jim Cantor's saying, I guess we should respect it.
Definitely
but also,
respect it.
Your travel, I think we should change. I think we should change your travel.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely get that. I was clueless, too, obviously, this weather. Until last night, I'm at the bar having dinner, watched the game. Older lady, kind of just conversation. She's talking about travel. Yeah, you get back to your room, you turn on channel 14, older lady. I'm like, all right, let me just check these kind of.
It's called the phone lady.
Yeah, it's kind of killed the
I
game.
will. Do you know what the name of WTHR got it? Yeah, I'll find it.
Channel 14, channel 10, she gave me a couple channels to check. But it sounds like the real. I heard you should get into that promo cutting weather report. I heard you this morning tell us about the weather. You did
Well, that's what I was literally reading what they wrote.
Yeah. Yes.
And what you just heard was pretty much what they wrote. And I'm like, damn, like this is a promo that they're cutting for this storm. And it's adjusting a lot of people's lives. Because it's a holiday weekend.
A lot of canceled flights.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of canceled Christmases happening right now. You know what I mean? And if this storm, I hope it's not bad.
If it's a miss,
I hope it's not bad. That's good for everybody. It's not bad. Because any storm that comes, especially one that has dangerous conditions, is not good for society, humanity. But for the weather people community, the way this one's being painted is like, hey, cancel Christmas if you're in the middle of America. Don't even try to travel. And it's like, their message has been sent. Like, people are People are very scared right now of the weather that's coming to do anything. And I just hope it's not as bad for the sake of everybody. But if it isn't as bad, for the sake of the weather people, it's like, will we hear, like, what? How will we ever get some transparency like we expect from NFL officials? Or
doesn't matter, damage is done. Because if you were flying, you've definitely already, changed your flight and stuff like that. So if you don't get it, you're just going to be more pissed that nothing happened. So at this point, it's kind of like, hey, it better come.
And it's not their fault.
No, it's not
their fault. They're not the ones up there.
They don't have a choice.
They're not the ones up there throwing together the weather.
No, because the alternative is you don't do anything. You show up at the airport, you wait around, and then your flight gets canceled anyway. And then you got to drive back to wherever your house is in shitty conditions. And, it's kind of it's a double-edged sword.
It's a no-win situation
Right.
for the weather folks.
Mm-hmm.
But when it involves like holiday season and especially in this post-COVID era.
Oh, yeah.
Right, where some families were like scared.
Haven't seen each other in years, probably.
Yeah, and this is like the first one's good.
I mean, that looks real.
And I'm just, yes, this Doppler appears to be, this is something I've never seen before. And I think that's kind of how the weather people have been acting as well. Like, hey, I don't really know if we've ever seen this type of thing before.
It's bad.
Peace. Hey,
everybody be safe.
Yeah.
Everybody please be safe.
Better be real.
Nick, we don't want it to be real.
It's bad for future though, because it's sure the weather community. Yeah, it's not good for them. It's bad for the people because the next
Boy,
time
you
they
cried
do
wolf.
this, yeah, exactly. Next time they do this, people won't listen, and then it will be that bad, and then they'll be fucked for 2 different weekends, this one and that one.
And also, if it is a big storm like it appears to be here, we would like everybody to make sure they go out of their way to say, hey, weather folks, thank you for the heads up. So we didn't get guys up. We need to have that as well. And we will be loud about that because if what is coming and appears to be coming is coming, this is a fucking problem for a lot of places.
I think they'll get snow wrong, but I don't think they get wind and temperature wrong a lot of time. That's what this one's bringing.
Gonna find out.
Also, the Saints and Browns game, basically the same exact forecast as Patriots and Bills last year.
Oh, sure.
That total's already 32.
Thank you, Todd.
Fuck. We should have got that earlier.
I don't think there was 32 points scored in the
12 14-11 in the Bills pass.
Bro, that was we should have been ahead of this. Yeah. This is our thing.
But now we know. Hey, better late than never.
Yeah, but they're going to move. They were giving away a free bet just a little bit ago. FanDuel was. Anyway, we can do this during the break.
Yeah.
We can do it. Now we should do it now because we just said it. So they're going to try to get us before under 32.5.
Well, if the meteorologists are wrong, though.
Also, if you haven't bought, ice melt or salt yet, I'd suggest go out and get some of that like today.
Yeah. D, but you should also get a Christmas gift for Sal Pal since you're staying at his house this weekend.
Yeah, because those flights are going to be canceled. NFL matchup's actually a 72-hour show now.
The war stories that you are going to hear.
Yeah. You just think about getting a wetsuit, too.
Oh, Sal's got one.
Good Christmas.
All right, let's get to a break.
He still has all his seals. Yeah.
Real thing, though. This storm is a real thing, allegedly.
Yeah, be careful for everybody. Like, it's from here
Bring
all the way
your
to
pets inside, too.
It's like the whole fucking country.
Yeah, legit.
Hey, if you
People
live...
don't leave their pets outside.
Look at Florida's about to get real cold.
Yeah, we got a little cold front, too.
44, boom,
39.
Man, it's going to rain so hard, man. They got to deal with hurricane stuff, though.
True, exactly.
We don't have that conversation.
True.
We have tornado.
And we have those same, hurricane conversations. Everyone is not everyone, but
that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, that's the one. But you gotta take heed. You gotta take a lot of old heads though. You got 60 people that been in Florida 40, 50, 60 years. Like, fuck it.
That's what's going on with this storm though. With people that are used to the cold, they're like, can't be worse than the blizzard in '94. And it's
gotta
like,
be.
You're telling me the blizzard in '94 is coming again here? I doubt it. They say this every year. That's what everybody says.
Better be Arctic wolves roaming around.
There might be.
Well, that's what happens with the hurricane, right? Hurricane, the ocean just gets picked up, and there's sharks just living in the neighborhood.
Yeah, that's right.
So not only do you have to worry about your couch getting water damage, you got to worry about your ankles getting gnawed on by a great white shark.
That's right.
That's what hurricanes got to deal with. Is that what this polar vortex is bringing? Arctic wolves from the Arctic.
Yeah, if you've ever seen the documentary with Dennis Quaid,
Good point.
basically coming true.
All right, let's take a break. We got some corrections from yesterday's show that we have to make. We've been teasing this for an hour and 10 minutes right now. Did not expect us to get to Arctic wolves walking the streets of Indiana. But that is what this program has.
That's right.
And what they're telling us is
We don't know if it's coming, but if it did,
Winter's coming.
would be wild.
you be ready.
Winter's coming.
North remembers.
Winter's been.
Did anybody watch that little knockoff one?
Oh, yeah.
Good?
House
No.
of Dragons.
You mean Haas?
No.
House of Dragon. I watched like 3 episodes. I thought I was going to stick with it. Football happened.
Yeah, stop
exactly.
Third episode.
Good, not great.
Exactly.
Winner didn't come, did it?
It's hard to live up to number one.
All right, we'll be back in 5 with AJ Hawk and some corrections from yesterday. Sal Paulantano is on ESPN right now.
Yes.
Pow.
Darius Butler is here. AJ Hawk will join us, as will Cameron Dicker, kicker for the Los Angeles Chargers, who has so many game winners for so many teams. Here's a stat about him. He's 16 of 17 on field goals this season as a rookie. That's 94.1%. That'd be the greatest in the history of the NFL if he was to finish with the same percentage as a rookie. Can't wait to chat with him. Can't wait to talk to AJ. Can't wait to make some corrections from yesterday. This is Pat McAfee Show. Hour 2 is on the other side. Take 5.
Hello and welcome to the special investigative report. Much has been made in the media world on the life and charitable donations of the man Pat McAfee, especially lately with the rise of the ever-popular Pat McAfee Show, a show that in his own words, stinks. We thought it privy to dive into the inner workings and machinations of this tiny business, this small regional show that has reached international discourse. We sat down with the suit himself, Bruce Brown, to figure out what, where, when, why, and how they're able to give away so much money to the viewers of this incredible program.
So yeah, when you enter a Pat McAfee Show giveaway or win a FanDuel merch picks contest on Sunday, essentially, the entire hashtag will be downloaded into an Excel file and the winners will be randomized within that. And then we do a quick scumbag check, basically click on the profile and make sure, you aren't a robot or blocked by Pat. And then it'll be transferred over to Dirty Gertie, who creates the Winner Wednesday graphic, which then runs on the show each Wednesday in a commercial break. If you win over $599, we're going to need your email, or you can email giveaways@patmcafeeshow.com. If it's under $599, all we need is your cash tag. And if you win merch, obviously we need your size, address, and what you want from the store. Usually I'll just reply to you on Twitter. If you have any questions about any giveaway, whether it's cash that you either are waiting on or merch, you can just reach out to me on Twitter or email giveaways@patmcafeeshow.com. Please give us about 1 to 2 weeks to sort out your prize. That's typically how long it takes. But again, if you have any questions, just reach out to us.
We reached out to PMI's money man himself, CFO Phil, for an on-camera interview. Regretfully, he declined the segment, but he did give us the salacious, juicy details. In an email correspondence, CFO Phil replied, $2.6 million year to date. Too much money. There you have it. $2.6 million given away, a pissed off CFO, and a show that quote unquote stinks. Good night, good morrow, good luck, and good fortunes.
It's nice to see that there's still Ken Dorsey's out there, though.
Yeah.
We're talking full fucking fit whenever this game ended without them being able to spike it and take a long field goal or whatever the fuck they were going to do. Ken Dorsey here closest. He's a married man, got a medal. Oh, you fucking it, we did it! Damn it! We talked about this all week. We talked about it all week. Get the fuck down! Son of a bitch. Break this fucking thing.
Yeah. I love how the other coach, too, is looking over like, oh, shit. I didn't know
guy?
Ken had... Yeah, maybe he didn't know Ken had this in him.
And the bearded guy should feel good about how he looks right now.
Yeah.
Bearded guy's ponytail, fucking great.
Great.
Top notch.
Beard, unbelievable.
Gumpy.
Looks to be a bit of a thick, stout gentleman. But Ken Dorsey losing his fucking bananas.
Pat.
Taking this. Get this. Why is this in front of me right now? Get out of my way, dude. Why are you still on the desk, bro? Fuck you.
Fucking thing.
Hey,
fuck. Oh, he's going to get fined for that.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to get fined for that. Tom
lot.
Brady, 1 week ago, broke a Microsoft Surface. Now there's a rule. Hey, no players or coaches are allowed to break anything. Did he break? He's getting fined for that.
100%.
Oh, no.
I thought that's why he was trying to cover the camera at the end.
Oh, so he was saying, hey, fuck. No, I don't think he was trying to cover it. I think he was saying, find me, mother.
Yeah.
Like, I
Fuck
think,
you, too.
Boom.
Hey, somebody else came and covered the camera, though. Whatever other coach put his hand over that camera.
No, I think that was Dorsey. I think it was.
No,
yes.
watch his hand come in.
Oh,
yeah.
Shit,
It's a right hand.
Oh, my God. I didn't even notice that, AJ.
Yeah, you think he's going to cover the camera in the middle of that rant?
No, I
You
think
he's going to kill somebody.
I thought that was the shit he
Yeah,
threw.
Something at it.
No, I watched it a few times. That's a hand.
Wow.
Hey, that's good teamwork.
AJ.
Yeah.
That's good teamwork up there. Now, I do believe he's going to get fined for the Microsoft Surface bash after the Tom Brady one became a rule. And maybe that's what the co-worker said. Oh, come on, Ken. There's a camera.
They can see you.
There's a camera. Jesus, you're going to go viral.
Sorry, Ken.
They're riding in that elevator down to the locker room after the game. And Ken's standing there with his fucking papers all disheveled and a Microsoft Surface cracked screen, and his notebook's been ripped in half because he has superhero strength at that moment. It's like he's ripping a fucking phone book, and they hit the basement button to go down there. At some point, there was an awkward silence. The bearded guy is looking to his left. The bald guy's like, oh. And then whoever covered that up was like, you're going to go viral. Yeah.
Hey,
What?
let's go!
This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for. AJ, never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it!
What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to our humble abode. On this Winter Wednesday, December 21st, 2022, Hour 2 starts right now.
Football
is truly remarkable. It is a sport that was founded by people who said, how do we get two groups of people to battle each other in a fashion that is electrifying, explosive, athletic, and physical.
Yes. Goddamn right.
And that's how a sport was birthed that has taken over the ratings every single time it's on. It is a sport that has provided me, my family, and many others with so much opportunity. It is a sport that we cover every single day, and we're lucky for it. It is a sport that we'll watch on Christmas Eve, and on Christmas, and on Monday after Christmas. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. The Talks table is here at Boston Connor, at Ty Schmidt. One half of the Hammer, Dahn Cowboys, Taryn Diggs is here. The host of Everything DB, which will happen today, and the Man to Man podcast, and NFL matchups with Sal Palantario. Darius Butler is here. And joining us live from Manhattan, Ohio, is a man who's a college football national champion, a Super Bowl champion, Ryder Cup champion, video game shitster, NBA pundit, COVID survivor, and jolly old St. Nick for the holidays. Yeah, he is. 10 kids, ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hawk. What's up, dude?
What's up? I hear you guys. You're worrying and complaining about the upcoming possible weather.
We aren't complaining.
Congrats.
We aren't
officially old people now, huh? Is that what we are?
Shut up.
Yeah.
What's your fucking
What are you guys?
17 days from now, you see the forecast. I better bundle up.
17 days is like tomorrow, dude. This is literally tomorrow.
Let's just deal with the weather when it gets here, all right? Obviously, we can handle it and have stuff ready, but come on now, let's just live.
ZD, baby, this light has become a strobe light yet again. We should probably just turn it off.
This one on this side, too.
And Connor's as well. It's good.
Sweet.
I don't know how much we paid for it. They work. Just like the Doppler does. We're not complaining about it.
Jesus.
It is just a topic of conversation that should be had because the alarms and reports about this particular winter storm are as if the entire country, north of like North Carolina and maybe like New Mexico and maybe Tennessee in the middle, north of there, every time you're about to get a big fuck you from Mother Nature right before the holiday. And it's not just a standard weather winter fuck you. No, this is a two-piece combo from Mother Nature where it's rain, flash freezes, everything's an ice skating rink.
Yep.
And it's like this is the travel time. So what we're saying is it is our duty as a platform to allow people insight on situations that could affect their lives. And if you only watch sports, you need to know there's a big fucking storm allegedly coming.
You're saving lives, okay?
Trying to, AJ. So this isn't complaining. Yeah. No, this is a service to our society, pal. But we're also bringing up if this doesn't, what's being said. If it doesn't, might be a tough day in the Doppler community. And I don't know if they got a Donardo still that's going to be able to rally the troops. That's all we're saying, AJ. We're not complaining. Right
and is this not a football show?
Exactly. And under
are they playing?
Joe.
Are they playing in the weather this weekend? Okay.
We're covering it.
Yeah.
What were you going to say though, AJ? As a man who grew up in Ohio, so obviously you've been around these types of things your entire life. This seems bigger than it's ever been before. This winter storm that's coming. Honestly, it sounds like it.
Well, this is the kind of storm that sucks the most though, because if you said, "Hey, we're gonna get dumped with 18 inches of snow," that's great, cool. Let's go sledding. We can shovel it out. But when it's all ice, it just shuts everything down. It's not fun.
Yes.
So yeah, this is the worst kind.
And also, holiday, where everybody's traveling. Snow, obviously not great for traveling, but at least plows can kind of get the road.
Doable. Yeah.
Ice, you can't do anything.
Wind sucks.
Ice, the wind is supposed to be soul-snatching. They're saying 50-mile-an-hour winds, -11 wind. What does that even mean? It feels like -70 in Montana right now. Did you see that?
Yeah, like you said, how do they gauge that? How do you exactly tell us?
So there's a mathematical equation where they take the wind speed times 0.25 and then the temperature index, and then there's a full thing. It's like, well, to me, does it feel like negative? My wife feels colder than I feel. Like, does she feel the same thing? Is it like maybe -50 for me and -70 for her? Or is it -70 baseline, so she's going to feel -80, -90, and I'm going to feel -60? I just think for feels like that's a human thing.
Once it's below.
It's cold as fuck this weekend.
Yeah. Yes.
It's supposed to be bad. Let's make sure we stay safe. Joining us now is a man who does not have to worry about that.
Nope.
Until Monday.
That's right.
Safe travels, hopefully, honestly, genuinely. A man who went to the University of Texas. At Texas, he turned a lot of heads because he was punter and kicker, had a massive leg, and his last name was awesome. I believe he hit a game winner, and the whole world trended Dicker the kicker. Then coming out of college, everybody at Texas that had watched his career thought and assumed that he would go to an NFL team automatically because of how talented he is. That was not the case. Goes to Philadelphia. Hits a game winner for them in relief of Jake Elliott, who's a Pro Bowler, so Philadelphia decides not to keep him, lets it go back on the streets. Then the Chargers, who have had a kicking problem for a long time, sign him. His first game there hits a game winner. People didn't even know his name. People didn't even know his name on the team. Kyle Van Noy's mic'd up going, what's this guy's Dicker is his name? Didn't even know his first name. Now, no big deal. Ho-hum. 16 of 17 this year, which is a 94.1% make rate. If that was to hold up for the rest of the year, that would be the highest in NFL history for a rookie, for an entire rookie season.
Hell yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, great name, great leg, great kicker, Cameron Dicker.
Yeah, Cam!
What's up, dude?
Hello, how are you?
Hey, good. I thought that introduction was worthy because I don't know how many people keep up to date with other kicking stuff, but everybody knows you, dude. Because of your name, because of what you've done in the big moments, this season has been awesome to watch as a fan of yours. Was there ever a moment where you thought you weren't going to make it? Whenever a team didn't pick you up, you go to Philly, you make a game winner, you do everything you're supposed to do, they drop you, you're out there. Was there ever any doubt? Or did you kind of understand that an NFL ball was the same as a college ball, and if you're able to kick it, it's going through the fucking uprights 94.1% of the time, which is unreal, Cameron?
Yeah, I mean, It was a little scary at first, sitting at home for the first 6-7 weeks of the season. But I think I watched you come down for WrestleMania or some WWE event. Went down there and you were over, and so that was fun to go watch. But it was a little weird at first.
Hey, you're a wrestling fan using the word "over" like that. Hey, for shoot, love that, pal. Absolutely love everything you just did, and thank you for watching. But yeah, for me, when seeing you not get picked up for a while, I just assumed, because I understand the kicking world, I'm like, oh, he must have some shit he's got to figure out. He's got to, there maybe is a consistency thing with the NFL ball or anything like that. Were you going to workouts? Were you just not having great days on those workouts? What do you think it was?
We had workouts so I got dropped by the Rams. There was like 4 or 5 days before workouts happened, and then it was a 7-day period after the first preseason game where I had 6 workouts in 7 days, then got picked up by the Ravens, played in the final preseason game. Flew in Friday, played Saturday, flew home Sunday, and then didn't hear anything really until week 6.
That's bananas. Wow. How were you kicking through that? Were you kicking good through all those?
Kicking good through everything. So yeah, it was good days. It was strange. It was teams that I didn't really think needed kickers, and I don't know why they were having workouts. And then one of them was the Colts as a punter workout. But I mean, just going wherever I got a call because that's what you do.
Yeah, smart. I think they missed a lot. Obviously, a lot of teams did. Go ahead, AJ.
So what do you do at all these workouts? You said 6 and 7 days, I believe. What are they all taking you through the same kind of progression? Like what do they want to see? How do they know?
In a way, depending on coaches, it kind of changes how much you kick. But some coaches like 7 field goals, so you'll go through and just hit 7 field goals. One of our workouts, there was 6 of us there, so it was one person every single kick at every single yardage, and so you just slowly went through, and then just go have like 5 minutes, and then start hitting kickoffs, and so you're done in like 25 minutes.
Hey, you were winning those contests or no?
Most, I'd say, was up there, yeah. Most of them, yeah.
Wait, because that's interesting. If there's 6 of them, did they rotate who went first on every single kick, or was it same order?
Same order. You would just go through and just keep rolling.
That's interesting. I'm happy I was a part of a kicking contest that was not public, I don't think, and I think we've talked about it before, right? Adam Vinatieri, my rookie year. He's the kicker, has hip injury. So we bring in Matt Stover. Obviously, Matt Stover, like the number 2 kicker of that generation. Adam Vinatieri, number 1 kicker of that generation. Adam Vinatieri gets something, I don't know if he gets rehab or whatever, a couple weeks he's there. Stover's kicking for the team. We're about to go to the playoffs. This is when we're undefeated. Vinatieri's like, all right, I think I could kick. I don't know if I'm back or not. So the special teams coordinator comes in a team meeting and goes, today, during field goal period, we're going to be kicking 2 balls from each spot. Matt Stover will kick first, and then Adam Vinatieri is going to kick second. This is not a competition. This is just to see where Adam's at or whatever. And everybody in the room was like, oh, this is a competition.
Oh, yeah.
This is a competition. So we're all thinking that. Justin Snow, the long snapper who you guys got a chance to meet last week, he comes up to me and goes, Bud, we're in the middle of a fucking kicking competition between Adam Vinatieri and Matt Stover today. And I was like, okay, don't need the added I was like kind of pumped to be a part of it. I wasn't framing it in the way that you're framing it there. It was like, oh shit, I got to be on my thing because 2 different leans, Dicker, 2 different leans. And I'm a rookie. This is my first year holding, so I'm in a part of it. The entire team stood in like a horseshoe, basically around the field goal, and it was like 8 spots, back to back to back to back to back. Good. I gave a good hold we gave good snap, good hold for everybody.
Oh yeah.
Vinatieri did win that particular. I think he hit 2 more. Then Stover, or maybe 1 more, and then something happened behind the scenes where we didn't have that happen anymore, and Vinatieri was not kicking the rest of the year, and everybody was very confused by it. But there was because Vinny had been on the team for 9 or 10 years at that point, and he was their guy, and he's Adam Vinatieri. And Stover had just been on our team for 4 years, and he's kicking, or 4 games. He's kicking, he's making it like 35-yarder, and then Vinny lines up, and you hear like Reggie, all right, Vin, all right. Right? So like he lines up, he makes it through. There's an actual, okay! And then the next one, I'm like, Stover is 1 verse 52 right now. I don't even know if he knows that.
How far did they get back?
I think we won 52, 53. Okay.
Let's go.
Vinatieri, every time Vinatieri practice, we went to 60 plus. What are you doing in practice? You going long balls every time you kick or no?
No, when we go team, we go 55, probably 57, I think, was max we've gone so far with team.
Who picks that? You?
No, I just go with whatever coach says.
Oh, so I was the one actually spotting the ball in the field goal period, which was quite a thing. Like, put it there, because I would read how Vinny was hitting it, because you need to make a 60-plus yarder in practice for there to ever be a thought of a 50-plus yarder. So if Vinny was hitting the ball well, it's like, yeah, let's go back to like 63 just so everybody knows that it's there. Something to do later in your career. Something to do later in your career when you get going. And I feel like you're earning the trust of everybody quickly. Has there been any moments that have been too big? Every time you've had to step in, it seemed like early in your career, it was for game winners, and you hit those fuckers. Hey, there was no questions. Was there ever any doubt? Have you always been like this? And what do you think about when you're going out there?
No, I feel pretty calm. I mean, I think a lot of good kickers don't really think about much. I kind of just let the body take over. And so running out on the field, don't really think about anything. Just kind of line up, pick a spot up behind the uprights, and just try to hit it.
Yeah, you do great, dude. Honestly, you do fantastic. It seems like everybody loves you over there, too. Ty, your question for Dicker the kicker.
Dicker, was there any was there a point this year where, you mentioned getting all those tryouts in the preseason and then you don't get any calls for, 6 weeks? Are there any points in there where you're like, oh, shit, I might have to actually consider doing something else? Or did you just assume, hey, if I wait long enough, my opportunity is probably going to come?
I kind of was thinking if I wait long enough, talk with my agent and everything. He was just saying the guys he's represented, it's been that way. You just wait and let something happen. Somebody's going to get hurt somewhere. Somebody's going to miss kicks somewhere, and you just be ready for that opportunity.
Darius, your question for Cam.
Yeah, so you guys were actually my preseason Super Bowl picks, and I'm sticking with it. What's the vibes like? You've been there, 8, 9, 10 weeks now with the team now. What's the vibes like in the locker room as y'all make this playoff push late in the season?
It's awesome. I think everybody's excited. Tough, big win that we just had. I think big games coming up, and so hoping.
Yeah, Monday's going to be tough, bro.
Good luck.
Hey, good luck Monday night, pal. Tom Telesco sent me a text and said, hey, let's not do anything with Dicker, okay, please? No. He's the reason why I got drafted, so I have the utmost amount of respect. You guys are coming into a tough Colts house. Hey, listen, it's going to be loud, Dicker. It's going to be loud, Dicker.
It's going to be fun. Oh, yeah, it's going to be fun.
Not for you.
No, I don't think so. Hey, we're going to make it as hard as, aren't we? We're going to make it as hard as possible on you, Dicker. No, I'm excited to see you in warm-ups. I'm excited to watch. I'll be out there early to watch you in warm-ups because how impressed I have been with you. You got big ball? You like big ball? No.
I mean, I usually go back. I'll hit 50. I'll hit my 52, go to like a 57, and then if I hit that well, maybe go back. But I'll usually just be like, yeah, felt good. Because realistically, they aren't putting me out there for anything 60-plus unless it's an emergency.
Yeah, literally ever, let alone like rookie kicker. Yeah. And I always
got Herbert on the roster.
Exactly, and they're going for it on fourth and whatever if there's an opportunity for it. So that's probably a smart play. That's much more mature than I was. When I was young, I was like, I'm going to hit the long ball here. And I'm like, you see me just hit that 70-yarder? And they're like, yeah, it's really good. Ever going to do that in a game? Never. Oh, okay. Why don't you go make like 5 40-yarders in a row? Well, that's no fun. That's no fun at all. Tone, your question for Dicker the kicker.
Yeah, we were talking about holding actually a lot this week. How nice has it been potentially for you, who someone had to have bounced around now to finally get into a groove with your holder and them get to learn like what you like?
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I mean, I think Josh starts with long snapper. Nobody really talks about that too much, but if you have a bad snap, it makes the holder's life kind of a living hell because they're the one that needs to fix everything. But JK has been doing a great job. He's every day asking, hey, is this good? Is this good? And so I'm a pretty not picky guy, but little bit of a lean right, and we're good to go.
Oh, you like the front knee, like a little away from you too, or straight up and down?
Just a little bit towards the holder, so a little bit away from me.
Forward lean or no?
If it's a windier game, we'll do forward, but most of the time, just normal. Just keep it neutral.
You're a good dude, man. I am so happy for what you've experienced, which is nothing but success as a kicker. Seems like the Chargers are an electrifying team to be a part of. They all seem to like you as well. I got a lot of messages excited that you were coming on the show. We appreciate you so much, man. Keep it going.
Of course. Thank you.
Hey, hook 'em, huh? Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Hook 'em horns, baby.
Oh, yeah. Cameron Dicker, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Cam.
He sounds like a bro, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Going over?
Very true.
Just you were over.
That was sweet.
That was sweet. That was good. Hey, you heard that, AJ? You love that type of talk.
I knew it. Yeah, for shoot. I knew. I knew exactly what he was saying.
There it is. That's a shoot, brother. That is a shoot. He's really good, and I enjoyed hearing him say, like, I'm trying not to think about anything because those people are the ones that do it. As soon as you start realizing, that was like when Justin Snow told me, hey, we're in the middle of a thing. I was like, bro, I don't need to. Don't tell me that. Like, I'm just
shut up.
Bro, I just got to hold double the holds today. That's all I heard. I didn't hear, like, this is like one of the biggest kicking competitions in the history of the sport. Two of the greatest kickers of the generation are battling for a definite Super Bowl run in the middle, and we're in the middle. Like, whoa. Not too much information.
Pipe down.
Maybe in the middle of that I can start thinking about that, but let's not have me thinking about this for the next 3 hours before practice. But that is really what it was. Those kicking competitions, I've never had to do one. I had to hold for one that we had in an off season, but that has to be a good time. Like, I kind of wish I was able to do a couple of those, just because you can actually, that's a little where you can
screw one guy and help the other. Is what you're saying?
No, as a kicker, you can apply a little pressure to somebody else though. Like, they brought in a couple guys to compete with me a couple years, and I really, really loved it. It's like, as soon as we get out there, I would like this guy to hear and see what's coming off my foot before he, before he even picks up a ball. He's going to be introduced real quick to something that people have referred to as the boomstick, and just to see how they respond to it. Yep. Like immediately how they responded. Like McManus came into camp with us. I loved McManus coming into camp. He had a massive leg. So like whenever Vinny saw McManus hitting big balls, it made Vinny better because Vinny also going back. Like in those warm-ups of games, I enjoy getting there for the warm-ups. That's when like there's a little bit of something going on between the kickers and punters. And if you're not a kicker and punter, you can't respect it. But if your kid's a kicker or punter, and you get a chance to go to an NFL game, you should certainly try to get in there for warm-ups because there is some fucking applied pressure going on between two. There's been times, and I think I told a story about Cyphers. Mm-hmm. Cyphers was with the Chargers, and that was I got to get a lot better real quick. He was standing right next to me, and I was getting a snap, and I was punting, and then he was getting a snap, and he was punting, and he was the reason I was drafted to the Colts because he was playing for the Chargers. He pinned Peyton Manning in the playoffs inside his own 5 like 7 straight times with like 66-yard balls and like 70-yard balls, and like that's why they lost the playoff game is because of field position. So Hunter Smith, after being here and beloved by everybody for 12 years or 13 years, he gets released. Then a guy who's never punted before really in the NFL style gets drafted for it. It was certainly a change of events. So I was sitting on, and Justin Snow had told me about Cyphers being the reason why I was on the team right before we go out for warm-ups with Cyphers out there, by the way. Snow's just a reminder, like, hey, when you're watching this guy, this is like the guy right now or whatever, leg strength. I sat next to him, like I punted a ball and it was like barely, and then he took one. It was like boom, like a bomb right off, and it was going up into the Lucas Oil Stadium window. It felt like it was just like that thing might hit the fucking roof of this place, and then it came down. So then I'm like, all right, don't be a bitch. Let's go, like So I go to hit one. I try to swing so hard I fucking shank it. Obviously, goes off to the side. He gets another one. Boo! It's just like so high. And then he has like this little walk casual back as he's walking it. And I'm just watching this thing. I'm like, you are getting fucking, we're either stopping warm-ups right now or we're going to hit one. So I try my hardest. I hit like a bullshit one. My form wasn't at the place to hit. I could have never got to the ball that he was at with what my form was. And then he did another one and then another one. And then he backed up behind me. And then I don't know if he was doing it on purpose, but a ball would get snapped to me and he would hit a ball right before I would punt. And then I would punt, and his ball would hit after my ball, and he's behind me, and it's long. And I'm like, that was a real moment for me. That was like in the off season when I was trying to learn how to fucking punt. It was like, cannot get punked by Cyphers in warm-ups ever again. So if you ever get into a game early and want to check some shit out, the kickers are doing it. When I was a kicker, I used to tee up 5 yards behind the people and just let them hear it go over their head, just a little, because you can't really talk shit much to many other people when you're a kicker or punter, but other kickers and punters, you can have a little bit of
back and forth.
Yeah, Cyphers fucking just absolutely punked the shit out. Made me better. Yeah. Hey, made me better. Cyphers sent me a text when I was nominated for the Hall of Fame. He was like, congrats or whatever, and I was almost embarrassed, like texting him back, like, You've been on the same field as me, and at that point, I was nowhere near what I ended up being. But I want to let you know, you humiliating me in front of my family and all of Indianapolis made me a lot better. Like I've tried to send that message to him a lot. Like Shane Leckler as well. That was another guy. Couple warm-ups early in my career. He's just fucking murdering balls. They are going so far. These balls are going, and mine are not. And then like later in my career when he was with the Texans, it was cool to get like the, because the warm-ups had flipped a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The warm-ups had flipped a little bit for me as I got older and I learned it. And Shane like giving me like, all right, almost. I'm like, my guy. Like that was a big moment for me. So I appreciate all of them. Shane needs to go into the Hall of Fame though. That guy.
Oh, yeah.
And then Cypher's ass should fucking be maybe next up there. I don't think I've ever. He's a country fuck too. Like he is a Southern. I mean, we're talking
a whole nine.
Just like Andy Lee. I think he's a big country boy that's just murdering footballs back in the days. It's an interesting.
Is your warm-ups like bowling, where you got to kind of slow down and wait if the person right next to you is about to go, and you're like, okay, you go.
So warm-ups have a purpose. You're trying to find the wind stream. You're trying to figure out where you're going. Like there is a lot of things that have purpose, so you're trying to figure it out. But yeah, normally it is a one after another type thing. You know what I mean?
One at a time.
Yeah, it's cool.
You should try to boom it. Like I never knew you guys were out there trying to piss all over each other before the game and intimidate. That's news to me.
I don't know if everybody else was.
Sounds like Cypher's was.
I know Cypher certainly was.
Yeah.
Shane, and I assume they just say, no, we're just warming up. Just warming up.
Did you ever?
Just warming up. Just warming up.
Ever try to directionally punt and hit people that you didn't like on the other sideline or something?
No. That's a big conversation piece because when we kick on the field, there's normally shit happening on the field too. Right, like there's a check ceremony happening before the game.
You guys will come out when there's a halftime show still going on and start punting and kicking.
So I was a part of quite a scene there for that whole thing. Preseason game, couple kickers on the other team, couple punters on our team, couple punters on their team. Somebody on the other team was punting, and there was a high school band contest happening in Indianapolis.
Uh-oh.
And the winner of the high school band contest got to perform at halftime of the preseason game. And I'm not going to say the name of the person.
Mm-hmm.
The other team had a backup punter that did not know where the ball was going, apparently. I was watching said guy punt a lot. He did not know. And I thought it was dangerous I thought he was
that is. If the tip of the ball comes down like a 60-yarder and hits you in the temple, like good luck.
And I try to put myself in his position where like he's getting an opportunity to maybe make an NFL team and get NFL film, so he's not worried about anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But that band was clearly one miss by him. I would not have even been trying.
Were you surprised at the confidence that he showed or the delusion he showed in that moment?
All those things. Yeah, those are the words that I was looking for. And he hit, he
blasted a kid. Oh.
Direct shot, like shoulder, face. And it became big. Letter was wrote to the Colts.
Oh, boy.
Big, long one. Taking a lot of shots at kickers and punters.
Mm-hmm.
And how this band earned to be on the field, and that punter did not.
Should cut him.
It was like an NFL. Yeah, it was bad. So I had to answer questions about it. And they're like, was this us that did this? And I was like, it was not. I did see who it was. I will not say who it was, but I thought it was a little bit aggressive as well, what they were doing. I could see how the parents would be very pissed off by this particular setup, but there's not a lot of space, and you can miss one and hit somebody. I've missed the kicking net on the sideline. That's something that happened.
Oh, yeah. That happens all the time, I feel like.
Does it? I only did it once in my whole
into the stands? Or?
No, down the sideline. So I
kept
hit
going.
While live action is
live action.
Not preseason.
Imagine the ball just.
Oh, yeah.
Late in the season, too. Dome was closed. I don't remember what game it was. Maybe week 13, week 14. Late in the season at Lucas Oil. We're undefeated at that point. I'm punting into the net, and I guess that was my first year, so I didn't really have it all figured out yet. I guess I must have pulled it a little early. That thing hits off the top of the fucking metal thing, and then perfect spiral. It didn't get affected enough. Perfect spiral down the sideline, lands in the defensive side of the thing, in the white next to the field. So plays happening. Hit somebody in the back of the leg, I think. And I was like, hey, need that ball.
Sorry. Who did that?
So then there was.
Did you guys see where that came from?
Then there was a full that would be a penalty, you got to be real. I'm like, okay, all right, I can't miss a net.
It won't happen again.
I'm trying my best not to, but I could see how it could happen more often. Anyways, I appreciate Dicker coming on. I also appreciate the fact that we do this show every single day. Don't you, D-Butt?
Damn right.
How about you, Ty and Connor?
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. Lucky to do it.
Ton Diggs, we get to do the show every single day. That's a good thing because we get to cover every single story. Ain't that right? One half of the hammer. Dahn! Cowboys,
An
Ton Diggs.
absolute blessing.
And AJ, you've said it numerous times. Love doing this for a living. We get to do this for a living. It's an honor to do this job every single day.
Privilege.
Isn't that right, AJ?
Bingo.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
You know, we get to follow the stories. It feels like we're a part of the NFL season for a lot of people, and for that we are eternally grateful. We also get the opportunity to correct any wrongs that we had literally the day before. We don't have to wait an entire week. We don't have to wait until the next show.
Nope.
We can do it literally the next day. Yesterday, we got a couple things wrong. Chiefsaholic was arrested in Bixby, Oklahoma, within 6 minutes of being there by the Bixby Police Department over there in Oklahoma. We said he was arrested in Texas. This interstate armed robber was caught in the great state of Oklahoma, not in Texas. We have to get that corrected. Shout out to Bixby.
Shout out Bixby PD. Good work.
The other thing we got wrong, and this is on me, while we were talking to Aaron Rodgers, you brought up signals, and you brought up the article that was written in The Athletic about former teammates talking about signals being used from previous seasons and expectations on signals and how Aaron treats people and who gets signals and everything like that, painting Aaron Rodgers in a negative light with his signals and why there is not as much success on the field as, you know, there could have been or has been in the past with Devontae Adams and everything like that. I followed up to your question and said, yeah, the article, which I did not read, and I think I said I did not read. I might have alluded to seeing some headlines, which I did see some headlines.
Yeah.
I do not have an Athletic subscription, so I was not able to read it. But I said anonymous sources, I believe, said blah, 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 blah. The article's author, Kalen
Kaler, I think.
Kalen Kaler, who has worked in the sports media world for a long time, okay, formerly of Defector Media, Sports Illustrated, and the Monday Morning Quarterback, now senior NFL journalist for The Athletic. Been around the game, long time. She quote tweeted the video of Aaron calling it exaggerated nothingness and a nothing burger, which surprised me as descriptors for an article. Actually made me laugh a little bit. Anytime Aaron Rodgers says something like exaggerated nothingness, like I find it hilarious because that is like the most Aaron Rodgers thing to say about an article about Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Like exaggerated nothingness is a hysterical descriptor of anything, especially when it's coming from a person that has an article written about them that isn't in a glowing light or whatever. So I found that funny. Kalen Kaler of The Athletic quote tweeted that video and says, all I have to say is all the sources were on the record. You could, read it to find that out. She tweeted at me with that whole thing. So this obviously led to every one of her journalist friends and everybody that is a fan of Kalen and her work, because she has done great work for a long time, to obviously open season on my professionalism and everything like that. Steve Millar, who covers high school journalism, he's a high school sports journalist, obviously. He says, this is embarrassing, Pat McAfee Show. 30 seconds of research would show they weren't anonymous sources. You then could have asked questions about stuff his current teammates were quoted on. That would have been entertaining. Maybe he wouldn't come back on your show, though.
Whoa, Steve.
Okay, Steve. And then another aspiring journalist from Canada had this to say. The guy who is afraid of vaccines is now talking shit about articles made about him. Is he Donald Trump? Man, even your teammates don't like you. A clown trying to get applause from kids. Okay, this is aspiring media person. This is the two-time MVP, okay, of the biggest league on earth. Is how these people are talking about it, because I think of how he talked about his stance. Now, I'm vaccinated, obviously. We've been learning a lot about that, but I am vaccinated, still got it. Aaron had his stance on it. Aaron, MVP of the NFL. Aaron, successful human being who's going to be remembered as the greatest ball thrower of all time in the biggest league, in the biggest sport in the world. Soccer, okay.
It's not.
Okay.
We get it, dude.
Nonetheless, so like hearing his thoughts on things, I feel like that is journalism. People do documentaries on people all the time. Are they journalists? I don't know. So unless I'm going to be an opinion pundit journalist, and fight. People have questioned my journalism because when Aaron won against his vaccination, did his research, and stated how he feels as a Mount Rushmore quarterback in the history of NFL, giving his thoughts so we can learn about who he is as a person in our world and in our game. People attacked me for not pushing back because, of course, I fucking know, right? Because I read all the vaccination books, and I'm the right one to tell Aaron Rodgers, who had a 500-page research thing done, I'm the one to push back because that's what journalism is, obviously. That's what journalism is. Now, I have had teachers of many journalism schools and professors tell me, like, journalism is getting stories from people and getting information and learning about people. There's many different ways to do it. What you were doing and providing is also a form of journalism. I'm like, thank you. Can you tell all these other people that this is? And I'm not trying to be a journalist, but I do believe there is some sort of journalism being done whenever you're learning about one of the greatest of all time to do something. Neither here nor there. I wasn't doing the same thing as everybody else because I'm not as smart as everybody else. So I've been attacked. So Kalen saying that, putting that out there, was like a bird call, basically, to, you know, dunk on Aaron, dunk on me. But everything she said, very valid. I should have read the article before talking to Aaron. I should have known who all spoke in there. So I think we should read it right now, live on air. And we will read through the whole thing. Yeah. I do not have a subscription. When I got named their Sports Media Person of the Year by Richard Deitch, I felt incredibly honored. Couldn't read the article. Had for somebody to send it over to me. Should become a subscriber because I have a lot of respect for everybody does over there. But with like Twitter and other things,
come on,
just providing everything, it's tough to be a premium content service. And, you know, I'm not your demo. I'm not your demo. But I will become a subscriber because how nice Richard Deitch was and how nice the athletic people have been to me. Nonetheless, should have read this article. Let's do it live.
Let's go.
And then let's kind of go through it all as we. AJ, is that cool with you?
Yeah, it sounds great. Let's do it.
Signal meetings and Aaron Rodgers' little death stare. What it's like for Packers rookie receivers by Kalen Kaler.
Here we go.
Couple good photos of him there, obviously setting the page. This is a happy, good story, trying to make him look good. Obviously, his best photo of all time. Let's go through here. Christian Watson almost ruined this story. Okay, so this story was already written. Christian Watson almost ruined this. After week 9, when Green Bay lost at Detroit after putting up only 9 points, a question began to take shape. Why is it so hard to be a rookie wide receiver in an Aaron Rodgers offense? Watson and fellow rookie Romeo Doubs, 2nd and 4th round picks respectively, had struggled to make consistent gains, and 7th rounder Samori Toure was barely involved. Rookie receivers have never produced much during Rodgers' time in Green Bay, but there's never been a consensus as to why. It's a real chicken or egg dilemma. Have rookies struggled because the Packers have rarely devoted the draft capital selecting the kind of receiver who is ready to play right away, or because Rodgers' personal standards are too high for any first-year player? Too high, these standards, NFL. Too high, NFL. From 2008 to 2021, Rodgers' era as the starter in Green Bay. The Packers drafted 6 receivers in the first rounds. Jordy Nelson, 2nd round, 2008. Randall Cobb, 2nd round, 2011. Devontae Adams, 2nd round, 2014. Ty Montgomery, 3rd round, 2015. He ended up being a running back, I think. Jamal Moore, 4th round, 2018. And Amari Rodgers, 3rd round, 2021. Those receivers finished their rookie years averaging 26.7 targets, 19.5 receptions, 230 half receiving yards, and 1.3 touchdown receptions. These are good stats.
Yeah, very.
A lot of information there. In the same time span, the 31 other teams in the NFL drafted 219 wide receivers in the first 4 rounds who averaged nearly double the targets as Green Bay's rookies in their first seasons, as well as 30.1 receptions, 400 receiving yards, and 2.5 touchdowns, 1.2 touchdowns more. It's a lot.
Okay.
16 games, 1.2 touchdowns more.
How many snaps?
That is a lot. Then, in Week 10, Watson broke out with 4 catches for 170 yards and 3 touchdowns and an overtime win against Dallas. Against Tennessee, Philadelphia, and Chicago, Watson hauled in a combined 11 receptions on 19 targets, scoring 8 touchdowns, 2 of them being rushing, in 4 weeks, which tied him with Randy Moss for the most for a rookie receiver in a 4-game span. What are you hearing here, AJ? Anything yet?
No, not much really.
All right, but in all likelihood, Watson's emergence came too late to save the Packers season. Whoa, still alive.
Not dead yet. Yeah. Not dead yet.
Whoa.
Still in it.
And when the chicken or egg puzzle was posed to Cobb, a 12-year veteran, on a quiet Wednesday afternoon in Green Bay, his answer proved that Watson hadn't totally shredded the story. This story. At least not to the degree he's been shredding NFL defenses of late. During Aaron's career, there's always been a constant couple of guys already here whenever they draft somebody, Cobb told The Athletic, which makes sense. There's veteran wide receivers. This is the first time in the course of Aaron's career that rookies have been thrust into a position where they have to play right away and play meaningful snaps. Go deeper! This year, Rodgers has had to rely on rookies more than any other time in his career. From 2008 to 2021, Green Bay rookie receivers average a target on 13.4% of their routes. Currently, Dobbs and Watson average a target on 21.2% of their routes. Dobbs missed like 5 games, I think. Watson averages 32.1 snaps per game, and Dobbs averages 43.8, though he's missed the last 4 games with a high ankle sprain. I've not read – this is my first reading.
Right. Yes.
This is my first reading. What's that, Connor?
What's wrong?
Well, also like the percentage of targets that rookies are, had from 2008 to 2021. Were 2 rookies on the field during those times, or is this
No, actually,
kind of
Randall Cobb just said that.
Not normal.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is kind of a rare situation where 2 rookies have to play at the same time on the field at the same time for Green
Well,
Bay.
football in 2008, in 2021, a little bit different.
And then this, also with the stats, how many of those other receivers who are rookies?
There's more.
Exactly. Okay.
There's more. Please.
Excuse me.
Cobb averaged 6.7 snaps per game his rookie season in 2011 when Rodgers was in his 4th year as the starter and, according to Cobb, just as detailed and intricate as he is today. And that's why I didn't play much, Cobb said. I wasn't thrust into a position where I had to play 25-plus snaps. I was able to sit back and learn and watch and see the detail of what this offense does and what is expected of a receiver. That's one thing that Green Bay has always prided themselves on, drafting guys and being able to develop them and not having to thrust guys into situations immediately in their career. Happened with Aaron.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, who's being talked about here. Sat for 3 years. But when Green Bay traded Adams to Las Vegas in March, that tradition ended. You're expecting someone to fill that void, Cobb said. The rookies were in over their heads for at least the first half of the season as games slipped away and losses and injuries mounted. Watson missed the first 2 weeks of training camp while recovering from minor knee surgery and then missed 3 full games with a hamstring injury and a concussion. According to veteran receiver Sammy Watkins, there are 2 offenses in 1 at play in Green Bay. Matt LaFleur's scheme and all the tiny details Rodgers wants to execute it to perfection, whether it is angle, yardage, eye, head, or tempo. Watkins, who signed with the Packers in April, said he finds himself confused sometimes despite 8+ years of NFL experience.
Okay.
Now, Matt Ryan has played for how long?
14? Yeah,
years?
14, 16.
14 years. I think for like the first
he was
8 games of the season, him and the offensive line were not speaking anywhere near the same language. I have no clue what they were speaking.
Russ was still.
But Matt Ryan's smart quarterback, been around a long time, right? So his years in the NFL should definitely translate to him being able to understand the offense a little better. And we were all very confused that he wasn't able to pick it up as quickly. But it turns out sometimes speaking a different language might be a little difficult.
Yeah, you could say.
Tom was just going to say.
Wilson, snap count.
Oh, yeah, Russ Wilson and Broncos.
From Seattle this year in Denver.
Stafford last year had trouble learning.
With the Rams at the beginning. AJ.
But Sammy.
Yeah. Sammy Watkins paragraph right there. That tell like if you're not up to date 100% of the time, you pretty much can't go out there and make plays. You can't play fast because you're worried about all of that, and you're not worrying about everything else. That's every position, though.
Absolutely.
But if you're just trying to do the right thing, you're not focused on getting open. You're not focusing on releases. Okay, so this is the NFL. Remember, less thinky, more athlete take over. Nick Sirianni, potential coach of the year this year, actually said that in his opening press conference, first time he became head coach. So I think Watkins has a point here. These are all definitely facts, but I don't think they're an anomaly just to Green Bay. I don't think. Speaking after his first practice back from his ankle sprain in Week 13, Dobbs said he still wasn't sure if he'd earned Rodgers' trust. I don't know, he said. I know with this being my first year here, playing for a Hall of Fame quarterback obviously has been the biggest learning curve for me. And it's not just for myself. It's for Christian, for Samori. And so it's been a really tough transition. I think on the Manning cast, I think there was like one time Peyton, I guess, pretty good quarterback. I think somebody dropped the ball and he's like, they're not going to get a lot of balls. You do that, right? So, like, I think this is something that I don't know.
Reggie Wayne, I had him on the pod, Man to Man pod. He talked about how it took a couple years for him to earn Peyton's trust, had to do walkthroughs and shit after practice. You know, obviously he had Marv on the other side.
Reggie Wayne,
he's
a Hall of Fame nominee out of Miami.
It's a big transition, obviously a huge learning curve. Like AJ said, this is
so that happened that was with Peyton, though. That was in Indy. Yeah. I saw that.
Tom Brady all the time in New England. If there was a rookie wide receiver, rookie tight end, I can remember one specifically, first pass, one of 5 off his hands interception. I believe he was waived or released 2 weeks from that.
So that was in New England. That's what Tom Brady. Tom Brady is okay.
Chad Ochocinco went to New England. Couldn't pick it up. One of the best receivers of all time.
We know
Couldn't
7
pick it
had
up.
no problem.
So that's in New England, though. That's New England. Okay, so that's still in New England. So it happens in New England. Tom Brady, pretty good quarterback. Peyton Manning, pretty good quarterback.
7 had no problem telling rookie wide receivers, "Hey, you fucking stink off."
Ben Roethlisberger, he's pretty good quarterback. Happens with him.
Eric Decker actually joined New England instead of playing. He just decided, I'm going to retire because of how complicated it was.
So that's happening. So I guess in a couple different facilities, this is what they're.
Usually, especially when you talk about they're in the upper echelon for a reason because
in the NFL or just?
I mean, in the NFL, but then when you talk about Mount Rushmore type quarterbacks, like they're not doing everything that.
But these are all
everybody does.
factual statements, though.
Mm-hmm.
These are all, nothing that Kalen has said is not factual right now. So I should have read this beforehand, but let's continue. Saturdays are typically the easiest day of the NFL week. Players come in, watch film from practice, and then go through a light walkthrough. There's no real physical exertion required. But for Packers rookie offensive skill players, Saturdays are the most mentally exhausting day of the week. So the walkthroughs, the day before games, that's a big, what are we going to go with? What are we not going to go with, right? And Darius, you can only speak on the defensive side of the ball. You have to think on Saturdays sometimes?
Actually, for us, I'll speak for us. It was like a mock game situation. So you just go out, do some drives. Hey, these are the calls we're going to come out with. It was pretty scripted. Offense is different, though, because throughout every week as a defense, I don't know if this is legal or not, but we get the signals from the other team. So we watch film, you watch TV copy, you hear code words.
Wait, you're saying it happened in New England, right?
No, anywhere. We
get
guys.
Signals? They're learning signals?
The defense has to learn the signals of the other team?
You don't learn them all, but
That's
there's
Carolina.
certain signals where you say, okay, this is what they do, this is what they do. So you try to pick certain things up, and then, you're going to take that out. But
well, let's get right to it then. The signals meetings was by far the worst thing, said former Packers receiver Chris Blair.
Who? That's what I saw this.
Chris Blair, former Packers receiver. He did put his name on it, though, so this is not an anonymous source, although it is an anonymous human in the NFL conversation. No offense, Chris Blair. No offense.
No, none whatsoever. I'm a big-time Packers fan, and again, I'm not one of those guys who's looking at the full, 140 guys that are coming to training camp, but I had never heard of Chris Blair before.
Okay, so Chris Blair, who spent the 2021 season as a rookie on the Green Bay's practice squad, okay? Practice squad is somebody that is on the team, on the practice team, can get signed from any other team any moment. Any moment can literally get picked up off of that roster and then get guaranteed, I think, 4 active weeks with the new team. So, for instance, you're playing a team this weekend, they can pick up somebody off your practice squad, put them on your team. They're playing against your team, maybe. They're also talking about said team to the new team that you're playing.
Right.
Pretty standard operating procedure here, right, AJ Hawk?
Yeah, pretty standard.
Okay, so Chris Blair, who spent the 2021 season as a rookie on Green Bay's practice squad, had in his Twitter bio, Green Bay Packer. Mm-hmm. I used to hate those signal meetings, he said. Rodgers uses hand signals at the line of scrimmage to change a route or a concept. You're probably familiar with a few of his most common ones. The helmet tap, the one where he holds his left arm behind his back with his thumb pointed down, another where he raises an index finger and quickly rotates it, and another that looks like the Hawaiian hang loose sign. That's a shaka. Okay, that's Hawaiian hang loose sign.
That one's sick.
Yeah, anytime he starts throwing shaka out there, he's meaning like, do something cool, bro. You know what I mean?
Stabby goodbye.
Do something cool, bro.
Aloha, bro.
And then this one also, he throws this one out there all the time.
Yep.
What's this one all about?
Love you.
On Saturdays, rookie receivers, running backs, and tight ends get quizzed on them. You don't want to get called on because you got to do it in front of the whole team, said former Packers receiver Equanimous St. Brown. Know his name. Know he's a player who now plays for the Bears. It's probably the most nerve-wracking for a young player because we don't get taught them, said former Green Bay running back Kylan Hill, who was drafted in 2021 and released in November. Drafted. Anytime they just say who was drafted, we're leaving out the round. I don't know when Kylan Hill
He was like a 6th or 7th round pick.
Kylan Hill was drafted in the 7th round in 2021, released in November. You have to learn them on the fly, says Kylan Hill. That's definitely something wide receivers don't look forward to is the signal meeting because we have so many, said backup quarterback Jordan Love. You don't want any of that stuff getting out, so we wait until the season starts to start going through signals. Aaron alluded to this yesterday where you're not just going to give people who are probably going to get cut from your team your signals. People that are on your practice squad, you're probably not going to give your signals because if you give them your signals, guess what? Where theirs are headed? Right to another team. And everybody uses similar signals, but they change week to week. Am I wrong in anything that I'm saying here, AJ? If something gets caught on TV.
You also have moles, too.
In your building.
So this is this is like top flight security of the world, Craig. Like this is G14 classified type shit.
Aaron did this. You know what I mean?
Bilderberg.
G14.
Yeah.
Aaron did this on Monday night or whatever.
Yep.
And that was clearly he was supposed to turn and catch that and go.
And make a parlay hit.
And make Darius's. This is probably going to mean something vastly different this upcoming week.
Right.
This is probably going to mean 4 different things through a season.
It's not going to mean quick screen, right?
As somebody who was lucky enough to maybe have a couple beers in the same room as signals were being created for Peyton Manning and the boys, like one signal can have one meaning forever. But if one signal gets outed by TV or as soon as they do it in a game and the other team's like fade, or whatever, the classic this, it'll get changed for the next week because if you do recall, Cam Newton, Clay Matthews, signal, cadence, whatever it is, and Clay goes, wheel.
Yeah.
And Cam goes, oh, you studied, huh?
Been watching film.
Oh, that's good. Watch this. And boom, it was a fucking ISO right back the other way for a tut or whatever the case is. So signals are something that are a part of sports and certainly a part of the NFL. And they're very vital and important and also secretive because you don't need everybody on earth knowing. And he just said we're going through the signals. That's the signals that they have figured out, found out, either through TV copy, moles potentially in the building, which are people on practice squads or not on the actual team. So there's a reasoning for all these things.
And then even during the game, you can go out like first quarter, you say, all right, they did it. It was, was what we thought it was going to be. So next time, that's the next time.
Trust your study.
Yeah, trust it.
Yeah, because they do that in baseball too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like trust the film. That's what Harper told old buddy that hit the home run after him.
Yeah, because they had to tell on where he was tipping his pitches, right?
And they're like, hey, trust the intel. Trust the intel. That's a big thing that happens in football when everybody's trying to outwit the next person in a massive game of chess. Once again, everything Kalen is writing here is true, and I was 100% wrong. Kylan Hill was quoted in this. That is
Chris Blair.
Chris Blair.
Wait, was that the issue that you said anonymous sources? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say anonymous sources yesterday.
Well, I said anonymous sources, I believe, because I didn't read the whole.
But that's the big issue. Is that the big issue here?
That was her quote tweet. That was her big issue with it, and then that was an alley-oop
for a lot of people.
Sorry, I'll let you finish.
No, please. Anytime you would like to pipe in, I would.
Very interesting.
Yeah. All I have to say is, this is all she had to say after now she has in her Twitter bio right now, exaggerated nothingness, which I tweeted her and said, I did not expect that to be a description of somebody's work. And Caitlin put in a lot of work here, right? She reached out to a lot of people.
Yeah.
I respect her journalism. I respect her writing. I respect what she does. I respect media for the NFL. But whenever she did this, it was like, I said, I believe. I think I kind of alluded to me not reading the article, but we had the opportunity to address it with the person that the article was written about. I feel like that's a good thing to do.
Journalism, I think.
Yeah,
is it?
I think so.
Also, you're not disrespecting the players who haven't made a team who were drafted late because you weren't a first-round pick either. It's not like
I was pick 222.
Yeah, so
and I had two.
So
signals.
you should have. So
Right.
what we should have said. So what we should have just said. Well, hey, what about these guys that were on record saying this?
So Cobb was on record. A lot of people are tweeting me. Cobb was quoted in there. Well, Cobb just talked about football in the NFL.
yes, he did.
How I had to earn trust in
Right.
I feel like that's what all this is, football in the NFL, basically.
Yeah, but like Chris Blair saying something about like being nervous and that whole thing.
That's normal.
That's why
No
it's
shit.
normal.
Yeah, and that's probably part of the reason, probably not the only reason, but that's a big reason players don't make it. Like, everybody's athletic, everybody's fast, everybody's quick, but this is the fucking hard part.
Defense does that too, D-Butt. Didn't they call
Yeah.
you guys up and have to do your hand signals and everything, and the coach would read them off, and you got to do them in real time, and if people kill you if you miss any of them, the whole room goes crazy?
Absolutely. And Saturday nights, now that I think about it, we went over our signals, and our signals didn't change much, but we would tweak things here and there. This is.
And here's more from Chris Blair. Chris
He had a lot to say.
Blair. This is about a 4-time MVP, okay? Mount Rushmore football player. Chris Blair on the record saying, what's so crazy is all coaches don't even know all of them. It's really a thing that you really have to learn from watching Rodgers in practice or asking one of the vets, Blair said, that when watching film in Green Bay, coaches would sometimes think a receiver ran the wrong route, but we would be able to show them like, no, Aaron showed us the signal. The signals are not written down anywhere. They are not searchable on team-issued iPads, and there's no handy film cut-up to watch them all in one go. Team-issued iPads, I assume they could put them in just some people's iPads, and I guess that would be a lot of time to take to be like, hey, this guy's now active. He's allowed to get it on his iPad while the video people are trying to do third and long cut-ups, first down cut-ups, second down cut-ups, fourth down cut-ups, situational cut-ups. Also add in there, this guy's now allowed to get all the signals for this week, and they might change next week. He said it's all bullshit that they're not written down somewhere. I assume they're somewhere, but also you would not want to just leave these laying around.
No.
Like, this is not something that you would just want to leave laying around. I don't think this is out of the ordinary. Chris Blair, I don't think he ever played in the NFL.
Definitely not for the
So
Packers.
he's referencing college football, which is a vastly different sport compared to the NFL. And once again, Kaylin is talking to people that played some downs in the NFL and practiced in the NFL. So she did nothing wrong here. Everything she's saying is true. But I think what we're trying to say is the tone of the article is as if Aaron is doing something that literally nobody else does. That is not the case at all. And I think there should be a little bit more respect showed, even if the guy is an independent thinker, even if you disagree with some of his opinions as a human. I don't think we should just always be trying to paint this guy out. And we're friends with him, and he comes on the show, and a lot of people are tweeting, why don't you ask him hard questions? Scary won't come on the show. It's like, well, hard question. I feel like we cover everything. We cover everything.
Yeah.
And just because we're like friends with the guy, just like
That's
we would.
the problem. That's the problem. You can't be a journalist and be friends with him. You're too close. Like, that's what their whole.
Yeah, but they're
school-
friends with everybody. They talk like.
Yeah, I know, man. It's
That's not the
sometimes
problem.
it can be
That's not the
hypocritical.
problem,
at times.
Problem is that he didn't get vaccinated.
That is part of it.
Well, certainly a lot of people started painting their views on him because of that. And to those people that are just assuming that he's some right-wing lunatic, I think you should continue to look in to his. You might have a lot more in common with him, all you people that are just hating him for his anti-vax stand, than you could imagine. He's openly talking about plants and drugs, and I don't think that is. I don't know the party affiliations well enough, but I think he's probably a person that you would share some sort. So I think this open vitriol for a guy who is one of the greatest to ever play in the biggest league of all time, respected by literally, except for Chris Blair, I guess, and Kylan Hill, of course. Of course, Kylan Hill. I mean,
Greg.
I respect him so much as a human and everything like that. And Chris Blair, that fucking guy, he knows the NFL a lot more than Aaron Rodgers does or anything. So, Kaylin, all we're saying is we read the headlines, we read the quotes before we read the article. I'm probably not going to finish the rest of this article. We will assume you always do great work. You've been in sports for a long time. But I think it was the tone in which it was being chatted about that we asked Aaron about, as opposed to the actual quotes from people we've never heard of before, talking about one of the greatest of all time. So, that's where we're at. I have nothing but respect for Kaylin. She wrote the truth and everything like that. But we just think the tone of it was as if he was doing something abnormal to try to continue to make him look bad by people who might not necessarily know. And that's why it happened.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting to think about, reading through all of it. I guess Jordan Love is quoted in the next paragraph. I don't know if you read that or not, saying they're passed down in the oral tradition. I don't know how that works or what that is. I wonder who. How many are there? How often do you do it?
Well, it says they're not taught, but they also said that every Saturday it's taught.
nerve-wracking.
They are taught.
They're
They are,
definitely taught.
Yes, they're definitely taught.
Did he say Jordan leads it too?
He said it happens in practice, and it's a nerve-wracking event when we're going through it.
You got to take
But
some
not
initiative
taught.
as a player and go seek it out and talk to the vet. This is something that I think happens in a lot of teams. But you got to, if you show up and you're like, hey man, these signals, I gotta learn this. That's something you're probably scrambling from day one. I need to talk to everybody, Randall Cobb, whoever, even bug A-Rod and ask him hey, I want to make sure I do right by you.
Yeah, this isn't Little League football. Okay, not everybody just gets, hey, here is an equal opportunity and equal treatment as everybody. This is professional football. Okay? You're expected to know something. It's your job to know something. And he holds them to unrealistic expectations. This is the fucking NFL. This is the best. Not everybody can make it in the NFL. Unrealistic expectations are the NFL. There's a lot of shit football out there. There's a lot of places that maybe don't have unrealistic expectations. But there's a reason teams are good, and there's a reason teams are bad, and there's a reason why there's turnover on the teams that are bad, because the unrealistic expectations are the standard, and that's just kind of how it is. So that's where we are coming from. So thank you to every journalist that buried me last night for being dumb, and for everybody else that, said that we are not upholding our duty of journalists and talking to Aaron and everything like that. The attacks that I got from this whole thing, I feel like we addressed it yesterday in what he was talking about. The nothing burger with some thoughts on the side, and the exaggerated nothingness. In my eyes, as somebody that's been in a building and we get a chance to chat with a lot of other people in a building, I guess accurate descriptor. But if it wasn't an accurate descriptor, we would certainly say it, and that's why we're journalists.
Yeah, I mean, I did read the whole thing, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad article. I think it's pretty well written, actually. Me and Bruce were talking about in terms of you read the Seth Wickersham thing about Andrew Luck. It's much more palatable to understand what she's saying. But the thing that I just because you're right, the tone is that the Packers haven't been any good this year because Rodgers demands too much of these rookie receivers, and it's too complex. And I just don't I understand that Cobb and Romeo Doubs were interviewed for that, but
they missed a bunch of games. You think, by the way, they're not giving. If Watson's not playing or Doubs is not playing, they're not seeking them out to give them the signals for that week.
No,
you know what I mean. That's not something that's happening now.
Should coaches be talked about at all in this? Should we say, hey, if there really is an issue, wouldn't the floor step in? But okay, everyone needs to know the signals.
Well, I assume he does.
But to your point, the thing that drove me nuts is it's kind of leading when you're interviewing all these guys who aren't on the team anymore, who maybe couldn't one of the reasons they got cut or aren't there anymore is because they couldn't retain these like you mentioned, this isn't college football. This isn't high school football. This is the fucking NFL, and you have a guy who's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's probably going to be a little bit more demanding than a guy who has played quarterback in the NFL for 2 or 3 years. That's the way it goes.
You can say I'm an asshole, but you ain't never win nothing. Mm-hmm. Michael Jordan actually said that. Yeah. Michael Jordan, he was like, you can call me an asshole, okay, because I demanded my teammates to run harder and faster and everything like that, but you've never won anything. And I think what Jordan was saying, okay, I'm an asshole, you do, without being demanding and having expectations. So that you figure out how to accomplish everything that we accomplish without having some sort of standard that some people aren't going to be able to handle just because of natural egos taking place and everything.
And there are, it's 100 ways, 1,000 ways to skin a cat. So it's different ways to do it.
Is there? I never understood that.
I don't know. Have you done that before?
Yeah.
Bill! Who skins cats?
Yeah,
Bill?
and how many different ways is there? And when did that happen? But
nonetheless, I don't know where the saying came from, but there is a lot of different ways to do things. Obviously, everybody doesn't do it like A-Rod, but to Ty's point, it's a complicated offense. For a good reason. Some offense you get in, and you heard, I think, A-Rod, when he talked about it a few weeks ago about the run game, how it's just so dumbed down. Some quarterback, some players in general, you hate that, and that happens even as a defense. If we got a young safety or corner or linebacker that's got to call the plays now, that's going to be completely different than a 7-8 year vet in the middle of defense calling plays. So you have to dumb down your signals, your game plan, your calls. So it's almost pulling everybody back instead of forcing everybody to play to that standard. So
didn't he also say multiple times that they were trying to do that?
Simplify the offense. We have to simplify the offense.
Seems like they did. They started performing a little bit. So you got to go with the flow as the season goes.
Yeah, but Christian.
You almost ruined it.
He did.
I don't think he was looking at. Was he looking at him, or he just not know the signal?
Oh, it's like side judge. It's like side judge.
Yeah,
with Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, could be.
I thought maybe he didn't even look.
All right, let's get to a break. We have Adam Thielen on the other side. Can't wait to chat with him. But we would like to let Kalen know.
Should ask him about signals.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Mm-hmm. With Kevin O'Connell coming in here, new year too.
Yeah, new signals.
That's like Tampa Bay. Tom Brady goes down there. They have to do that was a whole conversation.
What's funny about Tom, he's had the same signal for a route for 20 years.
Really? Still got it.
Literally, low red
corner sitting in there. All right, I know what's coming. Here we go. Fuck again. They did it again.
Or Peyton. You think when guys are coming in, they're like, all all right, we're gonna Peyton, you're gonna have to, kind of. It's like, no, it's fucking sink or swim. Okay,
This is your job.
Yeah, I've been here for a long time. Like, I'm not changing anything. Okay, so either you get it or you're gonna be the fuck out of here. That's the way it goes.
Hey, you're getting paid. Did you get a check this
You're
week?
pro.
You got a check this week?
Be a pro.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So like my dad, he would have to go to like buildings and he would have to move all the shit out of it, put it in the back of an 18-wheeler, hop in the truck, drive across the country, unload it into the thing. Then he would get a check. That was his job. Your job, you get to do this. You have to fucking know what we're going to do when we're playing football on Sundays. And it might have a couple of different things. It might be a little tasking. You might have to study a couple of times. But these people who are not in the fucking NFL saying, this guy's running a fucking terrible ship over here. It's like, this is the NFL, dude. What are we even talking about? Once again, Kaylin, we have nothing bad to say against Kaylin. And she's right. I should have read the whole story. But the tone in which he was trying to set, I just don't think is the same way. And if I would have read it beforehand, I would have probably chimed in with the exaggerated nothingness. So I'm happy that I didn't, to be honest. I'm happy I didn't do that because I do have appreciation for her service to football and her service to the sports media, just like we do everybody else. But there's some quotes coming out of these press conferences that need the
That's
tone
true.
thing needs to get.
Oh, you mean questions being asked?
Yeah, we'll do that on the other side of Adam Thielen.
Yeah.
Adam Thielen will be on the other side of this break. And then we got a segment we put together.
Great one.
We're not a big forward-thinking segment thing.
No.
But as I'm getting buried by all these journalists, for these things, I'm like, oh, it's a little judgment of how you guys are doing. And we have found some clips real quick.
Right away.
That we would like to chit-chat about. And we are trying to be a conduit of positivity, a conduit of unity, and bringing everybody together, and just pointing out some things from maybe another person's side. And I know that doesn't necessarily happen all the time, but we feel obligated to do as such. We'll do that on the other side of an Adam Thielen break, which is on the other side of this break. Take.
Hi!
This is my first time in Athens, and I'm going to say this place is
Isn't it glorious?
Absolutely beautiful.
There it is. There it is.
We had a little drizzle earlier, and where I come from, rain makes corn, corn makes whiskey. They make whiskey in Tennessee, so I think the rain is making the whiskey, that's being drank all over. Good old Rocky Top, Tennessee. Give me the Volunteers, Luke Bryan. Sorry about it, Elder. Tennessee, a team of destiny. In Luke Bryan's fight. It's the first time with this rivalry. Both teams have been good in a long time. What was your message to the team this year, and essentially an elimination game this week?
Well, hunt with a purpose. That's the biggest thing. Is we want to go out and play aggressive. They're coming to our house. We had to go to their place last year, and it was wild and crazy. We wanted to be crazy today. We want them to affect the game, and our guys know our best game's ahead of us. So we're hoping it's this one.
Hell yeah, Coach. Hell yeah.
Legs crossed.
Alan Ryan. What do we have here? Look at that. Go for it. Bologna from this man's grill.
No. It's on his nose.
They dropped it on his nose. No, it's everywhere.
Bobbins from Snowball.
Oh, my God. Bad sandwiches going everywhere. Last week against NC State.
Oh, no, Bear. Oh, no. No, Bear. Graphic just came up on the screen.
Here's the deal.
I didn't know you had
0-3.
Here's the deal. I'm an idiot. I'm terrible.
What's your column record? That's all they need to know.
33-16.
33-16.
And that's what I'm saying. All these
Dominated.
games early
What's
in the
that?
week that I'm
That's his
writing
column
off, I'm doing
record.
great. By the time I get to Saturday, I'm like talking myself off, picking terrible games. It's terrible. I'm doing a terrible
Get out of your own head, Bear.
I'm a good handicapper and a bad better.
Not a lot of people see the column.
That's what bothers me.
Their offense is pretty sophisticated. Here you have a classic bunch set, crack toss to the right. Pin guy, pin and pull. Running back gets out behind. Darnell Washington,
big boy.
6'7", 270. Pick up 15 to 20 yards. Remember, the tight end was lined up right behind the tackle there. Let's flip the side. Same exact formation. What are they going to do? Crack toss, pin and pull. Fake the toss.
routes, and it allows a high-low route, which Florida has to operate on, and the best tight end in the country is wide open. It's that type of stuff that they do that the anonymous coach pointed out, that it's high-level football that they've been able to do against everybody.
Attaboy, kid. Nice. Nicely done.
I got
First
a
tape.
film.
First tape right there. First tape.
I did some football talk.
Mom, look, I did it.
We're talking hockey. Roldy and Rupp are talking hockey.
That was the first time I found out it was Mario Brothers. That's all. Growing up, like everybody called it Mario Bros. You know, that was just
Once you're called the fucking king of New York, you didn't feel like you had to dress to the higher level.
What I love about New York is however you want to dress, however you want to, who you want to be, you just blend in, and it's so comfortable.
This is an organization in Arizona that wasn't paying their fucking bills earlier in the season.
Again, he's not trying to square off with cats because no one.
Someone didn't pay the electric bill around
You
here.
fucking bum. Where you at? Away from the dungeon? What is that? You got the bricks in the back. The fuck's going on?
Is this a fucking Saw? Is this a Saw movie, dude?
Yeah.
Where's fucking Jigsaw?
You want to
play
a game?
Hey,
boss. Thanks for talking.
You said you swept the stars. That kind of shut me up. For the rest
Not one of my finest moments or proudest moments or whatever you want to call it, but I tell you one thing. It's infamous in the sense that I go into schools and young kids will come up to me and they go, "Oh, you really gave it to Bellows." And I got to oh, kid,
Yes.
you know, that was computer generated.
Get into the Blues alumni kind of unofficially / officially. They gave me one of these bad boys.
Oh,
so
look at that.
I
Got you
feel-
one of
I feel
these.
pretty.
Look at that thing.
That's
What? We're winning the fucking Stanley Cup. The Red Wings are almost as bad as Fox internet service right
Whoa!
there. The Bruins are getting fucking ran out of town tonight. Yo, biggest lock, I got it. And Ty knows, even though he might be Mark Stoner in this thing, the Vegas Golden Knights fucking stink. Texas, what's that known for? WrestleMania's coming to town? Mania's coming to town? Not the goddamn Dallas Stars. Let's go, Pens. We can't lose with 7 in the stands. Now,
Hey, great haircut. Good to meet you finally.
You know, we're
Yeah,
the
I love
soft side in the chair.
I love it.
It's as simple as this, okay? You gotta have fuck you in the game.
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't, you're missing something.
I said, "Sir, if I could just speak up on his behalf, this is like the second greatest player ever." And Mario turned and looked at me and goes, "Second? Behind who?"
All 4 of those guys aren't rolling, or it's not enough to win one round. This is supposed to be a team good enough to win a cup. We're talking about one friggin' round.
Aaron Burrows told me, and he said this to Henrik Lundqvist's face at dinner. He goes, "Henke, you know how they did the renovation at the Garden for $1 billion? It's all you, bro. It's all you building the net. $1 billion renovation at the Garden, paid for in 5 years. It wasn't because the Knicks were in the playoffs. It's because the Rangers went on all those runs, and the stud on the team, among several, was their goalie, Henrik Lundqvist."
Gino, honestly, he's one of the funniest guys you can be around, and he probably busted my chops more than anybody. Why are you so slow? You old. Like, he would look up, like, my old contracts and be like, "What? No, you're no good."
What grabbed me on this was good hockey.
Welcome back to the Pat McAfee Show on Winter Wednesday, December 21st.
Hell yeah.
You know, you guys want a better sex life?
Yeah.
Well, if so, you're not alone. Up to 50% of men have symptoms that get in the way of wanting or enjoying sex.
Nice.
But Roman is here to help. Roman is the digital health clinic for men. Roman addresses a variety of sexual needs for men. They offer discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed.
Hell yeah.
They have
400X?
400X, yeah.
That's
what?
Almost too much.
Yeah, think about that. You can get 8 more pumps in. Roman has
400%.
More
Yeah. 4X.
Boom.
Sorry about that. I got in your way there. You're really
But
wrong.
4X is 400%.
That's 400%. I said 400X, which would be 400 times.
That'd be way too.
What I meant was 4X, 400%. Either or. That's good.
Yeah, it is good.
Hey, AJ.
And that's why Roman's so good.
More pumps is always good, right?
Well,
That's right. Tony.
Don't.
You.
No.
Sorry.
Good Lord. Roman is a straightforward digital experience from the comfort of your own home.
If you want to get into that discussion later,
No, I'm just saying, if you're out of shape, be careful.
that is smart. Go, but on your own time. That's
right.
With our friends at Roman.
Bingo. To learn more about how you can achieve your personal sex health goals, whether that's more pumps or the right amount, Tony.
Thank you.
Go to row.co/Pat today to get 20% off your entire first order. row.co/Pat.
Hell yeah. Great read there. I believe Thielen will be joining us here in a couple of moments. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us right now is a man who is a incredible entrepreneur.
That's right.
An incredible American dream story.
Yeah, for sure.
Had to pay for the opportunity to work out, to potentially one day work out for the people that he's supposed to work out for, to get into the NFL in his home state of Minnesota. He makes it to the Vikings, makes the Pro Bowl, becomes a mainstay. Now he's a superstar. I believe he had For the Brand on his cleats this past weekend as the Minnesota Vikings took on the Indianapolis Colts and played about a quarter and a half of good football.
Oh, yeah.
Enough good football to mount the largest comeback in the history of the fucking NFL, down 33-zip at halftime. This man, friend of the program, incredible golfer, Pro Bowl wide receiver, Adam Thielen.
Adam!
What's up, guys?
Adam,
Yes, sir.
do you have anything to say to me or any other Colts fans?
What happened?
No! Thielen!
Tell us.
Did you see my video?
I was wearing, yes, I did. It was unbelievable. But I was wearing the cleats, and I'm thinking, man, like, I'm going to wear these cleats, and we're going to get rocked 33-0. That's not good. But thankfully, we came back and got it done somehow.
Yeah, somehow. Yeah, seems like never been done before.
No, that's right.
Who knows? They'll never be touched again, I don't think.
Probably not.
With the way the NFL is, it feels like 2-score leads are not safe anymore. Even 17 points, not really safe anymore. That happens on a regular basis. 33 points, no matter what chapter football is in.
Game's over.
So Pat Peterson gave you guys a motivational speech and said, all we need is 5 touchdowns, baby. That's all. I've seen you guys do that all the time. All we need is 5. Was there something in the locker room that Kevin O'Connell said, Kirk Cousins said, maybe you said? Was there any adjustments? What was the flip of the switch in the second half after getting, shut out in the first half? And now it's a historic memory that'll probably be in the Hall of Fame forever. And thank you for wearing my cleats. Or thank you for wearing For the Brand on cleats. We're doing it to a team that I'm a fan of.
No, honestly, I think everybody kind of had the same message. Like, screw what the score is. Screw what the outcome of this game is going to be. Let's just go out there and, like, show them who we really are. Like, that's not us out there, obviously. So let's go show them who we really are. Let's get some momentum going to the next game. Again, no matter what actually happens. And then, Pat P with the, hey, guys, just need 5 touchdowns. That's all you need. The best part about that was every single time we scored and we came to the sideline, he would reiterate where we were at. So, guys, 4 more touchdowns. That's all you got. All right, guys, 3 more touchdowns. That's all you got, And then 2 more touchdowns. That's all you got. And once we kind of got to that point, it felt more real. And we felt like there was a real chance once we got some momentum.
You scored a touchdown to obviously make it 36-28. And that was when I started getting the text messages in the booth. It was immediately after your touchdown. Because I told the boys, I say, hey, I think Thielen's wearing For the Brand. Let's keep an eye out for it. And then the next text I got was, we've kept an eye on Thielen. He actually just scored to make it 36-28. Just a heads up. I'm like, oh, what happened out of nowhere? Congrats on the win. I'm obviously happy for you and all of our friends over there. But once again, this is a story that's going to be told probably forever. AJ, your question for Thielen.
Yeah, Thielen, did anything change from the first to the second half, like schematically, anything that they did or you guys did, or did you guys just play much better?
I think it was like getting back to that, this sounds like coach speak, but like getting back to that, like complementary football, right? Defense gets a stop, 3 and out. We get a punt return that, sets us up with a good field position. And then for us to have a short field, have a couple explosive plays to just go down there and score. And then once you get that momentum on your side and you start kind of playing, again, that complementary football, especially in our building with that place going nuts. I mean,
could you feel it? Could you feel it gaining steam? Like, could you feel everyone starting, like, as you scored every time? Did you feel like the momentum, here we go, like more and more people are getting into it?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. We always talk about it each week. There we go. We heard a lot of that. Probably the loudest. That's pretty unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it was pretty crazy as we got that momentum. It just was crazy, the intensity in that building. You could tell that like every play after we scored maybe the first touchdown, maybe going to score the second touchdown. You could feel the intensity was like, hey, every play is like Super Bowl for us, and it's that intense in this building, which was actually a really cool feeling. And again, like probably the loudest I've ever heard that building when probably I would say maybe 5% of that building actually had left at halftime and couldn't get back in the building. So for it to be that loud with not at full after everyone leaving was interesting.
Incredible stadium, incredible fan base. What a moment for all of you. I was told momentum wasn't
doesn't exist.
We had a full conversation about momentum last week, and then literally this weekend we were talking to Lou Anarumo about it, and then what the Bengals defense did in the second half against Tom Brady to kind of turn that whole thing around, what you guys were able to do. I guess because there's no science behind it, people just refuse to believe that momentum's a thing. What do you think of momentum, and how would you describe it to somebody that maybe just got dropped on earth?
Well, first of all, momentum in football is an absolute real thing.
No,
you're wrong.
No.
I was told it doesn't exist.
It's unbelievable, actually, how much it matters. And again, I think that's why it's so important to have that intensity from the start of a game. Sometimes guys want to like feel out the game. They want to kind of get into the game and go. But I think for young guys to realize, like, man, like momentum's a real thing. So like if we get behind the 8 ball here and they start gaining momentum, like watch out. It's going to be 33-0. Again, it just makes it more intense in beginning of games to say, hey, like guys, we can't let this momentum go away from us, because it is 100% a real thing, and I will argue to my death on that.
Yeah, we all will, and I'm happy you stepped away from giving a definition, because Ty did it the other day, and it was maybe one of the greatest definitions of momentum of all time. Things just are seemingly going your way that didn't go your way before, and it's a series of events that lead you to believe that it'll continue or something. I forget what it was.
Yeah, I don't know if I could even define it
You
again.
pulled it.
Yeah.
You pulled it.
Perfect.
Straight out of your ass. It was one of the best. In Lou Anarumo, I think that's what inspired him in that second half. Actually, the Bengals fans should be thinking about maybe thanking you.
I hope so.
It is so real. It's so much fun to kind of watch a team get it, and it's terrible to be on the other side of it. Darius has a question for you, Thielen. You two know each other.
What's up, Adam? Hey, obviously you've been around for a while, playing a bunch of different offenses, different quarterbacks. I just want to ask you, your experience as a wide receiver in the NFL, have you dealt a lot with hand signals, having to learn them? And are there different systems, different quarterbacks, that there was more or less of that? And then at what point in your career did you get comfortable when you felt like, hey, you know what, I'm not thinking out here, I'm just playing at this point?
Yeah, I think there is. It's really probably more of a system thing. There probably is some quarterbacks that maybe want to use this hand signals more, but I think it's every system that I've been in has had like different purposes for hand signals. And we do use a lot of them now, because we are a team that likes to get on the ball and use that momentum, get a first down, get on the ball and go quick. So we do use hand signals, but there's been times in my career where it was like quick hand signals, maybe just for one receiver, so no one else is seeing it. And it's kind of like more of the Rodgers thing, where he's just going to signal out quick to the one receiver, and might be a quick screen or a quick bubble in a run play that he knows he's got safety pressure or something, and he just wants to spit the ball out quick. So there is a little bit of that, but yeah, I think as far as, when did I feel comfortable? I mean, I think once you get experience in this league, you start to get more comfortable. I mean, I think it's not necessarily experience playing, but experience making plays. Experience coming back from 2 scores down, and then you say, okay, next time I'm in that situation, we've done this before, I have this experience. So I think the more experience you have of actually going out there and doing it, making plays, that's when you really settle in and get confidence. And for me, that was probably around year 3, year 4, maybe year 3 for me on special teams, just go out there and just go play free and not have to think about, oh man, if I make a mistake, I'm going to get cut. Because I know your first couple of years, especially as an undrafted guy, you're thinking a little bit too much maybe about
Really?
trying to be perfect.
Why'd you do that? That's not normal.
Yeah, what? Only in Minnesota.
Yeah, that must only.
Unfortunately, I've seen a lot of guys get cut for making a couple mistakes, but
That's in Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's in Minnesota. That's not in Green Bay. That's in Minnesota.
That's right.
We've seen it
Maybe
in
just
Indianapolis.
not
New
so
England.
much as
New
NFC
England, it's
North.
been seen.
Doesn't happen in Green Bay though, huh?
Well, it does. It does.
Much to your surprise,
no
it does.
idea.
There's signals, and there are some younger players that don't necessarily are able to less thinky, more athlete-y take over when they're younger, which never would have guessed in the NFL, but that was something that was written about Aaron Rodgers. This guy's a fucking asshole. Hey, Thielen, did you hear? He makes his receivers learn these hand signals, and Jordan Love runs it, I guess. There's like a meeting where they have to go up and they have to show the hand signals to everybody else on the team. They kind of get put on a stage. So Aaron's like hazing these kids. You know what I mean? Every single week. That's what I heard.
Well, I will say this: if you do know the hand signals, you're probably getting the ball. So maybe figure out the hand signals, and you might get more opportunities.
No. Oh, you're saying you figure it out?
No,
you're
wrong.
Aaron's supposed to. Gee, sorry about it. Thielen, stop talking. That's NFC North of rival. AJ, your question for Thielen.
Hey, when you mentioned earlier that in that Colts game in the second half, it felt like every play was the Super Bowl at times. Like, how valuable is that for your team to get a win in that situation? Like, I would imagine that gives you a lot more to lean on than, say, you went out there and you beat them 40-0. Like, you guys had a situation in the second half where you knew every single play mattered. Don't you think you can take that and use that in the playoffs?
Yeah, 100%. I think there's been a few of those situations for us this season that we can kind of look to, we can kind of lean on. I think that there was times in that game, in the Colts game, that we were kind of leaning on some of our experiences earlier in the season when we kind of were down 2 scores late in the fourth quarter against the Bills and come back and win. So I think it's every time you have those experiences, again, you have something to lean on to say, hey, guys, like, we really aren't out of this. You know, I know that this would be the NFL's largest comeback in the history of the NFL. I get that. But, hey, let's go out there and just put one place, keep stacking plays. Let's gain some momentum and see what happens. And when you do that, like you said, when you do that, you definitely can use that moving forward and gain some confidence from that.
Yeah, but what everybody's saying is you guys can't put 4 quarters together, can you? What's that? Why is that? Why do you think the first half happened against the Vikings there? You just kind of overlooked the Colts? Things weren't clicking? What do you think it was?
That's one thing about this team is we definitely don't overlook anybody. We know how difficult it is to win in this league. There's a lot of experienced guys in our locker room that understand that this game is it'll test you mentally and physically every single time you're out there. It doesn't matter who your opponent is. But I think it's just, I don't know. It's tough. We haven't figured that out because there's been pretty much every week for us, it's been one quarter or one side of the ball or kind of a collective effort of just not doing things the way that we normally do it to have success. So we got to keep continue to go to work. But the good thing is, again, we have that kind of resiliency to kind of lean on to say, hey, I don't care what happens in the first quarter or what happens in the second quarter, or if we have a negative play or a bad turnover or something like that, we can come back from that and we can lean on that. Those
people are saying that that's a weakness for you guys. I feel like that's a strength for you guys. You guys have been able to win games whenever everybody hasn't played their best football yet. And whenever you play into the playoffs, like that's when everybody hopefully is playing their best football. But there's been a lot of conversation about the Vikings. They're not going to be able to play with the good teams. They're not going to be able to go down 33 to the good teams when it matters and everything. And people are going to talk shit or whatever. But I think it's a good thing to experience those and to get a win in those games to kind of just move to the next week and have that. I think it's you're building the team on marble. There's a chance you guys get to the fucking number one. Hey, it's still all out there right now. Jalen Hurts with a sprained shoulder. Yep. The line moved from the Eagles being favored by 1.5 to the Cowboys being favored by 4.5. So a lot of people are thinking Jalen's missing this week. How many weeks will he miss going forward? Although Sirianni said he's different than us. He's going to heal differently than us. You guys have a chance to get the number one seed in the NFC. Hey, number one seed in the NFC is potentially still out there right now with how everything else goes. Could you imagine that stadium that would be epic for the Vikings this season when nobody could have seen this coming into the year.
Oh, no doubt. Our fans are hungry for it. They want as many home games as possible in the playoffs, and so do we. Obviously, we know how important it is to play at home, but we know that this week is huge for us. We know that every week, kind of coming down the stretch here, is going to be huge because if it's not the 1 seed, it's the 2 seed. Like we need to get the best possible seed possible, and everyone's just saying that, obviously, but we
You're
really
in it
matter.
though. You guys are in it
Yeah.
though. 11-3. You guys are in the meat of it right now. 11 wins already, dude. Congrats on a fucking.
Yeah.
You guys have really been killing it. Tone has a question for you, Thielen.
How come Wink Martindale called KOC Harry Styles?
Yeah, what's that all about? And do you think he is Harry Styles?
It's a compliment.
Well, yeah, I didn't say it was a negative, AJ.
That's a superstar.
He said why?
I said why.
I think Wink said, like, if Kevin O'Connell was around Ted Lasso's wife,
Yeah.
like, there's a chance. I think that's who he was alluding to, right?
Yeah, I think so.
He called him handsome. To AJ's point, he was calling him handsome. Is that what you took out of that, AJ?
Yeah.
How about you, Thielen? What do you think he meant by that?
I would say that coach should take that as a compliment, but don't tell him I said that because I definitely don't want to compliment coach at all.
Oh, he's got a little too much?
Yeah, you got to be careful with him. You don't want to get him too high, you know.
Former player, quarterback.
Yeah, for him, you got to break him down, build him back up, break him down, build him back up, you know.
Hey, Coach, great work. Down 33-zip in the first half. Thanks.
Yeah.
He was fist pumping all over the sideline on Saturday.
Oh yeah.
He's awesome. What is he like day to day? Now, obviously, we've chatted with you about him earlier. We've talked to like Pat Peterson about him. We talked to Kirk Cousins about him. But now, from your standpoint, this deep into it, what have you learned about KOC as a head coach in the NFL? He's not getting anywhere near the amount of hype as other coaches are. This is his first year being a head coach, former player, and you guys are 11-3, sitting in the middle of it, potentially becoming the number 1 seed in the NFC, seeing how things end up. What are your thoughts on him? And I loved what you just said there. Like, let's not get crazy. That means you have a great relationship with him. Is the whole team like that? And what have you seen from him this year?
Well, I'll say this. I think he gets this reputation of like this player's coach, like super friendly, fun guy to be around, all this stuff. But he's a dog. And you can see that when you start seeing some of these like mic'd up things, and and he's out there. He's competitive as anybody on that field, and he's not afraid to get after you to make it known that what you're doing isn't good enough and up to your standards. So it's a great really it's a great strength of his that he can just be that kind of that player's coach, but also he's got that dog in him like a lot of us in this locker room do, and you need that in this league. You can't be weak and make it in this league. So definitely thankful for that, and has definitely helped him in his first year just come out here and have a strong start to his head coaching career.
Those mic'd ups, it appears as if you guys love them, and every single time I see a new one, I'm like, oh, I like this guy. You know what I mean? Like, I like what he's saying to Kirk. I like what he's saying into Kirk's ears, because we know about Kirk. Kirk is super religious dude and everything like that, but also one of the most competitive humans of all time. Listening to their kind of back and forth between KOC and Kirk is awesome. Like hearing that, I feel like that's how you learn a lot about people, through his mic'd ups. Even though they edit it, I like watching them because it's like, how are the teammates reacting to this person? When he says something, how's somebody else? And when I watch KOC, watching how everybody responds to him, it's like, this dude, seemingly great guy to play for. They got something good brewing over there in cold-ass Minnesota. Ty has a question for you.
Yeah, Thielen, at this point in your career, I mean, perennial Pro Bowler, you've played with a lot of really good guys, but Justin Jefferson, I can't remember what it is specifically, but he's about to break one of Randy Moss's records. Is there anything he does at this point that, like, surprises you, or is it just like, holy shit, this guy is unbelievable. I'm so lucky that I get to play on the same field as him?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just comes down to his consistency. A lot of guys can make big plays in this league. A lot of guys can do it for a couple games or maybe for 1 year. But his ability to be so good and to dominate every single week, week in, week out, every single year that he's been in this league, he's been, top 5, top 10 in yards, catches, all that. I mean, it's truly unbelievable, because that every week when they're sitting in their Wednesday install meeting, they're saying, what do we need to do to beat the Vikings? Well, number one thing I guarantee every single team is doing is saying, we got to take away Justin Jefferson. And
180 in the first half he'll have.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. 220 yards a couple weeks ago, record for most yards in a game. And it's like, that's coming after everybody knows that he's going to get the ball. So his ability to take hits, hold on to the ball, he knows now that there's not going to be any of his catches are going to be easy or not contested. So his ability to make those contested catches, hold on to it, his ability to do kind of everything, to run the entire route tree, to be able to run deep, to be able to take the top off defenses, to be able to run choice routes and do the underneath stuff is really unbelievable. And I think it's gave Coach a flexibility to kind of move him around and to be able to really be able to not let teams take him away, which is tough to do in this league.
Does he know hand signals and stuff or no?
Well, we don't actually have a ton of hand signals, but yes, Justin's a smart kid, so he knows his hand signals. And again, in this league, if you want to get the ball, you better know that stuff because that's an opportunity to get the ball. If the quarterback's signaling to you, there's probably a good percentage chance that you're getting the football. So you better know those hand signals.
That's weird.
I don't know about anybody in the kitchen cooking bacon, but
Yeah.
Connor has a question for you, Mr. Thielen.
Yeah, Adam, obviously you're a little more north than us, and there's a big old storm coming in. Can we trust what we're reading on these weather maps, one? And two, are you aware of any different travel plans for the Giants because of how, terrible it is? And do you kind of wish you were playing outdoors to maybe have a little more home field advantage?
Hey, that ain't home field advantage.
I do not wish I was playing outdoors. I'm very.
That's a loss for everybody. Outdoors in Minnesota.
That's a lose-lose for everyone. Anybody who says that's a competitive advantage they're just making up stuff to make themselves feel better. Because no one likes playing in the cold. It doesn't matter if you play every home game there or not. No one likes playing in the cold and the snow, all that. Unless you're, maybe a meathead defensive guy.
What?
Don't know any of those people on the show, so. But
I would choose to play in 70 degrees every day if I could, Adam, for sure.
Well, we could. We put domes on everything, but we'll move on. We'll move on. I'm sorry.
But no, honestly, it is coming down pretty good out there. I believe when I was driving in, it was like -7 degrees in my car. Feels like -30. So it's a beautiful day here in Minnesota. Just thankfully we're practicing.
It's always cold over there. No. Minnesota. We cannot say because it's happening in Minnesota.
It's starting there.
There's no way we're getting Minnesota to Indiana.
It's coming this way.
It's always over there.
It's always there.
It's always there.
We saw the map earlier. It's coming down from Minnesota.
Thielen, they're saying we're getting Minnesota everywhere. That's basically what they're saying right now. Cancel Christmas. Minnesota's coming to the entire northern portion of the United States of America. It's going to drop 40 degrees. It's going to rain and it's going to freeze.
Hey, tips?
It's like, it's going to be Minnesota. Yeah, what do we need to do here? Put chains on the tires?
Chains on tires, yeah.
I will say that.
It's purple, too. Fucking Vikings just everywhere.
But I will say, if there is a time to have that weather, it'd be around Christmas where you can stay inside, hang by the fireplace, just enjoy some family time, maybe a card game or two.
Some chestnuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect time for it to happen.
It's a traveling time. Listen, we're football people, so we haven't had Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's for a large portion of our lives. Outside of the football world, we have all been learning slowly with our dealings with either humans or significant others or anything like that. Hey, these things matter. Okay, this is a real thing. Traveling and investment and everything. So this whole storm coming, shutting down a lot of people's Christmases right now, and this is coming fresh off of 2 COVID Christmases almost.
Yeah.
We're not happy about this. It's supposed to be big. Are you guys ever panicked? Are the meteorologists over there saying it's going to get bad? It's going to get better. Is it it's Minnesota? Does that happen?
Have you guys seen the movie 4 Christmases?
Yeah,
of
course.
Classic.
Great movie. Watched it 2 nights ago.
So that's what you just kind of reminded me of. Maybe it's a good thing that maybe people can't go to their family Christmases. They can just hang out by themselves and they don't have to do the 4 Christmases thing,
I don't know if you saw Aaron's book recommendation for the Christmas. Maybe it is good that is happening. We hope everybody stays safe. Minnesota's coming to town. We're not talking about the Vikings. We're just talking about the weather. I would like to talk about this, what you're doing with Caribou Coffee. We got some sent to the office. We can't thank you enough.
So good.
Caribou Coffee. Yeah, sorry, it's right here. This is some mud that's been left
Mud.
This is whole bean, medium roast, very smooth, tastes delicious. I'm not a coffee guy, but everybody in the office has enjoyed the hell out of it. Caribou Coffee and Adam Thielen also announced they're teaming up to fuel Vikings fans.
Ooh.
For all remaining 2022 Vikings home games, Caribou Perks members, which is the member
rewards
club
program,
get a free small brewed coffee Thanks to Adam Thielen. This offer will automatically show up in the guest Caribou Perks accounts.
Wow.
Sign up for Caribou Perks today by texting PERKS, P-E-R-K-S, to 762-CARIBOU. 762-CARIBOU. See link to full offer details here. We assume that'll be down in the comment section. And then there's an asterisk here. Free small brewed coffee reward is valid Saturday, December 17th, past that, or Saturday, December 24th. So this coffee will have to be had this upcoming Saturday on Christmas Eve while you're maybe making some last-minute shopping. If the Minnesota Vikings weather doesn't come to everywhere, you're able to drift out to a Caribou Coffee, get a free one. Limit one offer per customer per day. Offer is not valid on orders from order.cariboucoffee.com or Uber Eats. Reward is available in Minnesota, Wisconsin, South Dakota, North Dakota, Iowa, Caribou Perks members. That's really cool. I appreciate everything you do business-wise. Thielen, you do it the right way, pal.
I appreciate that. I'm a big coffee guy, by the way. So Caribou always hooks it up, and Minnesota company, which is huge. I got to be, as you're showing, I was a barista for a day, which I had no idea what was in some of these drinks, but I can see why people really like them. I'm a straight black coffee guy, no cream, no sugar. So, but it was interesting the orders that were coming through there, but it was fun.
How'd you do? You think you did okay? Anybody boo you? Anybody send the drink back?
No one sent the drink back, but and I got a lot of again, if you put sugar in there and you put a little bit of whipped cream on top, like can you mess that up?
Well, if you're looking for just black mud, yeah.
Yeah, but nobody's going. I guess nobody's going in and ordering. Is Caribou Coffee? They are, and we apologize. They're like little lattes, Dad. Like there's a bunch of retail stores. It's seemingly Midwestern. Are they also down in Florida?
I don't see them much in Florida.
New company? Is this a young company? What is it? What is Caribou Coffee?
They actually just had their 30th birthday. That's why I was doing that.
Nice.
So.
Oh, happy birthday,
Caribou.
Happy birthday.
Our Minnesota-based company, and now they're starting to go around the U.S. So there will be a Caribou Coffee near you.
Okay, we hope so.
Almost 500 locations in 19 states and territories.
Congratulations to the Caribou folks.
Love you, Caribou.
Mostly in that upper area.
Cold area.
Yeah.
Keeps you warm there.
Well,
mud.
Lot in Minnesota.
Just like the Caribou coffee shops are coming to a town near you, the Minnesota weather is as well. So it's hunkered down. Let's enjoy some conversation with our immediate families. Let's stay away from travel. And let's continue to watch the Minnesota Vikings do their thing. We can't thank you enough for joining us, buddy. Stay safe today on that trip home. I heard it's bad out there.
Yeah, Coach said that, make sure that we're safe traveling home. He didn't cut practice back or didn't get us out of the building any earlier, but he wants us to make sure that we're safe getting home after our full days of work. So don't forget that as well.
Hey, guys, listen, they're saying there's a massive storm coming this afternoon. Obviously, we want you all to drive incredibly cautiously on the way home and everything like that. Should we move practice up? Can't really because we got a full
meeting, full day.
Seems like the storm's coming right at the time we'll be letting you guys out of the building. So take your time. You don't have to be there yesterday. Just go ahead and stay safe on your trip out of there. Coach, we could maybe move it.
Nope.
Can't.
Pipe down.
Okay, we're down 33-0 at halftime. Okay, so
got work to do.
We got a lot of shit to do. We can't thank you enough, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Thielen. Listen to him talking shit to KOC.
That's sweet.
I enjoy that. That's a good relationship.
Absolutely. It's like same thing like when you can make fun of your buddies or I can go at Pistol, my dad, and say something to him like, yeah, I feel close enough where I can do that.
Yeah, KOC just saw Thielen say, yeah, he wanted us to be safe. Massive storm coming, but also full work day. Just know, that's Thielen talking for the whole locker room, right? As soon as KOC says, everybody drive home safe, they're looking around like, are you going to?
We're still here.
You thinking about maybe? And KOC, yep. Everybody's break it up, go to your meetings or whatever. Like, maybe let us out earlier. No. It's
got the number one seat on the line.
Yeah,
what are we talking about here?
Exactly. If we were 6 and 7, maybe. What do you?
What are you talking about?
Oh, you don't want to work. Oh, okay.
This guy doesn't want to work.
Oh, this guy doesn't. Hey, would you like to go in front of the room? Please let everybody know you'd like to miss how many meetings so we can move everything up. Please let them know. Number one seed in the NFC is on the line. That would be a hilarious relationship if that's actually what's taking place. I enjoy the Vikings. It sucks that the Colts are on the other side of that story, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't that what KOC said? Like, yeah, the Giants are coming to town, not the Colts. We can't just go down 33-0 and expect to win again.
Let's get to a break.
Wasn't that the line? I thought that was what he said. It was part of it.
This is a brand new Colts team. Nick Foles is playing quarterback.
What?
Breaking
BNCs.
What?
Breaking news.
Tank.
The Indianapolis Colts announced before we went live 3 hours ago, and that's how big a news it is.
Yep.
Nick Foles will be starting for the Indianapolis Colts on Monday Night Football against Cameron Dicker, Justin Herbert, Kyle Van Noy, and the Los Angeles Chargers.
Hell yeah.
Big Dick Nick is coming to town just 2 days after old Saint Nick comes through everybody's.
I didn't
homes.
figure the Colts were good. I didn't figure they were an organization that tanks.
We're not tanking. This is a fucking Super Bowl MVP. The guy's got a statue outside of a stadium.
Listen, we went to preseason. We went to the training camp practice where Matt Ryan was fucking carving the Lions up. Okay, Foles came in and threw like 17 interceptions.
Yeah, but Matt Ryan.
And then Ellinger came in and fucking dominated too.
Yeah, but Matt Ryan, and I will say, it feels like we were catfished at that particular training camp.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Feels like we were kind of cat. The only thing we weren't lied to about was how fucking big Dan Campbell is.
True.
He is a horse of a man,
Yes.
a specimen. He was doing press right next to us. He is massive. Everything else that we saw at that practice was wrong.
Yep, fugazi.
Everything was fake. This side of the ball is good. This side of the ball is bad. Turns out the Lions are in a fucking playoff push.
Hell yeah.
And the Colts offense that sliced and diced that Lions defense, which the DB coach was still coaching there, and they were still the same
Historic.
old Lions on the defense side of the ball. Matt Ryan looked unbelievable. There was a reason for my arrogance coming into the season.
Yeah.
He has not played like that at all. So maybe what we saw in that practice, it was reverse day.
Freaky Friday.
Wait till you see what fucking Big Richard, Nick Foles, comes out and does on prime time. You think Nick Foles, who whenever he was the third stringer for the Chicago Bears that couldn't get a first down for 5 straight games, he was the third stringer on that team, and he got a press conference. He was like, last time me and Frank Reich were together, look what happened. Last time our offense was built around me, look what happened. He actually said this at a press conference. Never, that's not how Nick Foles operates either, but that's not a thing, kind of came out of nowhere. And we're like, oh, Nick is petitioning to come to the Colts. Couple months later, he ends up coming to the Colts. We never see him. Training camp, he looked horrendous. But I've wondered, and a lot of us have wondered, why haven't we tried him out at least?
Fuck it. Everybody else got a shot.
Yeah. Exactly.
Chargers by 20.
Let it fly, Nick.
He might be the future.
Could be.
That's right. Next 3 years.
Could
Darius, do you believe you were not here the other day when I instituted this new NFL rule? And our show is listened to by people in the NFL offices, so maybe let's get put in here in the next year or two, especially with Google winning the
Shout out.
Official? Way to
Sunday
go, Google.
package.
Reported.
2.5.
$2.5 billion. The last deal was worth $1 billion, I believe. So another $1.5 billion a year for the NFL via our friends at Google. That was reported by Joe Flint and the Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal had the COVID-19 article, which Aaron referenced yesterday. Exaggerated nothingness. But congrats to YouTube getting, I believe this is going to be YouTube TV, which Tone Diggs is a YouTube TV subscriber and also one of their biggest fans. Our show's on YouTube. We have zero relationship with anybody at Google or YouTube, but we would assume this is good news for the future of YouTube and Google investing in the sport that we cover on their platform with no relationship to them. This is great news for us, AJ, and for the NFL.
It's awesome news. I use YouTube TV as well, and I think it makes a lot of sense that Google gets involved. And is Red Zone a separate thing, or do they get it with this $2.5 billion?
There's one that comes with it, and then there's another one, I think, right? NFL Network has one. And
right now, YouTube TV has the Hanson one, is their Red Zone. So I don't know what's going to happen with
but
that.
Is Red Zone a separate entity that you have to bid on separate?
I believe
there's
so.
2 of them.
Yeah.
It should be. I mean, that's worth billions, I feel like, alone.
That should be its own show.
Yeah, Red Zone will definitely still be on cable, I think, along with the package on YouTube TV.
What is cable?
I don't know. I'm
cord.
gone now.
Honestly, what's cable?
TV.
That's a great question.
What is it? Just standard channels.
I was having a conversation last night with some. How much information? How much information? How much information do I want to?
Okay, here we go.
Don't lose leverage. Don't lose leverage with anybody. Don't lose leverage with anybody.
But gain.
It's an interesting thing when you negotiate for yourself, and you're also on a microphone for 4 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
What can you say? What can I was speaking with some of the most traditional media people in the history of traditional media, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just about.
Took a trip out to
Spot on.
Indianapolis, came and visited the Thunderdome this morning, had dinner with them last night. Not just like, no, it's a pretty weird time we are in right now with the people that traveled out last night to meet with. Talking presidents of stuff, flying to Indiana, dinner, coming to the Thunderdome. We couldn't figure out how they could do their pitch deck in here.
Yep. No audio.
Think about them coming in here. Good. They had a video they wanted to show. There's full audio on it. We plugged it into something. There was no audio.
Speaker was dead.
We'll bring it. Yeah, speaker was dead. Bluetooth speaker comes in and says at 0%. Video starts running like 20 seconds through. We got enough juice in it to come back, and it dies in the middle. Goodbye in the middle of this presentation. It was AJ. It was something. It was certainly
Spot
something.
on.
It was certainly something. But these folks recognize exactly what we're saying, and they've been around it they've made careers out of it. And I think all the networks know what's coming. It's just like who can adjust the transition better. Feels like these folks are going to have it figured out. So whenever you say, like, what is cable? That's an interesting thing. Like, how are people digesting content nowadays versus how it used to be? I think there's going to be some mainstays that are going to make it, but I think we're going to see some people, I think we're going to see some networks. Massive amounts of money can only keep you around for so long. At some point, relevance and actual results like matter. And I think that's going to be the interesting thing over the next 10 to 15 years. It was a cool 2.5, 3 hour conversation last night at dinner. My wife was there. She was a rock star at this thing last night. Stats and facts about things that I did not know about. It was like, Sam fucking kicking ass. Okay, Sam, way to go. It was a really cool meeting, but I feel like everybody's kind of staring it down right now. Like, what is cable? What is the future? Smart TVs are basically going to be in a large majority of households because the smart TVs are going to be so outdated that they're just going to be cheaper than fucking other TVs because there's going to be another TV that's going to come along. So naturally, everybody's just going to kind of move in that direction. It's crazy, AJ. It is. It is very crazy.
They've been trying for the last like 10 years to see where it's going. What's the next thing? What's it look like? And if YouTube does get the Sunday ticket, I mean, that's the biggest bump or change. Like, hey, this is the new way you watch football.
Amazon, Thursday Night Football, and Black Friday,
Yep.
right? Streaming platform. And then you think Google, YouTube TV is about to have the Sunday ticket. So if you want to watch all your games, you're going to be there. Apple was allegedly in, then they were out.
Backed out.
Yeah.
Amazon and Google were kind of in there. It's only a matter of time before it's all on there. Every sport, everything is on there. And for us, we like it, but there's going to be people that are going to hate that.
I will ride till cable until it's no longer offered.
What's that?
I will fucking have cable until it's no longer
I
offered.
enjoyed channel surfing.
Me too. I have the remote where I can just fucking...
Guess what? You can channel surf on YouTube TV.
Don't want to.
Can you really?
Yeah, it is kind of sweet.
Because guess what? If your internet doesn't work or is a little bit spotty, then you got to deal with that bullshit. Like, no matter what is going on, even like weather, like cable fucking works.
Fair point.
Amazon, and we've talked about this.
She got DirecTV.
Those satellites.
That's what I'm saying. Unless you got DirecTV.
Those satellites are a problem.
You know what the fucked up thing is most cable nowadays is streaming anyways.
Yeah, you're just paying for a box to receive your internet, and then
paying to get the app, or you're just paying to get the app, and have a like you can just log on to your smart TV and you get the hey, I have a Spectrum app. Log in, boom.
Amazon's games, when they go to commercial break, I hope they're charging more for the commercial breaks.
Yeah,
it better be.
Because there's nowhere to go.
Serious real estate.
There's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
They should have a commercial show. There should be a show that runs during.
Taron Killam already does that, I thought.
No, that's
a
once
good
a
point.
week. The Paul on.
Come on, dude.
Okay, that's at halftime every once in a while.
What about Dude Perfect? I thought they're not
That's-
part of it.
They go to commercial same time.
Alternate cast.
So you're stuck on an app, and if your internet's okay, are you ready to get off the app and then reload the app by the time a commercial break is over? You can roll the dice. You
Yep.
can. There's a chance, but there's also a chance
Yep. Miss a big play.
as you come back. That is the change. That
What's
is going to be
nice-
an adjustment. In
What's nice about the YouTube TV, if you're watching YouTube TV on your phone, you don't have to get off the app. You could go on Twitter. Like, it moves around your phone however you want.
like YouTube does.
Yeah, you don't have to get out of it.
Amazon too. I will say, those commercials, they ran enough of them of shows that they were making, and it got me. I ended up watching a complete season of one of those shows that they just kept
Jack
showing.
Ryan's back, by the way.
Which
Was it
one?
good?
Was it Jack Ryan?
The Peripheral.
Good.
It was a good show.
Peripheral?
Peripheral?
Sounds like it was really
Like
Whatever the hell I
vision,
said.
what is it? Somebody can't see forward, they can only see the sides?
Yeah,
Horse
that's
riders.
what it's called about, and it's about how these people, they put on these headsets, and it's VR, but actually they're being used in the future.
Oh, no, I can't be watching that because every time I get in the Oculus Arena, I'm going to be like, wow, I'm building my future boxer champ in the year 4020 or whatever.
But really, you're like a hitman in the future, so you're not just building something for someone else, you're actually killing people for someone else.
And this isn't the right time to get into this conversation because it seems to have plenty of depth to it. But, like, is there going to come a time where all that training I put in the Oculus is going to pay off in other places in the Oculus? You're like, is my guy walking out of that ring after knocking somebody out, and then I'm just walking around and everybody knows, like,
there's a champ.
That particular Oculus right there, we don't want to try them. And if they do, like, on site, I'm ready to get, like, I wonder if that's going to, will I be able to train my Oculus in my Oculus where my actual body will not transform, but my avatar in the Oculus will? Is that going to happen like the year Ready Player One?
Ready Player One, yeah.
Is that what it's going to be?
You might have stats where, like, if they were to click on, like, you'd have a name above your
Above my
avatar.
head, walking around.
And they could probably, like, click on and see, like, oh, man, this guy's right hook is a 99, you know? And then go through that type of situation.
I hope not. Because my avatar.
Yeah, you were weak in
there. They were going the distance. I didn't have
You didn't knock a single person out.
I
You too,
got-
Foxy.
Yeah, you guys.
Nah, I got good at it as later on.
Yeah, but in that basic level, in like
Yeah,
the
right.
one where you jab somebody in the nose and they fall or whatever.
I just realized that all you have to do is power punches the whole time.
That's my
no
strategy.
finesse.
Welcome to the jungle.
Yeah. Is it? Are we boxing?
Duh.
What are we? What are you
Not
trying to go in there and dance with the guy?
Yeah. Finesse.
You trying to dance
Trying
with
to
the guy?
get cute. Doesn't work in that game. What do you?
Dude, people show up to the fight to see fucking carnage, dude.
Bombs, bro.
Yeah.
I did appreciate Biz saying I want to get in rough and rowdy with him. Hey, Biz, I'm not fighting in real life ever.
Yeah.
By my decision ever again. Now, if something happens, I would say I'm not going to be the one that's going to walk in a restaurant over to a place. What's up, bitch? You know, I'm not. I don't know if that'll ever happen
No,
at
that
this
was-
stage of my life.
Too much to lose.
That was sweet to do in the Oculus, though.
Exactly.
Oh,
that
bar
actually
fight
was a
yeah.
game.
It was awesome.
Foxy had a good
But my
week.
guy from the Oculus Arena was not in that bar fight. I had to train a whole new.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I would like
Yeah.
my. You know what I mean? I would like my. Box,
I remember that.
Yeah.
Foxy made a good video of you knocking
did.
people out. I feel like they did run as a commercial,
That
right?
clip's the best.
And you
used
broke
it the
a
other
bunch
day.
of bottles.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I'm out. I'm out.
Yep.
Boom. Bang.
What was the
pow.
caption? Ursay going in the locker
Jim
room after
Irsay
the
walking
game?
in the Colts locker room.
Actually, yeah, you might as well run that back because they're doing it again this year.
Seems like history repeats itself, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's right.
Time is a flat
But that
circle.
isn't what the future looks like. Yeah, here it is. This me? Yep. Fuck
Just in the
you.
metaverse?
Yep. Fuck you. Fuck
That
you.
little backhand one on.
Fuck
Yeah.
you. I think I had a bottle in my hand. That's why you saw me doing it. Yeah.
Did
bang,
you?
Bang.
Somebody else
Bang.
did too.
Cracked.
Bang. Bang.
Night, night.
Bang.
Oh, there's Foxy.
Bang. Bang.
Oh,
Jab. Pow.
That guy didn't want to fight.
Boom.
That one. This one.
A couple
Killed
of
me.
these guys didn't want to fight.
What are you talking about? They didn't want to fight me afterwards.
Bald Hulk Hogan kind of did. He threw up the hands at the end.
All these guys got problems. They're all boozed up. This is what happens at the pub. Okay, this
Yeah.
is something that happens.
Goddamn right.
But this is Oculus.
There he
this
is.
is what
Look
the
at these punches you're throwing.
Especially that nerd.
Punches are
That's
amazing.
science.
Those backhand punches.
That science nerd fucking took a few.
Surprised he didn't start kicking.
Bro,
That would work.
you can go grab a pool cue. You can grab a mug in there.
If I remember correctly, that was like the one you actually made it out of there too.
Yeah, I mean, there's been numerous times I've come into this pub and I've been carried out.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you lose?
Oh yeah, every once in a while, that guy right there has another buddy who shows up, and he's got a beer can, and then somebody else has got like a fucking beer stein,
And one of them's friends with Spider from the Oculus Arena too.
and he comes jumping over.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got my ass kicked in this bar.
It's all about going to the alley, right? The alley's where it goes down.
The alley in the back is a real problem. That's
Can you get a crack or
You
anything?
can suck down some beers too, can't you?
yeah, you can
Get all,
drink.
get all
you,
boozed up.
and
You
then
get
your-
sucked down?
Yeah, your vision starts to get a
start
little
swaying.
loose.
Yeah.
But you can take more shots.
Okay.
So it is pretty realistic. They try to make it as real life as possible.
And they nailed it.
All right, let's move on.
It's about Oculus season right about now.
Yeah, I haven't been here in a while.
Wow. There's one right underneath your foot too.
I've been throwing a pretty good bowl. AJ.
Yeah, I mean the ones yesterday, same spot.
AJ, this goes in.
Yeah.
What are you giving to the people for a holiday season?
Oh, yeah.
Give 10 people $500.
Whoa.
All right, let's go, dude.
Or 10 merches.
There's a huge difference
Yeah,
there.
very different.
You pick.
you're literally picking.
10 people, $500, and this one's going in though because I know you're dialed in.
Come on, for the people, for the holiday, for Jim Cantor. Oh fuck!
You got another one. Behind the basketball.
That release looked like it was weird.
The fucking seat. It's hard
Yeah,
from a
it's hard to
seated
sit.
position. You know what I mean?
That's really tough.
It's because of the jersey.
Not easy.
There
And then
you
they
go.
got these lights flashing.
Hello.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. First
it,
try. AJ Hawk will give 10 people $500. All you got to do is retweet this video. Say something nice to somebody and put your cash tag in there so we can pay you efficiently on Cash App. Your friend, AJ Hawk, will give out $5,000 for the holiday season. We can't thank you enough for that, AJ. You're a good man, AJ.
Go, AJ.
Good man,
Glad you
AJ.
made the shot. Glad you made it.
Hell yeah, man. Had to for the people. Of course. Had to for the program.
What?
Had to for the sake of the holiday season.
That's right.
All right, let's take a break. Let's get back on the other side with everything DB.
Hell yeah.
Some of us have to go shop for our significant others because I guess tomorrow and Friday it's going to be impossible to go shop. And if you might have passed it off on then, and Amazon also won't be able to deliver to you in time.
No.
So it's great. It's great holiday season. Very excited about that.
They're already late. They already can't get most stuff there before Christmas, unfortunately, for Amazon.
That's what I've heard. And then you bring Minnesota weather into everything. Nonetheless, happy to be here, thankful to be here. Can't thank you all enough for allowing us to do this for a living. Be a friend, tell a friend, everything DB on the other side. Take 5!
Hi, how's it going? My name's Pat McAfee. Used to hold balls for Adam Vinatieri. Now I'm in his home state. College game day is absolutely electric. And Brookings South Dakota. Let's go!
College game day has made the voyage to Brookings, South Dakota to experience a game with the best fans in college football. I unfortunately cannot attend because I have a game this Sunday, so I sent a man I trust to make my picks. A man who is my holder for almost a decade. Please be nice to him. Welcome this week's celebrity guest picker, Pat McAfee.
Go big, go blue, go Jacks.
Hosting Auburn. Yes, everybody saw this. The best fake punt in the world. What do you think, Pat?
I absolutely loved it all the way up until execution time. That is not one we like to show in the brand headquarters and punting and kicking world.
Oh, dance off. Oh, let's get weird. Yes. Duck that, huh?
Bang! Right off the top of the dome. That makes it a lot easier when you got a dummy standing right in front of you like that.
Running. He's Hayden Daniel Russo.
Wax on, wax off, knee to the face.
World Series.
Go, yes.
These teams stink. With that 15, they celebrate by doing shotguns. And I'm a big fan of that. I'm going with the University of Virginia Cavaliers. That was great. Whoa! And I will never, ever in the history of my life bet against that ball. Oklahoma State is a win here. It does not matter. Not so fast again.
But I'm going Trey.
Please excuse my dumb friend Kirk. Look at this crowd. They've been out here since 4 a.m. College game day comes to town. They lose their mind. The population of this state is about 800,000. And when the Jackrabbits take the field, they're alongside all 800,000 South Dakotans. The Dakota marker was in Fargo for far too long. Today, 5 o'clock local time, the Dakota marker is back in beautiful Brookings, South Dakota. Adam Vinatieri School. They might be the Jackrabbits, but they're the GOATs today. Ladies and gentlemen, South Dakota State with the win.
Give me that face in. No, don't do that. No. Leave. Coach.
He has the
No. Pat says it'll be no.
I told you I came on your radio show that we were going to get you on College Game Day.
Not only are you incredibly intelligent and handsome, you're a man of your word. You picked North Dakota today, so I had to bury you.
That's okay.
But it's been nothing but incredible. The College Game Day crew is hospitable. In South Dakota State, I think we can all agree, they showed up here.
Yeah.
But I loved it. I've watched the show, obviously, forever. And it's on in every single NFL locker room. I told you that. So this is a big-time deal for me, my family, my friends.
All right, I'm back in the day here. Appreciate you, boys.
It's from the training room of the Colts. AJ Watt tweeted.
It's very hard to process the human being on television.
I have texts from every human that I've ever done television with, like since way back in the day. They're like, we knew this day would come. Equipment managers, old teammates. I mean, you don't get to trend on Twitter often anymore. They make it damn near impossible. Go up onto a stage with a couple legends, talk some shit in front of the incredible South Dakota fans. What an awesome opportunity. When Mark Ingram runs out of bounds about a half a yard short of a first down in the fourth quarter, when you're up 16-3, 6 minutes left, goes down as if he's injured. Mark Ingram has since put a tweet out saying, I should have got first down at 10% on me. They end up not picking up the first down on the next play. Tom Brady gets the ball back. Deep ball, pass interference, Mike Evans. How you doing? Keep it moving. 3 and out on the other side. They end up fucking scoring again. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, in the final 4 minutes of this game, took this thing over. Here's the moment that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers faithful, whenever they're down 6 with 2:40 left and Tom Brady gets the rock back, they know what's in store. Not only is Julio Jones going to make a catch, a big one, is Julio Jones still on the team? Yes, he is. Then a touchdown pass to Chris Godwin. Here we go. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are an extra point away from taking the lead. Holding.
Oh, no.
Offense. Donovan Smith does a hold, which is something he does on a regular basis, which calls back a touchdown to Chris Godwin. 8 seconds left. What are you going to do, Tom Brady? 3rd and goal. 16-10. Fourth quarter. Check down. Cuzzy we didn't even know existed. Rashawn White or whatever. He scores a touchdown. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers hit the extra point, and they win on Monday Night Football in exhilarating fashion when really a game for 56 minutes was wildly boring.
Just like we drew it up. Just like we drew it up.
But what is it about Tom that last night everybody on earth watching was like, he's going to fucking score here. This game's over for the Saints. Sorry about it, even though there's little to no time left.
He's the clutchest performer of all time. I mean, I think that's neither here nor there. He prepares so well throughout the week.
More clutch than Adam Vinatieri?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think you have to put him there,
He's
right?
had so many more moments.
So many more moments, right?
Like Vinny
and answered every time.
Yeah, he's had, well, not every time. I guess that one time.
And against the Eagles in the Super Bowl. That's so hard because Vinny's answered every time.
Vinatieri's clutchness comes from his competitive juices. Like, Vinatieri is so competitive, so competitive. He does not want to lose. And I don't think people fully comprehend, like, the people up there, the Jordans, you already saw his whole Last Dance, the Peyton Mannings, the Wayne Gretzky's, Serena Williams's. Kobe, yes, the Mamba mentality. It's described as the Mamba mentality. What that is just being more competitive than fucking everybody else. I think it all revolves around the competitive juices. Is that what you think it is with Tom or no?
I think it's a little bit of that, but also same thing, going back to Kobe, right? Like whenever if you guys saw that Redeem Team or whatever on Netflix, and they're all going out and having a good time at the club or whatever, and he's shooting shots at like 6 a.m. and they pass him coming in the night before. That is Tom. That is Tom. Like they are so prepared. They care so much. They want to work on every little detail that when it comes to the game, when it comes to those situations, they have no excuse because execution is the only thing that matters. They have all the answers to the test.
D lineman fumbling after running 50, 60 yards, 46 yards to give their Chargers a first down and the ball back again. This is a tough series. 42 seconds left in the fourth quarter, 17-17. Old buddy striding out. He's going to score a touchdown. No, he's not. His thigh is going to knock the ball out of his hand.
Drops the ball.
See ya.
Oh, my Lord.
He was about to get stripped right there, too.
I would like to say to old buddy there, yeah, it looked like there's potential punch coming from the backside regardless. We understand you're a much better athlete than we are. We understand you're better at football than us. We understand at this moment you thought you were scoring a fucking touchdown to beat the Chargers.
Yeah.
With that being said, you can't fumble it with nobody touching it but your forearm.
The best part is, too, he did return it to out of field goal range, but literally the next play, Justin Herbert just right back into field goal range.
And then Cameron Dicker out of the University of Texas kicks his second game winner this year with 2 different teams. in which he has only played for 2 different teams. This guy's fallen into the kicker carousel and has showed up both times, both for the Eagles and for the Chargers. Excited to see what he does going forward.
Hey,
What?
let's go!
This show fucking stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for. AJ, you never cease to amaze me with your toxicity, pal.
You got a couple of these?
God damn it! What the fuck are you doing?
Fuck Boston.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to our humble abode, the FanDuel Thunderdome. On this Wednesday, December 21st, 2022, Hour 4 starts now.
Football! God bless.
It was a cough, but thank you. God bless you, too. God bless Turn Ditch. God bless the Talks Table at Boston Connor, at Ty Schmidt. God bless the host of Everything DB and the Man to Man podcast, Darius J. Butler. God bless AJ Hawk, college football national champion, Super Bowl champion. God bless everybody behind the glass back there, Foxy and Zito and Nick and Dirty. God bless JC out here, barber, cutting her hair for the holidays. God bless Mitt, who walked in the open at the beginning of the show.
He did. That was during the moment of silence.
God bless CFO Phil in the comments right now, his PMS store. God bless old Tim that has an office right up here getting put together.
Hell yeah.
God bless Billy Tubes back there coding.
Oh, no.
Did you see that red light?
Oh,
Yeah, God bless that goddamn light.
Don't
that's been blinking in my eyes.
No.
God damn
God
that.
has not.
God damn that light.
Well, don't say that. God has not blessed the person that put these lights in.
The scary
putting
part,
lights in.
The scary part is those lights are completely off right now.
No, that one's still on.
Yeah, they aren't.
No, the one that just flashed red is supposed to be off, I believe.
Yeah.
It's this one right here.
Could probably put some more lights up there.
You don't say.
It's a giant rig to have like 4
That
cameras.
fucking great throw.
One behind it as well.
And this one right here, too.
That one right there, though, is a white light. It just flashed red like it was a like
it's
a red
driving me
dot.
insane.
It's pretty sweet that it's changed color though. Just learned that.
Yeah, we just learned this is a
there's more.
multicolor light.
That'd be cool for light shows.
We are what, week 16 in this
Yeah,
place?
and those things fucking piss me off, I'll be honest.
Whoa.
They drive me insane.
Bro, it's a holiday season.
What a waste
on,
of money.
dude.
Whoever put those in is a crook, because what a joke.
We're not diving into that.
Come on.
I'm the one that paid for it, so you're taking shots at my financial investments?
No, I'm taking charge of the people who try to pull a fast one.
All these people, too, they're the experts at everything.
Now they're all fucking
Yeah, now
blinking like
it's
crazy.
so
This one's still
fucking
going.
annoying.
Red just happened
Jesus.
again. Boom,
And
just
that
happened
one's
again.
doing it, and this one's doing it.
What's the deal? It's the holidays. Fucking
See?
couple more days.
Someone's got to be doing that.
Yeah, someone, I
Red and
assume
blue.
Zeke's
wish.
fucking with us.
That looks sweet.
It's been doing it all.
The aliens?
It's been there all day, Karen.
Wish.
It's been there all day.
Helicopters.
Just been doing it. Anyways, let's move on. Let's get back to sports. Nobody gives a fuck about us battling potential blinding lights coming into our face on and off every single day. The lighting looks fantastic. Thank you for everybody that was a part of this whole 5-light setup.
Thank you, everybody.
Not from everybody. Just
hell of a
not
rig.
from me.
I walked in. I said, is that enough, you think? More enough.
Oh, yeah.
We took
Super
down the lights
confident.
from the old studio. We took down 16 lights.
Yeah, those
These
ones
new
are different.
LEDs, they tell you how they do these new technology. You only need 1 or 2.
Yeah, but remember, they work in the lighting business. You don't. So they're smarter than you are when it comes to the lighting business. Why are you asking? And I'm like, you're right, I guess. And I'm, okay, you are the expert. I am paying you hilarious amount of money to expedite it as well. But when it breaks, like week 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, and 16, who do we... Will you be in here to fix it? Or?
Can't call the people who have, the IQ
How does
of a
that
peanut.
work? Is
because
there anyone
it doesn't
local
make
that can
sense.
come help?
Well, yeah, they're the experts, though. They're smarter than you are. Don't ask them questions. And they also just heard everything we just said, so they're certainly pumped to work for us and with us. So it's kind of, this is the thing working in Indiana. There's only so many. We're lucky to be here. Love being here. I enjoy the hell out of it. A lot of people would try to get me to go work in other places. Stayed here. Wife's family's here. Family's here. Everybody's made their roots here. We love being here. But it does have a lack of things for certain things. And entertainment's one of them.
That's right. Big time.
In our particular profession, it's one of them. I guess we're going to have an abundance of cold weather this weekend, though.
Yeah.
Shut down the fucking city. I've been a part of Indianapolis when the city shut down. You were here, polar vortex. Front yards were ice. Whole front yards were ice. You go like, hey, I'm going to go get the mail, like as a joke, and you literally just put slippers on, and you stand on your front yard, and then you just slide right down to the thing. It was like that for like a week. Shut down everything. Downtown was shut down. Highways were shut down. It was COVID almost. But because literally you couldn't move, like it was like a code, whatever, everybody do not leave. It's ice everywhere, and it was actual. Is that what they're saying is coming right now?
Feels like it.
That's what it sounds like.
Is it supposed to come to Ohio? Because I don't hear the panic here at least. Or maybe I'm not paying
Put the
attention.
Doppler back on. We're not Donardo. Put the Doppler. I think this purple, Minnesota.
We're a couple days after you, so I'm guessing after right after Christmas.
A couple.
So we were told, watch Illinois. What Illinois has, you're going to have.
Right.
Ours was on Saturday originally. Then it was moved to Friday. Now it has been announced that it's coming on Thursday. So this son of a bitch is gaining steam, or they have no idea what they're talking about. I think you're going to get it, though. I think it's coming.
Yeah. Right after you guys, I would imagine.
So this is Thursday.
That's Thursday morning.
Midnight. Yeah.
There's
Ooh.
Thursday afternoon.
Friday, 10 a.m., 12.
It's Friday.
I mean, but that's just, is that all precipitation? That rain, sleet? What is it?
They
That's temperature.
It's cold and wind, and it's actually funny. They keep writing like, we have no idea how much snow it's going to be, but cold and wind for sure.
Cold and wind, who cares then? What do you mean?
I mean, it's 8 degrees.
Agreed.
Yeah, I know it's going to be freezing cold. We know that. But if there's not rain and sleet, that's what shuts everything down.
Agreed. What you're saying, I'm on your side here, which is why I've been talking about this a few different times. Like they are
Rain
making
and
this
cold
up.
means nothing. We just go about our life.
They are saying cancel Christmas, AJ. There's a lot of that type of conversation happening. Like do not travel.
A massive ice storm is a problem, absolutely. But if we're freaking out because there's going to be some wind and some cold temperatures, I think we need to reevaluate.
Do we have a precipitation radar?
Oh, this is the
We
rain
need the
radar right
precipitation.
here.
This is the rain radar?
Rain and thunder.
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 They got a thunder.
Rain and thunder. Thunder.
So there is.
So there's
What's
snow.
forming down south there?
Hey, you got rain and snow coming on Friday at 2 a.m.
We would love to have snow around Christmas. That'd be great.
Yeah, but not 4 degrees with the snow, because then it's not fluffy snowball snow. It's just a new cement that is white.
Friday's 2 days away. It might be gone by Christmas.
All right, we hope everybody's safe. Have a safe Christmas and a safe holiday.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Before we get to everything DB, which makes us a better football show, I think, we shall certainly chit-chat about Dabo Sweeney hopping into the batter's box and hitting a 600-foot home run.
That's right.
Okay? This has been something that was thought about maybe in a shower or in a morning meeting situation by Dabo. And when the time came to deliver the line, it wasn't forced, it wasn't rushed. You did see a little smirk before it came out as if it was, wait till they hear this. Here's Dabo Sweeney chit-chatting at the Lending Tree game about life in the current state of college athletics.
Thinking through it, and I honestly, I mean, for me, we built this program on NIL.
Look at that smile.
We really did, and it's probably different than what you're thinking, though. We built this program
It's gonna repeat automatically.
in God's name,
Make sure it cut
image,
audio.
and likeness, and that's how I look at it. So.
Let's run back to the beginning. I heard Zito directing back there, and I appreciate hearing a little look in a sound behind the curtain. Can we run that back one more again?
Different than what you're thinking, though. We built this program in God's name, image, and likeness.
Home run.
And that's how I look at it. So,
hey,
holy shit!
What's so funny?
Out of the park. I mean, my only follow-up would be, yes, that is great, Coach, but do you also have a real NIL situation going so you can pay to get the players on campus?
That is the only real NIL.
What are you talking
And then he
about?
probably went with, I do love this, the only followers I care for are the same followers that Jesus had.
Do you really?
No, but that's people on the internet who are super religious. That is their go-to about the number of followers. Hey, Jesus only had 12. Jesus only had 12 followers. It ain't about that. I'm sure he has them all just sitting there. He's seeing the laces on all these, I think. And I appreciate that. And I've heard that about Dabo's team, by the way.
Yeah.
I've heard, like, hey, the way Clemson has been built, the team, the type of players they look for, it is a very a very God-filled team, and the success they had is for the long term. But I would assume that even God took tithes sometimes, right? Don't church do that? When that becomes standard operating procedure for, like, hey, you're going to have to pay, there's going to be some money out there, I assume Dabo will be able to figure it out. I assume he'll be able to figure it out, AJ.
Yeah, I think they have some wealthy boosters and alumni and people that want the Clemson football program to continue to be good.
In the NIL front, Pat Narduzzi, known Brainiac, said that he found it disgusting, basically, that Drake May has 2 $5 million offers to leave UNC and go elsewhere. Talking to Andrew Filipponi at the Pony Express on 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh, that he's heard 2 schools have offered UNC's quarterback Drake May $5 million to transfer. Won't say who, but he knows who. Wow. Says it's gone out of control, and it's only going to get worse. Quote, it's a sad deal. Now, Drake May was on his way to win a Heisman as a freshman, potentially win the ACC, maybe get into the college football playoff with the run that they were on. 2 misfortunate losses to Georgia Tech and then NC State, I believe.
Yes, overtime.
And then they lose to Clemson in the ACC championship game. So they were hot like this. He's a freshman, though, still very young. Couple years left of eligibility. Will probably leave early because he is a guy. He's a dog. But he had his best games in NFL. $5 million, 2 schools are offering him. I'm saying this, West Virginia, if you're one of them, I'd like to add in an extra $1 million. Okay, I'll add an extra $1 million. Let's go $6 million
there you
to
go.
get him to West Virginia to get Drake May there. But that's a real thing that can happen nowadays. This is capitalism, and this is, if you have a good player, you're going to have to re-recruit. You're going to have to refigure out, and I assume Mac Brown has answers. There's a lot of very wealthy UNC boosters and sponsors, but this is the modern college football and college sports. Until they change it, this is just what it's going to be. But hearing it, it is like, wow, that's vastly different than what it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's nuts. But, I mean, the coaches, their contracts are getting, you know, I wouldn't say out of control because, it's, like you said, it's capitalism. They're making the schools money, so they're getting the money. Players are getting it too, but you guys are asking about Dabo. I just can't move past Dabo.
Drake May, $5 million, I thought.
Yeah, come on.
No, but Dabo.
What's wrong?
I thought he was supposed to retire. Was he supposed to retire? So I don't think he can figure this NIL thing out.
When's
I
he
thought he said once players got paid, like he was fucking hanging it up. He was out.
He said that? That's an old quote?
I believe that was a quote.
Maybe,
from Dabo,
but then he talked to God, and God said, hey, don't do it.
God gave him
You
that
don't think
drip.
God told him that?
No. God said, hey, listen, what I said before, don't worry about. Build your program in my name, image, and likeness, and we're what we found.
Gotcha.
They had to Dabo had to be represented with NIL. Like, hey, it's not name, image, likeness, money, profit for the workers. No. This is God's name, image, likeness.
Bingo.
Profit for the people.
I can get on board with that.
Okay, shit. I thought they were telling me something different.
Say the one you're thinking about.
Hey, however you build your team, you build your team. But I think this is going to become a regular occurrence. And honestly, I don't know what the rippling effects are going to be. There's going to be some. There's going to be a lot of negative, I think, from this. I think that is going to be a thing. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. The man that said that was
Newton. Yeah.
Isaac Newton.
Sure,
Michael
Isaac
Jordan.
Newton.
Michael Jordan said the ceiling's the roof, but nonetheless, the ceiling and the roof have been lifted in the NIL world. It's no longer being contained. I'm excited to see what it is 5 years from now, 10 years from now. The NCAA just hired the former governor of Massachusetts.
Hell yeah, Charlie Baker.
To run the team, and Mark Emmert is on his way out, and Reggie Bush.
Oh, yeah.
Wind.
Reggie.
Yeah, he's coming.
Reggie Bush took from the foul line. Like normally you have to run and like jump really hard from the foul line to make it because the amount of distance and height you have to keep, it's a long way. So normally you don't see a lot of trickery or fuckery from the foul line. Reggie Bush took off one-legged from the foul line, hovered, and then found Mark Emmert, and then actually grabbed head.
Yep.
And then boom, right on his face. On a tweet, $8 million in cover-up money, huh? What's that all about, Mark? Don't run now. Don't run now, Mark. Where you going? Reggie Bush said. Yeah. Reggie Bush, one of the voices of college football right now. Reggie Bush, one of the greatest college football players of all time. Reggie Bush still does not have a Heisman. because the NCAA took it away from him or whatever. And I don't know how the NCAA is in charge of the Heisman, because back in those days, they sold their right to name a champion to BCS. Money was given to the NCAA, where the NCAA's hands were taken off the wheel to crown a champion. The BCS, the Bowl Championship Series, were the ones that do it. How do they have any say over the Heisman? I think is an interesting question. And then follow up, just give the guy his fucking Heisman. Give it back. What are we even, what's the purpose of it? I don't think there's a single person other than Mark Emmert and the people in the NCAA that are like, no, he doesn't deserve it. He doesn't. Everybody's on board with that, AJ, don't you think?
Yeah, I would think so, especially with how everything is now. But also the coaches. If you're a college coach in any sport, like you can sit there and complain about NIL and where we're at and the problems, or you can adapt and try to go, or you're not going to have a job. Like this, whether you like it or not, this is where we are. So find a way and try. You got to evolve with it.
Not a job that we would want to do.
No way. No way.
No way. No, I don't want to deal with that. And like we said, there's going to be rippling effects that are not going to be foreseen whenever you're giving a bunch of money to 18-year-olds through 23-year-olds. Yep. More money than their family's entire family tree has ever seen in the past. How will that be handled? There will certainly be rippling effects as we enter this new era, but it's a real thing. It's existing. And I think that Drake May $5 million thing is a great piece. Like, that dude, supposed to be a Heisman, got a lot of years left, can just be dropped into another team, and they maybe go on a run. Why wouldn't a booster say, how much do that kid's real good? All we need is a quarterback, right? Yeah. How much? What do they need? $5 million, $6 million? Sweet. Offer 10.
Simple. Yeah.
It's like, are we sure we want to do that? It's like, can other people do that? Yeah. Make it 15 million. Yeah, like that is something that could happen right now. We've already seen the extremes that people will go to get their kids into colleges.
Yeah.
The amount of love that people have for their universities is absurd. It's insane. The amount of like our school being better than other schools for some schools, insane. And there's a lot of money behind those schools that are going to try to make some plays. That's the world we're in right now. We just need to address it and acknowledge it and act as if.
Yeah, and Dabo's take being that is pretty wild, especially when he's getting paid $11 million a year. And they're, not even going to the college football playoff. I don't understand.
I don't need to be pocket watching.
No, but I don't understand why we have problems with the guys who are playing for him making money when he's making a shit ton of money.
He was just saying we've always been here.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed Dabo every time I met him. I don't think he would have recruited me on his team, which I understand. Probably wouldn't have went there. Academically, I don't know if I could have got into Clemson or not. But there's going to be a turn of a tide here. Georgia right now, obviously, Georgia. Mm-hmm. And I think Kirby Smart probably doing his thing in the Georgia booster. There's a lot of money in the Georgia booster world as well, so that team will probably stick. Bama probably stick around. But I think you're going to see some schools coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see some real growth. And then what does that mean for divisions and conferences going forward? It's a massive question mark. And you can either look at it as terrible or exciting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible or exciting, AJ? Terrible or exciting?
Let's not act like everyone who has played for Dabo is a, law-abiding citizen, too. It's not like he doesn't have a few skeletons in his closet when it comes to players. So
you got 100-some guys on a team, 18 to 22.
Some of the superstars, though. I'm not just talking about the randoms. Talking about some of the...
He's talking about Deshaun Watson.
I think I am.
He was already gone.
Okay.
Is there allegations from college?
No. What do you think?
Yeah, it was after he got out from underneath Dabo.
Yeah, that's true. He definitely wasn't always like that.
Everybody that's played for Dabo loves Dabo, from what I've been told.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair. The guys I know.
It was after Deshaun stopped living in the name, image, and likeness of God. Under Dabo, that
I do like that your southern accent just picks up.
Yep. What are you talking about?
It just picks up a little bit. But anyways, saw that quote, had to talk about it. Saw Narduzzi's quote, had to talk about it. Fuck.
Oh.
Here we go.
AJ, you giving something away?
What do you say?
Yeah, same thing. 10 merches, actually. 10 merches this time.
10 merches.
Okay. All right.
I want you to punt one in the hoop.
That's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Fuck, bank.
Oh! Jeez.
Good for me.
All of them look good from my angle.
You should see this angle.
Boom! Cashola.
Oh, not happening. Sorry about it. No merches.
What are you going to do?
That's good. The store's backed up. Logistics with this storm.
That's right.
Yes.
Did it on purpose. All right, let's get better. Let's get smarter. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for something we've been able to experience all season. It has made us better. A 9-year NFL vet. A man who's played all the positions in the secondary in the NFL. Were you ever on a practice squad?
No. No practice squad, no IR, fortunately.
Ooh, congratulations.
Okay.
Practice squad does matter.
Durable.
Of course they matter. some good friends that practice squad guys.
Me too. A lot of teamers come through practice squad. I got nothing but respect.
Absolutely.
For practice squad guys and their grind and everything they're a part of. But whenever we're listening to, narratives being built about people, I don't know if we necessarily just go with the practice squad folks over first ballot Hall of Famers, but nonetheless,
neither here nor there.
Humans. Ladies and gentlemen, it's for Everything DB with Darius Butler.
Fourth quarter. Obviously, we all seen the comeback. 33-point comeback. This was a big play, a big part of it. Scores 36-28 at this point. A little over 2 minutes left. Now, 2-minute drill, 2-minute warning on the plus side of the 2-minute drill. With timeouts or without them. Always, always, always alert a play to the back. That's just one of the things that I learned coming up. I don't know how much they do it in today's league, but always a play to the back. Obviously, Dalvin is out of the backfield at this point. It's an empty set. It's going to be a screen. So that screen, draw, run. So you got Dalvin. Now, this play, pause it right here. First mistake here, curl flat defender. We've been talking about flat defenders all year long. Flat defenders, up here. Flat defenders always have the edge. What I mean by the edge is they have to force this now is the receiver. He has to get outside of this box and force it to pursuit. So force it to the DN, force it to this linebacker, hit play pause. So right now that's the first mistake. Not setting that edge, not sitting in the back, right? So now you got the best ball carrier on their team, obviously in open space. Let it play here. You're going to have a loaf backside.
Hold on just real quick. Big gaping hole.
Now, pause it. So you got him, and then you got the guy to fill the alley, right? So let it play a little bit. See how that boom. So now that's not. So he missed. You got run it back one more time.
God. This is right after the 4th and 1, Phil?
This is.
Yeah. This is the first play after 4th and 1.
First play. So once again, this is the start of a 2-minute drive. Play to the back. And then once the play is happening, it could be a 15-yard game. It could be a 20-yard game. If this is corner, if you're this corner, if you're this safety, at this point, sometimes a linebacker, it doesn't happen much as a linebacker, but as a DB, sometimes you got to play it slow. You got to die slow almost sometimes. Just don't dive in there and lose yourself. Here, bad. He's going to overrun. It's going to be bad leverage here. Dalvin's going to put his foot in the ground. You know what happens next.
Lose yourself in the music, the moment. Good point, DB. You got to never let it go.
What's that, AJ?
That's a good point. Slow playing it. You got to buy time and wait for your buddies to get there. You got to sacrifice your body most likely, but you got to hold that lineman and make the back kind of chop his feet, at least slow down.
Yeah, exactly. You heard Pat P talk about kind of in open space with these screens with like offensive linemen, like, foot faking them, beating them in space. But this is a different situation. You almost got to back up, let them get to you. Corner, that's tough right there. That's a tough tackle to make. It looks like an easy tackle almost.
No, but he's 20 miles an hour.
He's running them down. He probably thinks he's going to chase him down, get a chase down tackle. Dalvin, obviously, this is running backs. They get paid a ton of money to not get tackled by DBs. Yeah, just smooth.
Yeah. And then he squares Okereke up and says, all right, now I'm going to end this with a fucking beast mode.
Now, obviously an unbelievable play by Dalvin, but just bad ball all around the defensive side of the ball, especially at this point in the game. Like, this is the game. You've already it's already been a 28-3 run at this point. Like, just get a stop. Get him on the ground, line up again.
Hey, just so we're clear, though, about the Colts. That's Ngakoue.
He sees it early.
Yeah, he's hauling in.
He needed them to slow play it so he could get there.
Agreed. That's DeForest Buckner right there, right?
Yep.
Those are two, super vets, right? They're playing. Okereke, draft pick out of Stanford. He's playing.
See, if he's outside there, it's a high chance that Ngakoue makes that tackle. If that flat defender stays outside. Now, the flat defender is Julian Blackman, second-year pro now, I think. Kenny Moore, he's playing in Kenny Moore's absent in that slot. So, not saying that, but he's young.
He had a pick six, didn't he?
Made a big play, pick six early in the game.
54 running down, too. He had an unbelievable game on the D-line for them.
Yeah, you got to get him down, man. Got to get him down. But
33 zip.
Play to the back.
How does that happen?
First play of 2 minute on the positive side of the 2 minute mark.
Does this team stink?
What's that? Our football team?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're a bad football team right now.
Right now.
We got Nick Foles starting this Monday.
I didn't ask you.
You know?
Okay, nobody asked you.
I'm just asking about the right now part.
Me and Darius were just having a conversation. We took a pause from the show.
Last time Nick,
this isn't a show. We're just trying to fucking talk.
Last time Nick Foles got thrown in the mix this time of year, he went on the Super Bowl run.
Thank you.
We got a chance.
Maybe again.
I saw Pete Schrager. He put out something. We still have a chance to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, we got to win them all.
Yeah.
Titans got to lose them all.
Yep. 0.0.
Jags got to lose them all and then beat the Titans last game of the year.
Yep.
Not happening. You guys are dead.
Telling me there's a chance.
Once again, this is a me and Darius
Oh,
conversation.
shit. I keep forgetting because I got the headphones in.
And we're talking to microphones?
Yeah.
They fucking suck. That team.
so bad.
Why? What is the why?
Worst
How?
team by
They got
far.
guys. They got Quentin Nelson playing. Ryan Kelly playing. Jonathan Taylor, he's out for the rest of the year, I guess. He got hurt. He was playing MVP candidate. Michael Pittman was supposed to be an incredible player coming into the year on defense side of the bar. Buckner's playing. Ngakwe's playing.
Franklin has been really
Zaire,
good.
yeah.
Gilmore.
Stephon Gilmore's a Hall of Famer.
He's had
Fucking
a great
player.
year too. He's had a really good year. It's just tough, man. It just has not come together. The staff,
How
the
though?
players.
Why?
I don't know. You got to be in that building to see how shit's going. What's
Answer
going.
the
It's
question.
hard outside of the building to make those assessments. And I got
need
a lot
to
of
know.
relationships in there too.
I need to
still,
know now.
I got a lot of
Yeah,
relationships in there as well.
But I'm not going. You know,
I do
it's just
too.
bad. All right. It's
Oh, so
bad.
you have an answer. You don't want to burn
I don't
it down.
have an answer. I don't have an answer. I don't.
AJ, have you ever seen anything like this? We got. I've never been on a team with this much, and I've been very lucky with the coattails that I was able to ride. But I feel like I've never been on a team that had that much talent and sucked this fucking bad ever. I don't know how that happens.
Well, I think consistent quarterback play is one issue that they have had for a couple of years now.
Yeah, that guy is certainly not.
What's AJ doing up there? Why did he come down and join you guys?
I asked him. Did you hear?
No.
Oh, there I am.
All right,
I'll come down.
About time.
Next play.
Just don't need your biasy.
It's not bias.
We're trying to get insightful and informed.
I am too.
Deep.
That's why I'm genuinely curious as to how
Another
it's
shot.
happening.
Another shot in the alumni section. Play action. Trevor Lawrence had another good game. Another shot in the alumni section. Young corner getting some reps now on the opposite side of Diggs. They've been banged up in this secondary. The Cowboys have. Find this dead spot. All right.
Yeah.
Boom. So run it back to the top, please.
We do not know actually what the.
Yeah, it might be the lights sending a different.
Zay Jones, 3 touchdowns out here once again between the 40s. We see it every week. Play action. Gonna be a great shot from Trevor Lawrence. Beep, beep. Right there.
No.
1st and 10.
Oh,
Bad eyes.
no.
Got him.
Bad eyes. DBs, young DBs. Read the break. Because this isn't even, I mean, obviously you scored a 60-yard touchdown, so you can say it's a good route. That's not a great route. That's not a great double move route. You got to make them earn it as a DB. You can't give up this chunk. So have your eyes on your luggage once again. Look at him through the break. This is one of those, as a quarters defender, you got a quarter safety. You put your break, your eyes should be on the receiver at this point, because if he's running the comeback, this ball is going to be out, and he's going to be running there. 2 steps to your man, then you look back for the ball.
What a throw.
Right here, his eyes in the backfield, as Chuck would say, eye fucking the quarterback. And then once again, like to your point too, a big time throw from Trevor Lawrence.
Pretty
That's
clever.
A lot of space.
Pretty clever route there, right at the marker. I assume they're taught that because you're going to try to jump that because you think they're trying to get a first down. Is this?
Well,
all?
it's this 1st and 10, I believe. So once alumni section, first down, like it's just something to always echo and alert in the huddle. Hey, alert a shot here, alert a shot here. It's not going to happen every time, but when it does, especially when you got a young player out there, they'll run this play at Diggs too, because he bites on these. But this is a good play, good throw.
Double move for any aggressive corner, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though they're 6 and 8, do you think Doug Peterson should be almost up for Coach of the Year because of how much better they are?
Oh, Coach, not this year, because of what Sirianni's doing in Philly, what Kevin O'Connell's doing in Minnesota. But they did make a great jump, and for them to finish the way that they're finishing too, because they started off shitty. And Trevor Lawrence has looked light years better than he did last year. So
Emotional too.
Yeah.
Like we're talking celebrating and like pissed off and things like that. I thought he didn't have that.
Love to see that from him.
Well, that is because we did hear that one pregame speech, and that's not our fault.
That's a good.
Not just that, but also every interview, he's like the same exact person, very quiet and chill.
Deadpan.
After games, it seemed like his rookie year was just like the same. He was trying to do it. And I feared that because he was put in the spotlight at such a young age that he thought he wasn't allowed to have emotions or whatever. He just needed somebody to like Like Doug Peterson's like, hey, you're allowed to get like,
Go, motherfucker.
hey, you're allowed to be excited. Like you're allowed to be happy with what you pulled off. Him empowering that entire team. I think we see it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's unreal.
The guys feed off of that too, from that quarterback position. This is a game winner in Detroit, in New York, but
Fourth
Detroit.
and an inch.
4th and inches. So you saw the Penei Sewell play a couple weeks ago, and it had him to the flat. So this is actually really, really good communication from these DBs. Right now, Sauce and damn, I know this kid's name. 1 and 30 right now communicating across the formation. And he's basically saying, because they know what's coming, 14 comes across, we're going to switch this off. So you see the commute running back to the top. You see the communication there from the opposite sides of the field. If he comes across, we're going to switch men, all right? So we're going to switch responsibilities. Now, it's man-to-man coverage, and AJ obviously has a ton of more experience than I do in this, but this tight end is kind of going to sneak in here on like a down block and then sneak across the formation, kind of like almost like an old shit play. He didn't fall. It wasn't like a Houdini.
Like a delay?
Yeah, a little delay. He was patient with it. And once again, this is a 4th and 1 play. So these guys are geared up to stop the run. These dudes obviously are always, in pass coverage.
For the game.
But this is for the gusto.
Less than 2 minutes.
This is for the gusto right here.
Nice switch.
Oh,
boom, yeah.
Good play.
Yeah.
Good play.
And you'll see it's tougher you'll see it from the tight copy on how tough it is for C.J. Mosley to actually play this. So right now, am I good?
Yep.
Sound all right.
Yeah, you're good wherever.
So these two linebackers have a tight end and a running back right now. And obviously, we saw the corners, what they're doing. You see the communication right now across the formation. But these two guys, they're going to end up on these two guys. And watch how he slow plays this and goes across the formation. It's a lot of eye candy for that defense. It's tough.
Oh, no.
You got the play action right there.
Back here, right?
That's impossible.
Golf looking right, too. Just waiting.
So at this point right now, this has become his man. And that back that's on the ground, that's one of these two guys. 4th and 1 for the game.
Oh,
tight end catches it.
Mosley
You almost have to be. Those two backers have to be playing that play almost to pick that up. Like you got to be. Hey, remember this tight end delay deal? We're going to switch this on if they go strong here. 42 goes towards him or whatever.
So it's an unstoppable play, you're thinking?
No,
you just got to be playing the play. Like I think. I mean, yeah, you could pick it up if not, but man, 4th and 1, you're. Yeah, it's just a good play by Detroit.
Yeah, because inches, especially with how they play, I mean, everybody's thinking this, right?
Yeah, right.
1,000% thought they were running the ball.
So do these dudes, right?
Absolutely. So you run it back to the wide copy real quick, just like AJ said, because this is an unstoppable play too. If you're not playing this play, like if 30 just runs across and say, "This is my guy," he's going to run across and get 6 inches on a catch if he wants to. He's
they
gonna
switched
cross
it really nicely.
So they switched it nice. Like these two corners, they picked that up because this is the play that they were playing, right?
Yeah.
So to AJ's point, unless they talk about this almost pre-snap, like in this situation, because you're so geared up to stop that short yardage play, that it's tough to have your eyes right. And that's why offenses run it. Sometimes they'll do this with like the tight end will like fall or fake fall and they'll get up late.
Kittle.
Be like a Houdini or
Hollywood, they call it. I think San Fran calls it Hollywood.
Debo, you think St. Brown in motion there is option 1, or do you think they're going to the tight end that whole time?
I think with how they played this one, I think this was for the tight end.
Yeah,
for sure.
Is this a play you save? Like you know you have it the entire game? And
They actually, I just saw it. I didn't see it the first time. They actually alerted to this play.
They might have had it for
So
weeks.
if you run it back, so
Goff goes cans.
yeah, so they go to the second play right there. So he's making sure everybody's got it. He's making sure everybody's got it on that side. This is a big time play though, in a big time moment.
This is not the same old.
No,
it's not.
No.
This is the
brand new
Lions. Let's check that sideline. Check that sideline.
They had to be so pumped.
They had this play in practice, right? They ran this in practice a couple times.
Had to, yeah.
And cooked the defense. The first time they cooked the defense. Second time they cooked the backup defense. Starting defense probably saw this for the first time and said, "Whoa, that one's going to be tough."
Good play, Ben.
That's a good play, Ben Johnson.
I bet the Sewell play is similar to that. Exact reaction. Like, oh, that one's going to work.
Look at this.
Sewell's so athletic too, so I can
going,
imagine
man.
the type of
I think
shit
that's Ben
Sewell does
Johnson.
in practice.
Yeah, with
Run,
the
Brock.
Go.
Rock, run.
Yeah, this is a Friday short yardage play.
Man, good for the
Look at
line.
the tight end too. Tight end
Scooting.
We weren't happy with the
wiggle.
You gotta like that.
I really enjoy this Lions team.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, they're fun to watch.
Easy to root for too. Like MCDC being a football guy to the core, not one of the new, analytics type of people. So it's awesome to have one of those. Hey, we were all rooting for MCDC. Maybe not we all.
Were you?
That's true.
But I was rooting for MCDC just as the player. It's very fun to shit on the Lions because of what they have been in the past, but you had to kind of root for MCDC so we could have more football guys as head coaches.
Vrabel had one of the greatest football guys of all time at a press conference.
Another great job acting and patience by a tight end. This is a great
Hollywood, I think they call it this.
Yeah, great play design. When you see it's going to be a fake up top to a screen, a fake down bottom to a screen, and then a little tight end leak out up the middle.
Still hasn't left. Jeez.
Yeah.
Dud.
Yeah, so if you run it back to the beginning, just let it. This has made it hit.
Huge.
This is a big deal for the Super. This is the first drive.
You're obviously up in the box for this, but just watch this whole thing play out. So obviously it's going to be communication anytime it's motion.
Boom. Boom. Purdy.
Like that's tough.
That's going to be tough to stop.
That's tough. That's a great play design. Obviously great acting. Pause it real quick. Last week, Chuck was talking about a child release, and I think AJ may have asked if he had one. And the picture that he had, I think C-Mac was directly behind the tackle. Mm-hmm. So this is that child alignment right here when you splitting the crotch of that tackle. And this is obviously, intentional. They don't care. And they want everyone on the defense to know, hey, C-Mac is getting out. So he gets out, fakes that way, fakes this way.
Bro.
Yeah, pull that guard.
Bro,
too.
yeah, they fucking pull a
Unbelievable play design.
And it's Christian fucking McAfee.
C-Mac, obviously.
Right here.
Traded for a second and a fifth.
Unbelievable. See ya. Eyes go that way. Yep. Have to.
Get them out of there. Backer, safety.
Boom.
Backer.
I go that way.
There. Nickel.
Just so much time. There's so much time for those backers to have to sift through that, especially when Kittle makes contact and he grabs onto 10 for a second before he goes. It's just so much time.
Big gaping hole. Jeez, what a play!
What a play!
Too.
They're so good, dude. They are so fun to watch live, D-Butt.
Yeah.
Their defense flies.
So
I'm in the Eagles.
It's not similar to watching Colts live?
Yeah, it was.
So different?
Felt like I was back. You're talking about now the Colts?
Yeah.
It's tough to watch now the Colts. Giving a 33-point lead.
It's like watching the team that those teams are playing, though.
Halftime is sweet. I think we have another light
show. Yep, light
Monday
show.
Night Football. We got cheerleaders and drumline and a light show.
Really? Light show, yeah. Should be sweet.
What do you mean light show?
I thought you meant everybody downloads an app and then they put on their flashlight.
Yep.
And
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. It's a great time.
And then there's a drum line that we didn't.
Crazy.
Did you know there was a drum line for the Colts?
Absolutely not.
Me neither. Historic presentation though. Zito knows what it's like. This is literally what it looks like. Just it's literally it just turns on and off.
It's crazy.
Monday Night Football.
Yeah. Then they're swearing in a bunch of kids again to the Boy Scouts.
No, that was Military Appreciation Week when John Bon Jovi didn't want to stand up.
No, that was
John
Cougar.
Best song.
John Cougar.
Son
Bon
of a
Jovi
bitch.
loves it.
You want to come to the game Monday? You'll be able to see it. You might be stuck here anyways, but you might not be able to travel.
That's true.
So that's on
Yeah,
you.
it's here or
To be
South
sworn
House.
in to be a Boy
I
Scout.
love to see
Yeah.
quarterback.
Indiana, you do.
Cub, Boy Scout. Cub,
Oh.
Boy Scout honor. I only know that
What do you want
because
to be?
Eagle.
Scouts honor.
Eagle
Yeah.
Scout.
Bill
Yeah.
Stewart used to say, "We're going to run a raid at him, and that's Scouts honor." He used to say that. I'm like, all right, I don't know enough about the Scouts community, but Cub and Boy Scout honor. I think Eagle maybe just
You
put your
guys-
force
Yeah,
up.
absolutely.
Force
Yeah.
quarter.
Fours up.
You
Exactly.
guys good in Boy
Force
Scouts?
up.
Any of you guys in the Boy Scouts?
No,
Boy Scouts?
Played
Never.
sports.
How about you?
No.
Nah. I got a friend who was an Eagle Scout though.
Ties
Played
the
former-
shit out of knots.
Former teammate
Yeah, is that what that
of ours.
means?
Who?
Donald Thomas.
Really?
Oh yeah. And when we found out, we fuck with him all the time. But yeah, I guess that's
Eagles.
our,
Dude, he could tie knots though.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Eagle Scout, too. You can go a lot of places
Oh, yeah.
like college for free because you're an Eagle
Oh
Scout.
yeah.
I think it's a big deal. Yeah, it's
Huge.
like
What?
Yeah.
yeah,
Actually.
College?
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
You get scholarships for being an Eagle Scout.
Yeah, it's like the
Yes.
what are those the
ROTC?
military? Yeah, ROTC. It's like the Scouts and then the ROTC. They all have their own like plugs.
Actually can. Yeah. Not fucking around.
No.
I can start a fire.
It's not
I feel
National
good about
Guard.
that.
Boom.
With a magnifying
Just
glass?
in the fucking wilderness, you could just start a fire.
I mean, I'm going to have things. That's what people have to have.
you need?
Yeah, you're allowed to have
Twindle.
Flint
I
and
need
striker.
flint.
Yep.
You give me a little flint. You give me a couple rock thingies, and then you give me
Lighter.
some sticks. I feel good. Lighter would certainly win.
Huge.
I'm normally going to have a lighter on me, too.
You might not need the flint.
I can
Hey,
tie a
I just
couple
got
of
this.
knots.
I just got a flashlight that lights things on fire. It's like a laser beam almost, and
That's awesome.
I point at things and it'll start like leaves on fire. It's sweet.
What?
So that's not a flashlight. You have a laser.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
It's awesome. I tell you what, that
That's a
thing
survival
goes
tool.
miles through the sky too. It's amazing.
Send me an
So you can
Amazon
fuck with
link,
planes?
man.
Yeah,
Got to wear some goggles. Don't want to hit your eyeballs.
Can you please send us the link to that?
Yeah,
we would like to get
Oh,
that
I've-
next year or whatever.
I thought about getting all of you guys one. We'll see.
Thought
See if they have
about
nothing.
it.
to say
you
about
did?
it.
Merry
Yeah.
Christmas.
Thought
Thanks,
about
dude.
it.
Thought that counts.
Apparently in Wisconsin, that was some light show, that thing.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, let's
Yeah.
move on. What's everybody so...
People are so dumb.
Definitely aliens. But
if you want to be obedient and
They're sucking people up.
Isn't that what Aaron said during the book club?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Jeez Louise.
Don't be a sheep. Also, something to think about is how that was in Wisconsin. Isn't that the state that Gallagher, who is the alien expert in?
Yeah.
So maybe they were just visiting him.
He got into something.
Yeah, he said guys who go to service academy shouldn't be able to play in the NFL until after they fucking serve their time in the military.
That got fixed.
He was in a Marine, I think. He was a Marine, right?
Yeah, he was.
He was in the service.
Did he get sucked up?
He may have.
By the aliens?
Yeah, or that.
I don't know. I think guys should be, if you can make it in the NFL, I think guys should be allowed to go represent. I think it's good marketing for
Yeah.
the
Carter?
That quarterback.
Yeah, it's like 6'8" the end. He's
Perry.
going. They got it fixed.
Josh McDaniel. We had a guy.
Yep.
He had to go serve a little bit, I think.
Lions had
Hadn't
a
played
guy.
football in a couple years.
Didn't,
Cardano.
Villa-
I was going to
Yeah,
say the
Jeff
Patriots
Cardano.
usually
Steelers?
after you
Steelers
serve
tackle?
Bill.
Oh,
Villa-
Villanueva, yeah.
Villanueva, yeah.
He served
Love
first.
you, V.
He stood for the national anthem too, all by himself, when the rest of the Steelers won.
That's right.
Respect it.
The rest of the Steelers were in the locker room, and Villanueva said, "What are we doing?"
He ripped a Humvee door right off its fucking hinges.
And then went out there and listened to the national anthem.
True
So-
story. True
All
story.
right.
Do you remember that was a big drama?
Oh, yeah. Big time.
It was
Yeah.
That was
a vet with the NFL
Mm-hmm.
with a situation happening. I mean, that was just like all the ingredients.
Perfect storm.
Everything that you could potentially
Fun
have.
time to be a fan then.
Well, how about now? Franco Harris just died. Rest in peace,
Rest in
Franco.
peace.
Franco.
Well, we're going to give an incredible fucking memoriam on Saturday night, Christmas Eve, and it's going to be fantastic.
To Franco?
Yeah. I mean, he was already, Jersey was already getting retired.
It's
So.
supposed to be -10 or something like that.
Yeah, it's going to be chilly.
Nuke the Steelers.
2x2. This game is wild. But running back to the beginning, we'll see the communication between not only these two down here, but all the way from D-Mac up top. You see Devontae Adams off the ball. I don't know if they saw it on film. I don't know what Duggar saw to give away this screen, but this is unbelievable anticipation and great play. Great job finishing this play, too. Backed up offenses try to be a little more safe typically. They got a little space here, but
Oh, my
watch
God.
this play from Duggar. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's unbelievable.
Give me that.
Oh yeah. So that's you rarely get that opportunity to actually make that play.
When did he know? You think when he started telling everybody?
I think so. When you get this alignment, we used to call it a flop alignment. Slot receivers on the ball, outside receivers off the ball. Like right now, as soon as he sees the alignment, they all start talking. All
Jones
three
gives him a
guys
thumbs up after he talks to them.
Yeah. So as soon as that motion, they're letting them know, all right, because they're probably anticipating the stack, obviously. So they let them know once they get into a stack, this is the coverage we're playing. But he knew the screen was coming. Not only knew it, went and made that play. Big. That's an unbelievable play.
Yeah, it was 17-3 at that point too. We just punted the ball back, so this actually did bring the Patriots back into the game.
Does Derek Carr fucking stink?
They won.
You know what? I can't necessarily put this one on Carr.
This is just great
You know, this is
anticipation.
just this is just
Research.
This is he was ready for it, and he made a fucking great play. I want to say Derek Carr. He's an above average quarterback.
That was a good
That's
football.
his second defensive touchdown of the year.
Duggar?
Yep.
Oh, nice. This is we had Tariq Woolen do this last week, covered 3. You'll see once again splitting these 2 verticals. Denzel Ward had a really good game. This game had a pick down the red area on a pick route, and then this one he should have picked, but he ended up dropping it.
So he's got these 2 guys, right?
Yep. And Denzel had a slow start to the season, but he's definitely picked it up.
Look
as
at
of late.
that.
Question is, did he have a good game?
Oh.
Two-part question. Did he have a good game, and can you win a game without any wide receivers?
No, you cannot. But he did have a good game.
How fucked are they that Devin
Duvernay.
Duvernay broke a bone in his foot?
I mean, I think they were kind of fucked before that.
No, they got Sammy Watkins.
You know, with the with the weapons.
And Deshaun Jackson.
You know,
Well,
Lamar's
he's fine.
banged up. He'll probably be back next week. They got pretty
Isaiah
good tight
Likely.
ends though. Likely and
He's awesome.
What a
Likely
play.
and Andrews, but
They don't
great
throw
play.
the ball to Andrews anymore.
No.
Yeah, that was anytime Todd block.
Deshaun Jackson out there.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Sammy can move.
Oh, this one.
What are you talking about?
Lose defense.
Hey, great play by Ward. We appreciate
Great
that.
play, Ward.
AJ, do you have anything to say?
No, that was a good play. Good anticipation. 4 verts, right, against cover 3 there, D-Butt.
4
Probably
verse
should chose
empty,
somewhere
cover
else.
3. And then
5.
5 or 4?
Does Duvernay sit it down
Oh, I don't know. I didn't
at
see.
the bottom of the screen?
let's see what this guy does. Oh, 5.
No.
Oh,
Andrews.
Andrews.
And a hook.
Sit up.
4 verts and a hook, obviously.
To get that guy out of the throwing lane there, and Denzel doesn't jump it. Boom.
Open the window.
That's go get speed.
So I mean, this looks like that's wide open in the NFL. Let's shoot. Boop. Lose defense.
Yeah,
Third
Luma.
quarter.
Lou.
3rd and 8.
Momentum on
Pause
their
it right
side.
now. What coverage does this look like?
0.
0. 0? We all think 0?
Cover 2.
Got a lot of guys up. We got all DBs on the same alignment. It's a
Setting the
3rd and
fence.
8. Money down. You'll see Tom checking to probably a 0
Jesse's
beater.
rolled up too on the back. Yeah.
All right, we got 0, right? We got cover 0. Check. Alert.
Oh, they're dropping.
Look at him flipping his hip.
Tom was rolled.
So once Tom gets to the top of his drop, now goes from a pre-snap 0 look to you got 8 in coverage. Now watch this curl flat defender do a great job.
Holy shit.
You're gonna have two curl defenders,
Jesus.
or 2 curl routes. I'm sorry, but he does a great job covering both of them. And picks that
What a
off too.
play. What a play by that
So
dude. Who was
this
that?
was one of those big momentum shifting plays. That was Flowers.
Trey.
Look at that body
Trey Flowers,
position at the sticks
Yep.
with his body position takes away the route up top, and then he sees the quarterback. Man, what a play!
Yeah,
Great
'cause-
play.
Yeah, Tom wouldn't be able to get to that guy. Evans, I think.
Well, he
his
could,
body's
but
there, he's like, all right,
because of
I'm
the
taking this
route,
away.
and if you look at the space in between these two guys, right, this curl flat defender can sit, and because if he comes in anymore, he's right here. So he's in a great, like AJ said, great job getting to his deck, getting right at the sticks, getting to a spot, seeing the quarterback, putting his foot in the ground and making that play.
So it's cover 3?
Cover 3. Cover 3, you got obviously, because usually it's 4 under 3 deep, but now this is 5 under 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 under 3 deep. So those windows now are much, it's tighter because you got more defenders in them. So
Lou's just fucking with Tom here.
it's a great
Not
job,
the best
great
throw in the
pre-snap
world,
disguise.
but-
Yeah, is it tough when Brady's a QB and he yells at the O line, but no one can yell at him back? As far as like a team method togetherness goes,
Okay, Tom, good throw.
how's that work like dynamically with the locker room?
As far as yelling at, I mean,
Yeah,
People yell at each other, man.
Yeah, people yell at each other.
But does
but-
anybody yell at Tom? Is my question. Just because
At
everyone
Tom
said that
specifically,
Belichick
I'm
was
not
the
sure.
reason he had to leave, but it seems like Belichick's what kept the glue together.
Jen Lane will yell at him.
She will.
did.
Tom knew exactly where he was going the whole time. Such a fake look at Lenny Fournette here.
Oh, but he's 280 now.
Boom.
Yeah, that was not a great throw, but it wasn't great spacing. And I think all that started with that pre-snap disguise. But
And
3rd and 8.
Rumo.
Aaron Rumo's a
Thank you,
genius.
Rumo.
Okay, I see you.
Guess
60
Tom
hustling.
hasn't seen everything.
I was told.
Ladies and gentlemen, everything deep.
Oh yeah! Thank you, people. Oh wait, that Tennessee play's not in there. That
Oh,
took
yeah.
through? Gotta see that.
No, I don't think
Oh
so.
fuck it.
No. We have it on.
I was gonna say, don't we have that?
We
part
have it
already?
This
non
one?
all 22.
Oh yeah, there
yeah.
we go.
I skipped it. That's
This
100% on me. It was
was-
in the middle there.
2 minutes. This is 12 seconds left in the first half. So you're in a position right now if you're a quarterback. If it's not there, throw it away. Take the field goal. They end up winning by a field goal in this game. But this
Shout
is an
out.
unbelievable play. You can see that's why the DBs are playing like this.
Oh,
12
shit.
seconds left. So
Yes.
he's trying to throw it away right now. Like, all right, let me just throw this out of bounds. If Mike Williams catches it or nobody catches it, McCreary, the corner, does a great job. You see it better from the back copy. Going up, high pointing it, and tipping it. We always talk about tips and overthrows. Tipping it back to his comrade. So that's that's
now
awesome.
just for everybody to know, tips, ball getting tipped, but also we all played tips growing up.
Oh, yeah.
Jump, catch, throw. Are those both the same? And when they say tips and overthrows,
You rarely see this.
Yeah,
I've Oklahoma State. I think I saw it like years ago.
Against Stanford.
Antoine Bethea told me. I think Dansby may have had one at some point in the league, but this is the first time I've ever seen this in the NFL. For him intentionally going up, high point that, and batting it right back to his guy.
Jeez.
And him getting his feet. So that's all-time awareness.
dude,
Yeah,
this guy had to feel like a fucking genius.
Yeah, that's big. If you run it back to the beginning of the play from this copy, you can see, just being aware of the situation. Fucking Patriots. Be aware of the fucking situation, what's going on. 12 seconds left. So once they get in the line, you'll see the signal. You'll see the quad signal. He's giving the quads right now. He's saying, hey, back up, back the fuck up. Everybody back up. And then he is, obviously been in the right position to make this play.
Does this guy who tips the ball, does he also get an interception maybe on like the
second assist?
Yeah.
He might get a pass defense.
Like if he's one interception.
deflect.
Yeah, he might. Since he was the first one to touch the ball, I think he may get a pass defense.
Or is that a pick with a fumble?
Yeah. Because what if he's one interception short of his incentive?
There was almost a weird ruling they were talking about because he threw it
forward.
Yeah.
But was it ever possessed? Because he was never on the ground, so it
Correct.
doesn't matter what the throw is.
Good point.
Definitely not.
So there was a lot of conversations had, and it felt like everybody had an answer for everything that was being talked about. The only real words that we should say is, that's fucking brilliant.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Brilliant football. And I bet he probably had to learn some stuff.
Probably.
To play in the NFL.
I mean, they did give some signals there real quick.
Did they?
That's weird.
Before everybody had to know.
That's an unrealistic expectation from a coach that is the reigning coach of the year, but it pays off big time, just like having everything DB. Let's show a video real quick from that man's coach, just so we can really see what the Tennessee Titans building is like right now. So when a play like that is made, you could see some real relief off the shoulders because of what has happened for the Titans. Here's Paul Kuharski of Outkick, who has covered the Tennessee Titans for a long time, and the reigning coach of the year, Mike Vrabel, having an interaction at a press conference just yesterday. And this is what life is like whenever you lose games with the media and as reigning coach of the year.
Been having that conversation about not making the big mistakes and things like that for a couple of weeks now. The offense goes out and you get a penalty from one of your key guys on the first series, end up in 2nd and 22 or whatever. What's that say about kind of the message getting through and guys kind of not doing the things that you've been talking about for 3 weeks?
Yeah, that's going to be a quick answer to an incredibly terrible, long question. Just continue to stay consistent and focus on improvement and making sure that they understand where some of these penalties occur. Pressure, and Nate kind of went back and, I think Ben saw the backer blitzing. So just understanding, like in special teams where, those guys, you get blocks in the back out in space, is just trying to understand where those occur. Hooper's penalties at the point of attack. Those are things that set you behind.
Yeah, dude, I love it. As he's asking a question, Vrabel knows Paul. Paul's been there since before Vrabel has become the head coach. The tone of the question, you could see Vrabel just being like, what's this guy accusing me of right here in the middle of this thing? I'm going to give you a quick answer. It turns out to a long answer. Yeah. Turns out to be a great answer. And I don't know if he meant to say terrible long question or terribly long question. He says terrible long question, so he dunks on him at the moment. Yeah. I fucking love Rabes, dude. Love Paul. Sat in the pocket, asked his question. Obviously, the tone of the question is certainly fascinating with the reigning coach of the year acting as if he's lost the locker room, kind of is what he was hinting at. Oh, yeah. And then Vrabel fucking coming back. I enjoy this type of stuff, AJ.
Yeah, it's always the tone of the question, I think. It's not really what is asked. It's always kind of like you could tell the tone of it. And, yeah, everyone's getting paid a lot of money in the NFL, coaches, players, all that. They can handle whatever. But, yeah, they're also humans. They're allowed to get frustrated and pissed off at questions.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about that yesterday with the Giovanni Bernard thing where it was like, what have you done for us to warrant a conversation with me? That was the tone. Greg Allman quote tweeted and said that he wishes he would have handled that in a different fashion in the way it was and everything like that, so we appreciate him.
Gio's a great dude. I played with Gio. Sorry to cut you off. Gio, like, you can hear him speaking in that term. Like, Gio's a team dude, and he was genuinely like surprised, like, wow, what's happening here, man? Like, I thought we were good.
You suck at football. It was kind of what was it was the tone in which it was being asked. Obviously, he knows that he was in the middle of a terrible play and he fucked up and he owned that. But like, also he's been in the NFL more than 10 years. Noted good guy. Like you're in his locker room too. We need the media. Media is needed, but also not objects, humans. And I think you can get much better answers out of people if you treat them that way. This happened in Buffalo with Josh Allen at a press conference just yesterday. Last week. This is seemingly all starting to happen now. Like, listen to the tone in the words that are said from a credentialed media person. And I don't know if we know the name or not. Don't want to out them. Like, whatever the case is, I'm sure this isn't like their finest moment. But listen to how somebody feels okay enough to talk to fucking Josh Allen as a media. Josh Allen, MVP candidate. Josh Allen, the prototype, what everybody's looking for. Here's media member giving their opinion to Josh Allen in the middle of a press conference.
It doesn't look like an offense that's going to be enough to win the Super Bowl right now.
Okay.
Josh,
okay, shut the fuck up. I'm surprised Josh didn't say that. Yeah. You know, like Josh.
Was that a question?
That was it?
He asked a question about the offense. Josh gave an answer. Then the follow-up was, this doesn't look like an offense that can win a Super Bowl. And Josh like, okay. It's like Josh handling that. I think he took the high road, and I appreciate that. But just the thought that I should say this to Josh Allen, one of the best football players in the world.
By far.
Who is the captain of the offense. Like, just that sort of entitlement to even think you should say that, I find amazing. And I appreciate it. But with the Gio situation, with this situation, with the Josh Allen, with the Vrabel situation, it's like, hey, we all got to remember we're in this together. And also, not objects, not on internet, human in-person interaction. Let's have a little respect for each other. You know what I mean? Like, let's have a little
both
bit of
ways.
Yeah, exactly.
It was both ways. You're right.
Both
You
ways.
build up the player, talk about the good things. You don't have to say you don't think they can win an offense, or a Super Bowl, even if that's what your opinion is. And also, I think we can all, revel in the fact that Sal Capaccio had that guy's tongue, taken out of his body. So I don't think we'll hear from that guy anymore.
I've never played football in my life. I have no idea, but you don't have an offense that can win a Super Bowl. Josh fucking Allen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Like, that is wild.
That was crazy.
It is.
I would like to hear the first part of that question too, but for him to end it like that, this offense can't win. I don't see it.
In Buffalo.
Thanks, pal.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Do you want to drop some fucking plays for us, dude? Like,
okay, what team in Buffalo over the last 30 years? Or, excuse me, 22, since in the 90s they had those teams.
No, it's not just Buffalo. I'm sure there's more.
Sure, yeah.
And we're getting to the time of the year. Everybody's tired, right? It's the end of the year. We've been a part of the grind. Sure. But let's just remember humans here, okay? Both ways.
Yep.
Humans. Let's go ahead and try our best here. We don't have to seek out quotes from people that never made it in the NFL to bury people.
Josh Allen's, he hurt his throwing elbow. Probably won't be completely healthy till the end of the season.
And with that elbow, you won't be able to win a Super Bowl. You stink. Okay.
Thanks.
That was a wild thing in a press conference.
Yeah, to the 1 seed quarterback. It's not like they're a wild card team. They're the 1 seed in the AFC.
He couldn't just phrase it as a question. Why didn't he just ask the question instead of saying your offense stinks?
Yeah.
Exactly. Do you think this offense can win a Super Bowl? That's all you had to say.
And maybe that's what he meant to do. And, maybe Vrabes meant to say terribly long question as opposed to terrible long question.
Which it was.
Well, let's remember.
He was pretty clear. I think Vrabes was clear.
His face as he's asking questions. You see his little Ohio fuckhead. Yes. Interesting tone you've chosen here.
Do you think the reporter felt it as he was asking? Like, I can see Vrabes getting more and more heated by every word I say.
I know Paul. I know the guy that asked that question. Hilarious. Like, he's been around long time. Knows Vrabel, smart guy. So I would assume Vrabel's face just like... Interesting tone you have right here, pal. My life is not fun right now.
Yeah.
Okay? You're looking at a miserable man. Vrabes is standing up there. I've not slept more than 4 hours. We fired our GM fucking middle of the season just last week. Okay?
OC got a DUI 3 weeks ago.
Okay. We were losing. This is not good. I'm trying to get
Quarterback's
football.
got one leg.
Yeah.
Might be out.
Yeah.
Actually, 2.
He is out, I think, actually. Tannehill, I think he's
really?
going to be.
Doubtful is what it seemed.
That was the conversation.
The report by Rap today.
And Bray was like,
It's tough.
oh, is that right? Okay, well, it's going to be a quick answer to a terrible, long question. What a moment. So remember, it's holiday season. We need each other.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good night.
We're all on the same team.
Stay warm.
Before we get out of here, we have a barber that comes in every single week. It's one of the perks of working in this particular office.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Finding a man named JC, also known as the Back Porch Barber, has changed our lives for the better since he came into it. He's also an incredible golfer, an incredible stick. And what we have heard from our conversations with the barber, which you chat about, is that this dude's a great athlete.
Oh, yeah.
Just so happens to be an artist with the Clippers. He does great fades, and, he has the ability to accomplish anything when it comes to a head of hair. And not all of our styles of hairs are necessarily his vision, but he executes it all. And we said, you know what, Back Porch Barber? We want to make you a part of one of these giveaways. The last week before the holiday season truly kicks off, we want you to come out here, showcase your ability, showcase how cool you look to everybody.
Yeah.
We have the coolest looking barber in the world.
By far.
Very cool.
JC, why don't you come on out here, pal? Atta baby JC, the Back Porch Barber. Atta baby JC.
Former quarterback.
He is former quarterback. He is incredible golfer. He has long hair because nobody around him can cut hair as cool as he can.
Exactly.
So that is why he lets it out. JC, you can grab that putter. 2 out of 5, you think?
Yeah.
It's like Bob Tunyon.
Okay, 2 out of 5.
He does have some Bob Tunyon in him, yeah.
Dude, he's one of the cool. Every week, he's one of the coolest looking dudes of all time. Dude, today he let that mane all the way out.
Wild.
He looked like he was fucking in Avatar. Yeah. The hair, he looked unbelievable.
Yeah.
2 out of 5. We'll give 10 people $500 who retweet this video, say something nice to somebody, and put their cash tag in there. Also, why don't we pull a little heat?
Okay.
You go 2 out of 5, we'll give you an extra 10 grand today for
Here we go. Shit. Here we
for
go.
your barbering. A little bit of heat on old Back Porch Barber.
Let's go.
AJ, what are your thoughts on it?
now.
What do you think, AJ?
I think he may. What happens if he makes 5 out of 5?
Then he does it. Then he did it.
Then he gets 10.
If you get,
Then he did it.
no, you'll get 15, and we'll give 20 people $500.
Okay, here we go.
If you go 5 out of 5.
Yeah, something you could never
I think
sniff.
he hurt.
You just got to go 2 out of 5.
Okay.
You go 5 out of 5, it'll be 15 grand and 20 winners. You go 2 out of 5, there'll be 10 winners of $500. You'll get 10 grand.
Deal. So just
Let's
make
go.
them all.
He does get paid to cut her hair, believe it or not.
Don't be a fool.
Does get paid. I know a lot of people are in the conversation of do people get paid or not. We do pay our barber to travel up here and cut our hair all day.
People.
Yeah.
Packers fans?
I'm confused.
JC, cool looking motherfucker.
Oh, smooth stroke.
Oh, goodbye, 15 grand.
Man.
Gonna have to go 2 out of 4
You
here.
got this.
He was practicing
Trust
earlier.
your stroke.
Darius, anything to say to old JC?
Hey, just trust your stroke, man.
Cool tattoos on his hands. Cool.
Bangarang. There it is.
Man.
Oh!
Good silky smooth.
That close to
Dude. Oh, no.
vacation in Hawaii.
2
Did
out
you
of
say
3.
he's a scratch golfer?
Very good golfer, yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know.
In the 70s.
Not in 1970s, he's not older for that, but
No.
scoring.
Scoring in the 70s.
He's got that index.
Oh, there it is. That's the one.
Good touch.
Ladies and gentlemen, all
You put your index finger like that?
all Back Porch Barber has to do is go 1 of 2 here.
Right.
10 people will win $500. He'll win an extra 10 grand for the holiday season at Back Porch Barber, an artist with hair.
Oh, the tension is palpable.
Let's fucking
What a
go.
cut, dude. What a cut. Nice.
This goal. 10 people will win $500.
Let's
Congrats.
go.
Extra 10 grand before the
Fucking
holiday.
fire
We
is
appreciate the hell
electric.
out of you, but you made our life a lot better. You're incredible at what you do. Great putts. Thought there was no chance after those first 2.
no
Congratulations to you,
Yeah,
JC.
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, but then he almost rolled off the back. I thought this guy was not going to be able to handle our particular green. Got to have a little touch. He found
Athlete.
it.
Found it.
His last putt was his best stroke.
And it bounced a little bit.
It was unbelievable. Congrats, JC. Proud of you, buddy.
That was sweet.
All right, everybody, you went for 4.5 hours today. That's a bit long on a Wednesday. We'll be back tomorrow as Week 16 kicks off. We hope that the storm is not as big as they say it's going to be. Although people have canceled plans, we hope everybody remains safe. If it does become a nightmare, we will adjust accordingly here, and we plan on being live all the time that we're normally live. If not, have an incredible holiday. Can't thank you all enough for allowing us to do this. From myself, AJ, Darius, Connor, Ty, Tone with Hammer, Dahn in 15 minutes. All the boys in the back, Foxy, Zito, Dirty, Nick, That's Hockey Talk tonight at 8 p.m. at youtube.com/That's Hockey Talk.
Let's go.
That's going to be a good show. We got a chance to talk to Tocchet earlier, Cameron Dicker earlier, Adam Thielen earlier today.
Mark Messier tonight.
Mark Messier's on.
Whoa.
What?
The captain,
Legend.
boss.
Absolute legend.
On That's Hockey Talk?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Wow, okay. Hell of a Wednesday for the program.
Yeah.
Have a good one. We thank you all so much. Say something nice to somebody. Try to win the JC putt. There was a throw earlier, trying to give away as much as possible because we don't deserve as much as we get. We are so thank you. Goodbye.